All eyes on deck here, all hands on deck as we wait the 2 p.m. FOMC decision coming through. This will be the first FOMC decision and meeting under the leadership of new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. So that's absolutely going to be on watch. Stick with us for live coverage of that announcement. As of right now, Nasdaq poised to open more or less flat here, actually slightly higher, I guess, than where we closed coming through yesterday. On Tuesday, S&P 500 looking like more of a flat open. We're going to have to wait and see. But oil also in focus here, guys. USO right now, it's certainly poised to open slightly lower, if not flat, but bouncing a little bit off the lows. President Trump saying at the G7 that the Iran MOU is not final, and if he doesn't like it, they will be, quote, going back to dropping bombs. So unfortunately, tensions in the Middle East will absolutely be persisting. Speaking of President Trump at the G7, he's going to be delivering a press conference from the G7 at 9:30 a.m. today, so be aware of that. Keep an eye as well on a whole bunch of different stocks and catalysts. Again, in the tech and space sectors, you've got SPCX following a very strong performance yesterday, at least when it comes to these options engagement, and over $4 billion in traded volume on ETFs related to the name. Good ASTS as well. Successful launch last night. Good look for this stock, and certainly one that I'm sure a lot of traders are going to be looking at. And Intel as well with the risk production of these 18AP nodes. Tons to discuss as we await that 2 p.m. Fed decision. Good morning, Sharif.
Good morning, Adira. Yes, Intel on their way with good yields this time around on 18A, putting them one step closer to actually possibly tying a deal with Apple for the 14A node. Lots to talk about there. Uber also with a tie-up here with Waymo should be in focus. Oracle as well, denying reports that Microsoft looked at their servers and passed based on security issues. So Oracle down 1% here to start the morning. CarMax reported Carvana, their competitor, getting into the new car business. That should be an interesting take there. And then you have STM Microelectronics looking to raise money despite the fact being up. Yum Brands in focus. Rivian with layoffs we reported yesterday. And Cummins getting into the AI generator business, which has been very, very good for Caterpillar so far, Adira.
Yeah, let's talk right about that decision here, Sharif. I mean, we're hearing reports that Kevin Warsh actually might not be participating in the dot plot, which could be fairly significant, and people are saying could lead other Fed members to also not participate. Do you think we're going to see the start of this new regime at the Fed immediately having effects, or do you think it'll take a little bit longer to notice?
It's a great question, Adira. We'll have to wait and see. Well, I think 2 o'clock today we'll have our answer, so shortly.
Yeah, keep an eye on the summary of economic projections, guys, with the dot plot in mind. Also, of course, keep an eye at 2:30 p.m. when we'll get the first ever conference led by new Fed Chair Warsh. How are you guys doing today? Joe in for Sean and Neil. Good morning, both of you.
Thanks, Adira. Good morning, everybody. We're doing good. We're feeling good. But I'll tell you, nobody should be surprised that Warsh is saying he ain't going to give, he might not give his dot. And that's because he's always been critical of the Fed leaning too heavily on signaling what they're going to do and then losing flexibility. If you say this is your projections, you're more likely to stick to it. So it could be a bit of a change. You got to look at this 2 ways. I was saying this earlier. Like, this is the kind of thing where if this is a new change with the Fed where he convinces people that the dot plot's a bad idea and they want to keep more flexibility, less signaling to what is going to happen next and keeping it more flexible, that's good for trading because it'll increase volatility. But if you're not signaling, there's more uncertainty, and the market is not in love with uncertainty.
No.
So 2:30. Look, we're not going to get a rate change today. It'll be no change. But 2:30, when he's there, you know there are going to be questions about this. And I think, of course, we want to hear what he has to say about inflation. You want to hear what he has to say about the market. You want to hear what he has to say about jobs. You want to hear what he has to say about GDP. But is he going to double down or be adamant about changing the way that they project what's going forward and how they communicate? Because I think that could give a little bit of a shock to the market, and we might see some downward push. So that's what I'll be listening for at 2:30. And of course,
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Warsh's MO here. Is he going to be like Jerome Powell and data dependent, or is he going to be more strategic, right? And if that's going to be the case, does that mean he's going to be dancing to the tune of Mr. Donald Donald Trump's drum?
That's the other
right?
question.
I think that's a big question, and a lot of us are looking forward to it because if once Donald gets to truthing and tweeting and saying, hey, rates need to be lowered, how much pressure is that going to be put on Warsh? So I'm looking forward to it. I believe we know that this is going to be a pause. They're not going to change anything just yet, but the future meetings to come, I'm really looking forward to see what we have this new Fed chair.
Yeah, it should be exciting. And of course, we have a lot is discussed at the desk. It was like Chip Mageddon yesterday. Like the chips got absolutely waxed because Nvidia, well, I mean, presumably the story in the morning was that Nvidia was looking to raise $20 billion, possibly up to $25 billion in debt markets. And that shocked pretty much everything. You had the SOX, I mean, realistically, it gets smoked, but you're getting, a decent bounce back. Like this was down 50 bones yesterday, like from top to bottom. Right. So the fact that you're back up 5% is a little something. I think the Intel news is helping. Maybe not even that much. When you put into perspective, like how far these things came down, like Intel's gapped up 3%, and it's not even above like the 11 o'clock high. Like, even if you were to get like a massive bounce, like it would take something spectacular. Like you're $8 off the high there. You look at Marvell, ARM, AMD, all of these. Well, like you're up 2.5%. Broadcom, you're up 2.5% overnight on Marvell, but you're not even back to 290. So you have to remember how bad it was for the chips. SpaceX is going to be on the mind. There was plenty of good opportunities yesterday. I think for a lot of people, it still remains to be like the top stock. Even if you only make one trade on it, it's giving you so many opportunities. And it's looking a little bit heavy this morning. But that's along with the market's been like slowly sliding down. So it's up 1%. You got to put things into perspective, though. This double topped big time. It was like 230 in the overnight, not yesterday, but the day before. And 225 there, so a bit of a double top forming here on SPCX. We're going to cover it all for sure. We're going to get into all the symbols here I think we might even have Luis coming on through to talk some small cappers because there's still those happening as well. Like I know we've been, ever since PET, there's been 3, 4, at least like over 100% type runners. That's persisted, even though we've been talking a lot more about SpaceX and the space.
1,000%. Like we had a handful of those. I remember it was a couple of days after the PDT rule was lifted, things were just going absolutely insane. And Sharif and a lot of people in the chat are like, it's normal for us to see multiple names halted right out of the open, right out of the gate, but not around that 2 o'clock hour or in the middle of the day where we had at one point 8 tickers halted, which was absolutely insane. Yeah, so they've been a lot of fun. Sharif's consistently trading those. We've been hopping on them as well too and having a lot of fun with the momentum style play that they provide. But I want to point this out. Broadcom down 22.5% here, Neil. So if we're talking about looking to get some names on potential discounts, maybe it's time to start dabbling in a little bit of Broadcom. We bought some Google I believe this was, last Thursday at $350. I'm still waiting for somewhat of a pullback here in AMD. We're starting to get that now. But, I mean, we're only down 8% off of the highs, which isn't very much. And then you get a little bit of a bounce in the pre-market this morning. As for SpaceX, Neil, I know you guys are all involved with it. I have my orders all placed, and it's starting at $170, and we're going to be, and we have them GTCs in $10 increments. So I'm going to be I think we're going to get those fills roughly around when all of those locked up shares become released. It may take some time, but also I have to be cautious of the momentum styled play here, right? Because if people are really exuberant about this name, this can just go parabolic and climb up to $200 and maybe even $300. I know I'm being a little optimistic, but we know what this market is like right now, Neil, is when the street likes something, it just goes on these big-time parabolic runs, and we're talking about the AMD, the Marvells, and obviously these memory storage names, the MUs, the SanDisks, and the ETF, DRAM. These things have just been going absolutely insane. So I'm prepared to do one or the other, wait for my orders, or dabble in a little bit and play some more momentum. So, yeah. And
there's plenty of that. And don't forget, like yesterday was the launch of options for SpaceX. And all of the leverage, I even see in the chat right here, we got elated traders saying SSPC, that's your 2x short. You've got multiple 2x long derivatives that you can play. This one had pretty good volume. So when you hear us talk about locates or shorting SPCX, which we can, it's very cheap here at Real Trading. I think it was, again today, 0.02 cents per share or something ridiculously cheap. But if you don't have locates, you can already just take like an SSPC long to reflect the short. And they're all highly liquid so far. Like the spread's looking pretty reasonable. Here, it's most of the time it's like a 1 cent spread. This one's done 2.5 in volume. Obviously, SpaceX continues to do record volumes. It's been like notionally, it's just been insane how much volume it does on a daily basis. There's been nothing like it, which is expected. We also have never had an IPO that's come out this large. It managed to pass Amazon as. I mean, it's literally just knocking off the list, like names every single day. I mean, what do we do if this thing passes Alphabet? I think we.
Wow.
Lose our minds if it ever did that.
Well, what are we sitting
I'd
at
lose
right
my
now?
mind if that. No, it's not. No, that's not. That's not happening.
But listen, hold on.
It's not that close.
It's not.
It's not that close.
But think about it. If it goes to $300, you're adding another $1.3 trillion onto the market cap, which would put it around. I mean, 3.9. Yeah, it's not. It's still not going to beat it at $300.
It's got a ways to go.
Yeah, it's got a wait. But hey, man, anything can happen. We're going to be talking a little SpaceX options momentarily, actually.
Ooh.
So
Don't spoil it on
Yeah,
me.
I know. It's nothing crazy.
Shoot.
Listen, it's still very new, right? So we're still limited on some data, which it makes things a little bit more difficult. But I think that narrative is going to change here relatively soon.
Here's a question. Usually I'll be like, I'll talk about a small cap or we throw back to Sharif and Adara. But Adara, how have you been enjoying SpaceX? I know it's got to qualify. It's not a huge spread, but it's got to be in your wheelhouse.
It is in my wheelhouse. I have traded it both days since I've been back, so Monday and Tuesday. Monday, we did well with it. Tuesday, kind of played around with it a bit. I'm net green on it for whatever that's worth. I have to say I like the spread, and I also like because it's spready, but a little bit less expensive. You can take some more shares with it. So, for example, I was in that 180 breakout on Monday, and that was nice because I could actually size in decently. So I have to say I like trading SpaceX. Neil, thank you for that little segue there. We're going to talk about two names here that I think certainly are on watch. One of them is INTC. We're going to be revisiting Intel, of course, on the rundown. I already mentioned this, but they are talking about their 18AP node in risk production. So another win, it looks like, for Lip-Bhutan.
So 18A and 18AP are kind of adjacent technologies, and the specifics here really do favor Intel's engineering design because they've made it so that you don't have to actually retool the entire sort of data center if you want to get onto the 18AP technology. So that's good there from them. So the hyperscalers don't have to have, that huge CapEx. There's 100% design rule compatible with the old node. But listen to this. So the heavy marketing of 18AP is sort of a litmus test to see how well Intel's foundry can actually gain traction with these hyperscalers. So much so that 14A now is said to be reliant on how well 18A and 18AP do. In fact, the company says if they don't get several anchor clients, we're talking about the Amazons, the Microsofts, the Nvidias, management is actually prepared to cancel altogether the 14A node. That's akin, again, to Taiwan Semi's 2-nanometer production. Well, what kind of corollary effects will that have? It's going to have a lot because Apple is said to be interested in that 14A node specifically for their A-series processors, right? Not quite yet the M-series. So if they don't get that right, you can't have that anchor client there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And this actually apparently is supposed to be very good in balancing power and energy usage. So typically, you have to go one way or another. If you want power, you're going to have to forego efficiency, and the opposite is true as well. Apparently, the engineers here have kind of chosen a happy middle. So it looks like they can actually get good power here, Adara, without having to take on too much power.
Yeah, good look for Intel. Not so good of a look here today for ORCL. Now, it's worth noting they've already denied aspects of this report. It's unclear which ones, but they said certain details are not true. But either way here, Business Insider reporting, this came out right before the bell yesterday, Microsoft saying no to this Oracle Cloud deal.
So it's a little bit more nuanced. Let's get to it. So this FedRAMP, what is this FedRAMP sort of requirement? If you're going to house classified and secret government data, you have to have this FedRAMP sort of certification. Oracle has it, but it doesn't have it on all its servers. It has it on certain servers. So the Microsoft interest here was for the servers that didn't have this FedRAMP security. And so that's why Oracle pushed back on that kind of, that narrative that they didn't have, secure servers. They do. It's just that they don't have capacity on them to give Microsoft what they need. And so Microsoft looks like they're going to go elsewhere. We'll have to wait and see how they end up clearing this, Adara.
Yeah, and Oracle, as you guys can see, did drop as we got this news near the close and then actually after the close as well yesterday. Are you guys watching any of these AI-related plays, for lack of a better term, Oracle and Intel today?
Both. In the afternoon show, we'll start with Intel, why not? In the afternoon show, I had said that I was almost, you don't know when news is going to happen overnight, and I'm glad, as an Intel shareholder, this is good news. I think it's fantastic. Let's see if they can get the yields of 90%, that would be fantastic, and that's going to be the key because for them, it's always been about the yield and catching up in that regard. So that'll be a big thing to watch. But I was going to be almost obviously short after yesterday. Like the topping tail at 130, the triple top, the W pattern, like all of that technically looked like this was just a continuation short. But I got to at least, now I'm going to start respecting the dip buy, putting the note down around 117, maybe even into the 117.18, and this 122 and a half, where you had opening range tops. So if it can break out from there, fine. I'll participate in this gap fill if it can do it. But my first look will still be if it pops and fades, continuation, wait for the dip buy on Intel. I think this is a real positive step for them. Everything about justifying their valuation has been getting big customers. Yeah. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate you. Well, the breakfast is here already. Shakshuka.
Nah, we'll take it, man. We'll take it.
We like the shakshuka. That's delicious stuff. Thanks. Appreciate it, Randy.
Coffee in us too here.
You don't have a coffee yet?
I did, man. That's why I need another one. Okay. Do you hit the coffee 2x or do you just hit the coffee?
See, I hit once because if I hit the 2, it's just gonna get cold.
Yeah,
that's why
fair.
I got the Yeti. This is not a Yeti ad. It's just incredibly effective at keeping it warm. And it's like a bolo. This isn't even meant for coffee, but I do anyways.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was never a caffeine junkie. I think I can say now that I'm definitely one of them. But you know what? I'll give it credit because I'm someone who gets mentally tired sometimes, and this helps. It just shuts off those receptors, and then sure enough, I'm just jacked up off of caffeine.
The most influential... Caffeine literally changed the world.
It literally changed my life.
But no, but not just caffeine, but also just when the tea as well.
Yeah.
Like if most people probably read this by now, but back in the day, you go on the farm, if you wanted to drink stuff and not die because it was all polluted, you ferment it. You'd have light beer is what farmers would drink. So you're subtly buzzed all day long. Well, what do you think happens when you change from being subtly buzzed all day long to boiling water and drinking tea and coffee with caffeine? Productivity goes through the absolute roof for humanity. Just say, and now we're all addicted to it because that's how we roll.
Now I can understand. Coffee culture now because what are all these people doing here? Everybody likes having their coffee in the morning, but now I am one of those individuals. All right, guys, but no, let's hop into a little intel. I was looking at a couple of the small cap names. I know Adam James Abroad is going to be looking at some of these plays here today. But as for Intel, I want to add to Sharif's point. He's saying just the efficiency within the 18P here compared to the 18A, it's running 9% faster and uses 18% less power. So that's already a positive for Intel. And I mean, if we're talking about this stock, this is another name where we're just trying to follow the money, and it's going right into Intel's pocket, it seems like at this point. So from April of 26, you get 178% return. And one thing that I want to note about this consolidative phase that we're experiencing right now is that you have that breakout to that breakdown to $99, but you haven't gone south of that. So we're holding, and this consolidation, the longer it is, right, the more likely that you have a break above what we're currently looking at an all-time high of $132. And if you're an options writer or a condor strategy player, strategist, I should say, then you're loving this. This is your world, right? Like, until you break either high or the low, this is the strategy that you want to play. And that's one thing I haven't constructed a condor in, to be honest with you, in quite some time, but this is starting to get a little bit attractive. I've been deploying more or less my capital into some other names as well for long-term holds, and just really using my swing trading account to hold on to some names for a little bit longer. But I like this Intel play. I love these bull flags, and I love these sideways consolidations because they can present some pretty good opportunities.
Oh, no doubt about it. Looks like there's a small capper from yesterday making a bit of a jaunt. It's not huge. It's only 7%, but it is that OBAI. Yeah. Well, sometimes we got to listen to ourselves a little bit better. This was the one in the afternoon that I was taking off of the $1 level every single time. We took it off a buck here and it halted up, and that was great. And it got to the high. Then we took it again, and then it really only went from like 95 to 95 cents a buck, and then buck to 110. No follow through. It is breaking. It just broke through the 10. It's trying to break through the 20. Obviously the daily chart is going to show you a habitual line stepper, but this has, again, day 2 play probably needs to break through the 130 level for continuation. There's still a chance you could get a dip into 1. That might be a little bit done by now. And I did hear in the chat some questions about, some discussion about Tesla continuing to roll over. This might lose the $400 level. Yeah, Tesla looked relatively weak yesterday, and if it loses 400, there's a gap fill down into the high 80s, let's say, which could be a little bit of trouble for them. So not looking very good for Tesla. And I meant, while we were talking about Intel, and we got a little sidetrack with coffee, which is fine, to talk about Oracle. I get it, they're going to refute the story, and fair enough, but just purely technically here with Oracle, you lose $200. You find resistance on a bounce underneath $200. It's riding the 50 SMA on the daily, but not in the kindest way. Like, it's kind of doing so not bullishly, if that's even a way to say it. So I want to give this one a shot at the short. And I also see something consolidating underneath, like the triple bottom at the end of the day yesterday. Like, you had 188 where triple bottom. They closed effectively just above the 188. So that even gives you a pop zone to fade. With Oracle, I'm favoring that one to the south side today. If it gets through 189, hey, you know what? Then maybe Oracle has this one right, and it's not that big of a deal. But it's been a beleaguered stock for too long. Here, and we have more to be able to get into. And Chart Hustle, I keep wanting to say Charlie Hustle. It's Chart Hustle in the chat. You're right. OBAI awarded a government contract in the U.S. Again, that one's a day 2 play. There's some small cappers that are moving more than it, but given the volume that it had yesterday, it is worth watching if you're a small cap trader. I actually, it was my second best stock yesterday, trading in the afternoon, so I probably should have been paying attention to it this morning. But you can only look so far. There are so many different names, and one of the ways that you can find interesting names to trade is to maybe look at some options activity.
All right, guys, welcome. We're going to be taking a look at some of SpaceX options activity from yesterday's session. Now, guys, don't forget, yesterday was the first day that we had the ability to trade the derivative, so there's going to be some information lagging, and that's what I'm referring to is open interest, all right? So we have to wait until after the open today to see what we may lay in that specific metric. But nonetheless, there's multiple strategies that we can deploy, and there's also some other key features that we can keep our eye out on as well, too. So let's jump right in. Now, as for this $220 strike price, guys, that's going to be expiring tomorrow. We're going to be looking at the contract here momentarily, but one thing that I want us to focus on is our 28 delta and our at the money IV. Our at the money IV, at the open, as soon as 9:30 hit, I hop onto the options chain, and our at the money IV was sitting around 230%. Now, if you're an options writer, you're loving this because you fall down to 169%. So that's a substantial decay, 60 points, right, just like that. Now, as for our gamma exposure, guys, you can see it's relatively light, sitting around $1. Don't forget, this is a far out of the money contract right now, $220. But also, Adara was mentioning this as well. There is somewhat of a spread on the equity side of things, but what we're going to focus on is the actual derivative, a $20 spread. But also, one thing that I noticed is that through my options volume scanner, we're immediately, as you can see, immediately at the top of the list within the top 4 names with 1.6 million contracts open and closed on yesterday's session throughout all strike prices, all right? Moving forward, guys, let's take a look at this specific contract. Once again, this is going to be the $220 strike price that's going to be expiring tomorrow. Now, if you were one of those individuals who were to buy the contract right out of the gates, I have my order open, I want that opening print on SpaceX, well, congratulations. If you sold at the right time, 94% from the open to the highest point of the trading session. Now, we were trading around $19.85, but then that's when things started to cool down. Now, the underlying asset may not have fell too deep itself, but what happens is that we have so much implied volatility priced into the contract itself, the contract will lose value. And that's exactly why we go from $19.85 or $1,985 all the way down to $420 is where this specific contract closed at, okay? Moving forward, now, if we're going to talk a little bit more strategy, guys, let's see what we have going on here. Now, for those who know, what we have is a bull call spread. Now, this is going to be expiring August 21st. You can see that we have 2 different strike prices, and they're both worth a different amount of value. So what I want us to focus on here, guys, is that sometimes when you have the cooling down in implied volatility, flat out buying your contract isn't the best way to go. But what can we do if we're going to be looking at a underlying asset that may or be a steady grind higher? Well, there's a way we can collect premium, and at times the bull call spread can be a little bit more profitable than just buying a contract itself. Hear me out. So what we have here is SpaceX at a $205 strike price, and then we are selling a contract at a $240 strike price. Now, one is worth $36 or $3,600, and the other is worth $2,400. So that is going to cost you a net debit of $1,200. Now, when you have an underlying asset that is more or less going to be a stair step higher, the way that you can be more profitable opposed to just buying a flat out contract is because day by day, if you're just buying a naked call, you have that contract lose value to theta. And then you have the implied volatility metrics that you need to take into consideration as well too. But what we have in a bull call spread is that day by day, if it's a steady move higher, but the volatility is cooling down, but you're grabbing a couple points here, a couple points there, day after day, as I mentioned, you collect theta on your short contract. And congratulations, you get to collect $2,400 worth of theta throughout the expiration and the lifespan of this specific contract. So over time, guys, and with slower moving underlines, the bull call spread can be slightly more profitable than just buying a flat out naked call. Send it back to Neil.
That's why we call them Joey options, everybody. Got to appreciate the knowledge every single time. As you saw, we'll have retail sales in just a couple minutes. We'll go up to the desk to Adara to make sure we get that. But Adam James abroad has a few symbols for us. Good morning, all. Good morning to you, Adam. ELTX, what we just talked about, OBAI. CLWT. ICCM. Ice Cure Medical. Cold as ice. See, now this isn't... Now, if you're going to have a small cap runner, in my estimation, the cooler the name, it's ICCM, ICBM, like it's just, I don't know, like launching like a missile, like there's just so many opportunities with this one that we'll have some fun with it. But it is probably the biggest and most violent mover. Right now, you're looking at 230% up here. There is news. Here, I'll just quickly throw this one up for you because we have less than 1 minute till we get that number. ICCM Medical reports 70% growth in U.S. ProSense install base following FDA clearance. So that is going to be one of your small cap runners. It is a very small float of 700,000 shares, which has been turned over 5 times already. So thank you, Adam, for bringing this one to all of the small cap traders' attentions. We have numbers in just about 30 seconds. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, 8:30 a.m., guys. Retail sales month-over-month, 0.6% forecast. Prior print, 0.5%. Core retail sales month-over-month, 0.6% forecast. Prior, 0.7%. So we're expecting, I guess, a slight increase here in the retail sales number, slight decline here on core retail sales. We're also getting retail sales year over year, not seeing a forecast, but the prior print on this was 4.87%. Similar housekeeping at 10 a.m. You're going to get pending home sales change month over month, as well as business inventories month over month. 8:45 a.m. Trump bilateral meeting here with the Indian Prime Minister. Retail sales here for the U.S., as you guys can see, 0.9%. So 0.9% for that retail sales print compared to estimates of 0.6%. So that is going to be higher than expected. U.S. core retail sales month over month also higher than expected at 0.8%. So again, higher than expected prints for both core and non-core retail sales. Not too much of a market reaction here on the S&P 500, but the Nasdaq may be trying to push a little bit higher. Before we send it back to Joe and Neil to digest this number, let's talk Micron here, because MU yet again with a price target increase to the tune of, that $1,500 range.
Yeah, Deutsche Bank coming in with a 50% increase on that $1,000 number that they had on previously, $1,500. Let's talk about some of the reasons why they're giving them the nod today. They're saying, this upgrade is driven much by the strong AI demand for DRAM and the positive pricing tailwinds. So something to keep an eye out. Revenue upside, analysts are projecting their May quarter could bring in $35.1 billion in revenue, and that surpasses the high end of the previous guide by the company. You also have to keep your eye on the supply-demand imbalance. So DRAM demand expected to be, in short supply in 26, 27, and they're even saying into 28 they expect DRAM to remain sort of hard to obtain. And the financial forecast here, let's talk about this. Their calendar year EPS, earnings per share, they're looking at $160 EPS on gross margins that are ridiculous for a physical product, 80%. We're talking about 72% for Nvidia, which was basically all but a monopoly until, about a year ago when the MI started coming in. So fantastic look here if some of these numbers actually pan out. But Microsoft's price action has already sort of indicated that, Adara.
Are you guys watching MU ahead of that earnings report next week, and/or any adjacent plays like DRAM?
Yeah, I've kind of liked the DRAM as the trading vehicle for all of this. That said, going into MU's print, it's been on this very solid run. By the way, the retail sales number is getting a small reaction to the upside. Should probably start there. It's not much, but okay, it's not nothing either. You're getting a very slight bump in the Qs and the SPY. We're back into VWAP here in the 15-minute on the NQ. Not a huge one, but hey, retail sales are a beat. That was a positive, so you can't really argue that the market, for now, is liking it. If we jump back over to Micron, it's been, when you have an uptrend, obviously, you get away with buying almost every single dip. So, Micron had an 820 all the way down in the 600s, a pretty significant drop on earnings before. It just recently had a 1050 or plus to 850 drop. So it's done these 20+% pullbacks in the uptrend. The difference here is, unless it does something parabolic going into the earnings, if it does another one of those 20% drawbacks after earnings, then you'd be looking at losing this trend and maybe talking about the 50-period moving average. So I feel like if it can't bounce off the trend line next week, because I really do think the way that the market's been structured and the way this has been going, they keep blowing out numbers, and then you're somehow just unimpressed, and it dips anyways. And holding the trend would be the first start. But I feel like at this point, it would be too tight to the trend line. You'd be looking for something a little bit deeper, maybe the 850 to 860 level next week, or even the 50-period moving average. We're just getting a little bit tight to the top here in Micron going into the earnings print. It is, like Ashraf said, the margin, ridiculous. The growth is huge. It does remind you of that Nvidia moment. But remember, too, that after the first couple of blowout reports, Nvidia would keep blowing it out, and the market would be like, okay, that's nice. And so I think like Micron feels like it's getting into that territory, if it's even possible already, but it does feel like it's getting into that territory. So I'd be leaning more toward it'll be a either dip opportunity after next week's earnings, as opposed to just some kind of like crazy blowout.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to rule anything out. Like anything can happen with this, especially if you just come across the board, it's triple-digit growth, and their guidance just happens to be insane, even though, like you mentioned, we did see that in NVDA. But one thing that I want us to point out here is that come the earnings report, guys, we do have pretty hefty expected move here. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this really started to compress a little bit and decay, but I mean, a high of $1,100 there and a low of around $864 off of that earnings report. But like Neil mentioned, is that think about over the past almost 3, I believe 4 quarters, NVDA has printed these ridiculous numbers and stayed within its expected move every time, right? So, I mean, but I think there's a little bit of a difference here, Neil, because the market cap comes into play, in my opinion. We're still not there yet with Micron, so maybe you get that nice big push, but then you have the profit takers start to step in and sell this stock off a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if we go either direction, and it's just like, what is even happening here within this space? Because that's been the narrative as of late. Right? Like we talk about SanDisk going on these, like literally minting, I don't know how many millionaires if you were fortunate enough to get in this earlier last year. And the same thing here with Micron. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what these numbers are printing, because it's going to tell a lot about this whole chip trade and this AI trade as well, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And well, the other thing too is, if we can talk to Sanjay, the CEM, Sanjay Malhotra, I would just split the stock, man.
Yeah.
Split the stock. We're talking to you. We're talking, I don't know who the CEO of SanDisk is, so I'm not, I can look it up, but I don't know who it is. We're talking to you, whoever's the CEO of SanDisk. Split the stock. Just do it already. What are we talking about here? You're at $2,000. Like, even, like I remember when Amazon was trading at like $2,200. And just everybody, traders everywhere, are like, what is the point of this? Like, it doesn't, like, it doesn't matter. You price most of a lot of the market out of playing options with it because it's just too expensive. Like, you open up flexibility. You make it. It's just more democratic and free when you're at reasonable prices. Retail likes to be able to step into these things.
Yeah.
You know, it's high-priced stocks just mean that like no one, unless you're super rich, you can't sell covered calls on your position. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
When it's a $2,000 stock, drop that sucker to a reasonable price. Anyways, that's just, it's like a small event. And yes, Samsung as well. But look, and remember too that oftentimes, like, there's nothing fundamental that changes if you split the stock, with the exception of the fact that it gets cheaper and easier for options, and that oftentimes you're doing the split because it's gone parabolic. So that's why that skews some of the stats of how something performs after a split, in my opinion, because you're doing it after you've gone parabolic. So mean regression can be a little bit.
Look what happened to
harsh.
Netflix after the stocks. I mean,
but a lot of other things were going on. Other things were going on with Netflix.
And also, what am I doing here comparing Micron to Netflix?
Yeah, like there's usually more going on than that.
Yeah,
fundamentally, nothing
Same
changes
thing with
when
SanDisk. Come on, get on the phone with these guys. We need Micron and a SanDisk split here.
I don't know. We don't have that CEO.
We know
on
we're
the phone.
getting the 4-1 on CrowdStrike.
I know we got to retire this.
Oh.
With Dizzy, I was just thinking about that. We now have to replace that because we can't have Jerome. Well, I mean, we can, but it's just pointless to have Jerome on the call. Now we need to get Warsh up there, which I'm sure we'll figure out. I just realized, well, it's today. You think we would have done that already?
We have to get his number first before.
Oh, don't worry about that. Trade TV Live has all the hookups.
We got the hookup.
We got the hookups. Holla if you hear me.
Ooh.
You know, Sharif knows.
I'm sure you got that.
I got the hookup.
Oh,
Holla if you hear me. You know what's up.
Oh.
Y'all know. The chat knows. Hopefully someone in the chat knows. You guys know what's up. I know you know what's up. Big Papa Pump.
Scott Steiner.
Yes. A little bit of steroids, but whatever. Well, I'm just saying, Sharif.
Bro,
a little teeny bit.
What are you guys even talking about? He's natty.
Bit. Of course, we got a super chat. Thank you for the super chat, IDF. We appreciate you as well. It is 8:40. I guess maybe I don't know. I don't know if Luis is going to be able to make it on today. I thought we were going to get Luis today, but it's possible we won't. But there's lots going on in small cap land. We were getting excited about that. What was it? It wasn't IMCC. No, or ICCB.
We can figure that out.
ICCM. Yeah. Oh goodness.
ICCM.
And I was trying to praise it for having an easy ticker, and then I forget. It's
well.
already back. Like these things, look how quickly they go up, and then it loses VWAP. But it is still fantastic volume.
YMAT was nice here in the if you were up when Mike Peter Ryder was up here at 5 a.m. playing these small caps, then you got this nice break right here around 71 cents, all the way up to $1.55. So Mike P, he's out. He's in the chat. He's scalping bright and early. And you know what they say, Neil? The early bird gets the worm.
It's truth. It's definitely true. Early bird always gets the worm. If you're a small cap trader, it is very important. Well, anyone can do what they want to do. But if you're a small cap trader, penny stock trader, you're usually getting up early because sometimes the best entries will be early. A lot of price discovery gets made then. A lot of the good volume is going to be then. It's just part of the game. And I think most of you in our chat know that. And Mike Peter Ryder and all of his, and I guess, alternate personalities all over it in the chat.
Is he in the Spanish chat too?
Yeah, Mike, we're in Spanish now. By the way, like Trader TV Live is also now in Spanish. So we have that. I don't know if we can throw the link up there at some point. Yeah. Obviously, we want you to stay here, and you're here because you want to hear us in English. But it is pretty cool. I've given it a listen. Not that I know for sure how the translation's going, but apparently it's very good.
Yeah, it's good.
So you can check it out if you want. I think I sound a little bit.
Yeah,
I think I said.
Like it. You like it?
So it's different voices for everybody.
Yeah.
I feel like yours sounds the coolest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was listening to a bit during the midday. I was like, I kind of like it when. For Joe's voice?
My Spanish background I got going on there.
Yeah, all that Spanish background.
Nah, that's all right, man.
You don't speak any Spanish.
Me?
Do you? You speak Spanish?
No, not fluently.
Oh.
Hell no. But I did it, like, when I was on my Duolingo tips, I was on it for about over a year. When I was going to Mexico, I could have, like, a conversation somewhat. I can have specific directions, like where this is.
Dude, I was playing basketball.
I'm not like Sharif.
No, the Sharif is legit. The guy, Sharif is legit. Like, he speaks multiple languages and dedicates himself to learning. Something weird is, like, I was in the Dominican and I was playing basketball. Like, it went off the resort. You gotta get off the resort. And we were playing basketball. I was a kid. And there was like a, disputed call. And I guess I looked like I could have, I didn't think I looked like I was from there. But these dudes just started coming up to me, like arguing their point. Like, I didn't understand a word they're saying. They're like passionately just yelling in my face.
I'll give you a basic sentence here.
What is going on? I don't look Spanish.
This should be, you can get Dominican maybe.
I look Dominican to you?
Well, hey man, we're going, okay, I'll give you a simple, give you a simple thing. Let's see if you can get this. Yo quiero un café.
I want a coffee?
Bang.
All right, I retire.
Dang, it's done.
What's up now? I took a semester of Spanish in university just so I could do that right there. And if you guys aren't impressed,
so all that, good thing you learned Pythagorean's theorem as well. Oh, Luis is
okay, I see. I just looked over. I was like, oh, maybe we're not going to have. But we do have. I think we do have Luis getting locked and loaded and ready to go. You guys let us know when we are ready. So to our good friend, we are. So let's go up to the desk. Luis is in the house to talk small caps.
Speaking of Spanish language, we've got Luis Barbado, who I assume is very fluent in Spanish. He's coming at us from Academia Day Trading in Barcelona, Spain. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Luis. How are you doing? How's the weather out there?
The weather is great. Summer is here. It's actually pretty hot. And yeah, your assumption is good. It was bad if I wouldn't speak English at all.
Thank you again for being here with us. Let's talk right now. I mean, I just actually saw news on this, so I wonder if this is the type of thing you'd be looking at, Luis. It had a bit of a move yesterday as well. EOS Energy, EOSE, apparently they just signed an exclusive supply deal securing 750 megawatt hours. Regardless of the catalyst, EOSE is the type of thing you'd be watching today.
Not yet. It has a little bit lower volume than what we like, actually, and we have had a very, very active pre-market, most of them as usually Chinese and Hong Kong. But look, it seems that the hype is over for what happened last week and a couple of weeks ago, that these Chinese Hong Kong low float were running like 2,000%. If you check the charts today, and we have a lot of examples of that, look, ICCM, for example, went up from 2 to 8, and it's all the way down, but we have plenty of them. EHGO, look at that, same, from $3 to $8, all the way down. We have CLWT as well. All of them, they are Chinese or Hong Kong companies popping up 300, 400% and all the way down. So, it seems that this runner crazy cycle, the days after the PDT rule was approved, it is over. So we are more confident now going short. Of course, you cannot go short something that it goes like 200, 300, 400% front side, but waiting when the volume start to drop and the hype is losing volume and momentum, you can go short and wait at least until the VWAP breaks. Right now, all of these plays are waiting for another setup, which is the VWAP rejection. We are waiting all of them to see some push up when the market opens and short against this view.
Makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that for us as well, because I think, a lot of people may be wondering how to get into these. So thank you for providing those specific things that you're looking for. I want to ask you about another one here. I'm not sure if this would necessarily be on your radar. This was on our watch list this morning, this AZTR. They've rallied in the past, I think about a $3 million market cap, if I remember correctly, with the catalyst. Is this AZTRA the type of stock that you'd be keeping an eye on potentially for today, or is this perhaps not in play right now?
Yeah, this is in play, absolutely. It's not the type of stuff that I like, but they like here in the office. Other traders, they like this very, very much. It's a sub dollar, very, very cheap one. Is 34, 35, 36 cents. They're looking for short, of course. Once it's over this momentum movement, they're looking for short. The company probably worth zero, so it will go back to zero again. So yeah, they're looking for previous resistance, like in this case was this 39 cents. You can see here this with a lot of volume there. Earnings played this. So it was a nice place to short, a nice levels to short, 39, 40 cents. It went a little bit over that, reclaim it, and now we're fighting with VWAP. Absolutely, it is a stock that we are watching. The only difficult part here sometimes is measure your size when you are trading so low price stock, because if it breaks the high of the pre-market, the volatility can go much faster. So let's say from 35 cents to 38 cents is 10 cents, right? But if it breaks 50, we are watching 5 cents movement and then 10 cents movement. So it's a little bit more difficult to measure volatility and size and what is your stop loss and your profit taking here. It's a little bit more difficult. So you gotta go with thousands of shares here to make a nice profit. We don't have ECN rebates, so you pay most of the times when you go in out of the trade. So it's a different game.
I have a question as well here about this OBAI. So a lot of people have been talking about lately. I see a lot of people in our chat. Now, this was in play today, pretty choppy. Or yesterday, sorry, was pretty choppy. Today, looks like we're still near high. So I guess my question is, as someone who I know you tend to look more for the shorts, what specific behavior would you be looking to see in this, either before the bell or after the bell, to make you consider a potential reversion to the downside on this?
Right now, because of the choppy movements yesterday and because we are trading above yesterday highs, we are not looking for shorts here, at least not very big size. We can try some starters to see if it fails when the opening bell, but most of these we are waiting for new resistance, and we have in 160, first one, you can see here, we have here, $2, sorry, it's just the last goal we will look for if we are going long, and 160 will be the first resistance. So if it gets 160, we'll try to short there for the first time, see how it reacts, how the volume and the short seller reacts there. And 2 will be like the last goal for the shorts, where above 2, really, there is nothing above that. It could be a huge runner. I think it will fail, but it not being too early in the trade in this case is important. The new, it's kind of important is a contract, government contract. So it's one of the type of news that we avoid to short pre-market without seeing any resistance. Okay, government contracts or NVDA in the new or Google or something like that, that kind of agreements, we try to avoid to short this front side.
Makes a lot of sense. Are there any other stocks that you're looking at right now or any trades that you took over the last couple of days that you want to share with anybody here?
Well, right now, most of the stock that ran up in the early pre-market, if we catch it, it will have been a very, very nice day. Right now, we are waiting for the VWAP rejection. So we are waiting all of these stocks. Here you got AHGO, CLWT, ICCM, all of these ones. We are waiting for a push when the market opens and then short it again against this VWAP. And I have to say, we are having a lot of activity during the day. So after the market opens, we have in our scanners a lot of stocks moving. So we are just waiting until the next pop of 30, 50%. Well, after the market opens, usually we don't have 100% or 200% runners, but we lower our, let's say, scanners to 30% or 50% to find new shorts to trade.
Where can the people find you if they want to have more information about you and what you do, Luis?
Well, you can find us on X, A-Day Trading, or they can email us to info@adaytrading.com.
Sounds great. Thank you so much once again here to Luis Barbado at A-Day Trading. You can also find him oftentimes in our chat right here on YouTube. And I believe he'll be back with the Midday boys as well at 1 p.m. Eastern. So definitely check that out. Thanks again, Luis.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I made the chat so they can ask me there in the chat and try to answer as fast as possible if I'm not trading. And I'll see you later for sure.
See you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
See Luis at 1 o'clock sharp here today, guys, with Sharif and I during the midday. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. A little bit quiet one on the list and some names that we're not overly familiar with, but hey, we're going to go through them anyways. Ellington Laboratories, guys, at the top of the downgrades list here today, guys, going from a buy to a neutral, a BTIG Research, no specific price target there, but you're down 0.5%. And then we have Rexford Industrial Realty Group here going from a neutral to an underweight, a neutral weight to underweight here with a price target reduction to $36. That's coming down from $38 by JP Morgan. And then we have Simulation Plus here, guys, we're down about 0.5%, 0.5% exactly, outperform to market perform, and a price target of $18.50. This was a buyout that Neil was playing yesterday. William Blair giving them the downgrade. And then we also have Domo TD Cowen giving them the downgrade, going from a buy to a hold and reducing its price target by almost half. $3.25, that's coming down from $6. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades here. We got Charles Rivers here, guys, going from an equal weight to an overweight and a $220 price target. That's coming up from $125 at Morgan Stanley. And then we have Credit Corp as well getting the nod this morning, guys. We're up a little bit less than 0.8%, but we're going from an equal weight to an overweight and a $480 price target. That's coming up from $375. Morgan Stanley giving them that nod. Now we have MFA Financial Inc. We're going from a neutral to a buy with a $10.50 price target. BTIG giving them the nod. You're up 1.28% here. Now Carter's Inc. also getting the nod, slightly negative. We're down 0.9%, going from an underweight to an equal weight, but we're increasing our price target almost by half, $42 price target. That's coming up from $32 at Wells Fargo. Let's send it back to Neil.
Thanks, Joe, for the upgrades and downgrades, and a big shout out and thanks to Luis. We're always going over the small caps for everybody, and like I know he's always going to be he's in the chat as often as he can be, and certainly ask him any questions, what he's looking at. What I love about Luis's approach is that he, it's like any trader, you have to have a style, you have to have entry strategies, you have to have a plan of action, and so immediately he's like, yeah, well, OBAI doesn't fit the profile for something that he likes to short. And rightfully so. Like, this has been a pretty strong one. Like, holding VWAP, trying to break and hold above prior highs. Like, when it loses the volume weighted average price, bit of a different story. It is slowing down a little bit. I saw that in the chat that got mentioned. But I wanted to throw this up because we couldn't put this super chat up. So So Andre sent it to me so that we could. From Omen here. Member for 6 months. So first things first, let's get this out here for you. Sorry about the congratulations being a bunch of Bitcoins, and Bitcoin's been off a little bit. I don't know. What are you going to do? Still congratulations. Now, what are the tickers you use to watch the Nasdaq and the S&P? You use ES1 plus Nasdaq, or these good indices? Can you recommend the standard ones? I mean, if you're only watching, right? If you're just using the Nasdaq or the ES futures as an indicator, then ultimately, if you've got equity quotes, there isn't a terribly good reason to not. What you're using is fine, but you can also just use the Qs and the SPY if you've got equity data. One of the reasons why you will see us often flip back and forth, like I'll show you my futures chart, like I might bring in the black chart for like the NQ, which is Nasdaq futures. So I'll come over here, I got the NQ and I got the ES up. But then when we're talking about more granular, we'll be looking at the QQQ or the SPY. That's just because here at Real Trading, you have separate risk for equities and futures. And almost all traders are equity traders, meaning you have built your buying power, you have built your equity count. All of that is built in equity. So if you're going to trade something, you're going to trade something that is equity risk and that bid ask like an equity, and that will have your buying power for US equities. And that means the ETF. So that's often why you'll see the ETFs get traded on the show. And it's perfectly logical. You use the advantages that you have for you. But yeah, if you're just tracking it for movement, like this chart is going to be exactly the same, effectively, as me pulling up the NQ. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. Just don't try to pull up the futures on Friday because it's a holiday.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Or do. I mean, that's up to you. Ain't nothing going to be
free.
happening.
You're going to be waiting a little bit for some price time. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah, just to add to Neil's point as well, you got the different styles of contracts. You have the micro and the mini as well.
Right.
So,
oh yeah, the minis.
Right. So the minis. Other than that, I'm in the same boat. Right. We'll typically look, if we're going to be talking about derivatives, we'll hop into the TQQs as well too. But yeah, curious what we got going on the list here today. YMAT was a name we were talking about not too long ago. Mike Peter Ryder trading this one from 5 in the morning all the way up to $1.49. I'm so used to trading like $100 names that when I'm talking, I'm like, okay, yeah, we went from 79 bucks to 100, but no, it's $1, literally. But as for the watch list, guys, I think for the week, we're going to be talking about SpaceX. We're all the way up to $208 at this point here, Neil. And I think this is going to be a big inflection point, this 209, 210. We've seen a lot of open interest at that level, which we could probably pull up right now and see what we have going on at that specific zone, because think about the amount of volume. And when we're trading and talking about options, these are shares that are existing already, right? We're not creating any new shares. So if it's derived from something, it has to come from the actual float itself. So $210, that's where we had a lot. So the open interest is now there, Neil. So we'll keep an eye out on that. 15,000 contracts, which I don't think is very much, but that's going to be the most from what we're experiencing right now. So 15,000 contracts at that $210 strike price that's expiring tomorrow. And then we have also, from a volume standpoint, this is going to be yesterday's data, 63,000 contracts open and closed. So yeah, not too bad of a look whatsoever. I mean, I'm not going to call this a call wall or anything along those lines. I don't believe it's enough size, considering we put in 1.6 million contracts open and closed. So times that by 100, that's a lot of volume and shares being exchanged throughout that specific contract itself.
And what we've seen specifically with SpaceX from a liquidity standpoint has been just spectacular in terms of the volume and the willingness for it to transact so much liquidity each price. Like there was somebody in the afternoon that sat on the bid for 2.5 million shares and gobbled it up. It was at 200 even. They moved the order to $200.50. They bumped it up and took the entire fill. You don't see things like that happen. You might see, like when Nvidia or any of these big stocks, like like gravitate towards like a big gigantic even dollar level, and they move toward it the entirety of the day. I remember Apple at $180 had a ridiculous level. Nvidia's done it before, and then by the time you get there, there's just an absolute wall with shares on like every gateway. This was one order at one price that they just moved, and they moved it up 50 cents and took the whole fill. Like it wasn't somebody spoofing, and we've been seeing that on SpaceX. You've seen a lot of refreshers. Like someone's holding the 207 bid right now as we speak as it tries to get higher. But I'm going to lean back into, like yesterday it was like right off the open, it was basically like it gave you the test of the pre-market high into VWAP. It's like bang, bang, and then it was just gone. Like at that point, the short didn't really come in until here, until there. So, but I'm gonna add the trend breaks to the strategy today because I was really just looking pop and fade again in that range, like the 210 to 215 pop fade. But I'm gonna add trend breaks to it. I wasn't taking trend breaks on this stock because.
Yeah, once that $200 level broke and once that order was filled, it dropped like $6 almost pretty quick, right? So no, I mean, there's a lot going on with this name. I stand by what I've said. After that lockout period and all those shares are released, I think this might become a different beast, in my opinion. We'll get the prices that we want. I don't think that's gonna. It's just a matter of how high are we gonna climb before I eventually get those fills. But yeah, you can see Tuesday session strong, but this one's starting to see a little selling pressure start to step in with a high of $225. But hey, man, an inside day, I'm getting the feels on that here, Neil, unless things just go absolutely insane, and anything can happen in this market. There's a name that we don't often talk about, Applied Materials. It's probably going to touch an all-time high here today, and we talk about just following the money. And where is it all going from these hyperscalers? And we're talking about the Googles, the Metas, the Microsofts, and the Amazons who are spending all this immense amounts of cash to the point where they're actually having an effect on GDP. Well, where is that going? Applied Materials, and then we have Shreve's ASML here. I mean, these names are just going absolutely nuts, and if you can get in on any form of a dip, I think that's going to be a good opportunity to get involved. And as long as these guys continue to spend all this cash, which it's funny, I had this thought yesterday, and we're about year 2 or 3 about in this just like absolute insane build out in this structural change within our day-to-day lives. But now we're starting to fall into seeing these guys who were so cash heavy at one point have to go to the debt markets now. Not all for the same, not for the same reason. But I'm not saying sound the alarm or anything along those lines. But is that going to be a little bit of a sentiment shift? Are these guys going to be placing guidance where they're going to have that amount of cash capex? I don't know. I think that might be a little bit of a change moving forward in the next couple of quarters. But if it ramps right back up and we start seeing the Amazons and the Googles bring in more ridiculous amounts of cash, with Google over 900 million monthly active users in the Gemini ecosystem, it's just like, okay, Sundar stating, hey, we would make more money if we had more compute, and then that's why you see these guys continuously spending all this stuff. So, I mean, I think we have a couple more years in this big-time bull market.
Well, I'd like to think so. That being said, if there is something that is going to slow down the train, then it is this whole debt market. Yeah. I think it's we saw first effect of that yesterday with all of the chip names on the Nvidia news. We've seen it happen at least to a certain extent when you had Alphabet say they're going into the bond market, and great, like Nvidia is able to get that money right quick, and Google too, but not everybody's going to be able to tap the debt markets as easily, and as that trickles down the line, you're going to see I think you will see some cash flows. For now, it's like, well, the trends are higher. It's been buy the dip, and like that's the kind of thing you do until it stops working. But yeah, I think it's not a great sign. People have been looking for reasons for a turn. I feel like this is the start of it, but it's not necessarily going to be a problem per se for Nvidia as it will be some other companies. Like what happens if CoreWeave has to? They already have a ton of debt, that company. By the way, it is 9 o'clock. Yeah. We have a free watch list to get to, and we'll talk a little bit of futures, and then we'll get you guys to the open as SpaceX has continued to make some moves to the upside. Market's still not doing a heck of a lot after that positive retail sales number. But let's get into the watch list and throw it back to the desk.
750.5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're barely holding on to that right now, 751.10. We're up 0.1%, but I want to draw your attention to this gap here that we have. That was basically Monday after President Trump announced the cessation or the possible deal to be signed on Friday. So that 745 to 750 area hasn't seen any price action, and it's looking like this might set up as a flat bottom break because we are putting in lower highs and have been for the last few days. So look for 750 initially to support. If it fails, we're looking at 745 as support level 2. If we start catching a bid, we're looking right at 755 in the face of Dara.
We're also looking right in the face at the Trader TV Live rundown, which is always based on the Trader TV Live watch list. This watch list is free. This watch list can come right to your inbox. How can it come right to your inbox? You can either type in that URL or you can go into the description on our chat in our YouTube video to grab that watch list. Again, free information to help you tackle the market every single day. We're going to start with a theme that has been discussed ad nauseum, and I think for good reason over the last couple days. It's space, because of course SpaceX on watch with these ETFs, but some good news as well for ASTS today. Yes, and SpaceX, because there's a lot of overlap between these two stories. So 3 massive satellites making their way into low Earth orbit this morning at 2:49 a.m. aboard SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket. There's some record-breaking information here that I got to give you. So the satellites that are making their way, they're going to have a 2,400 square foot antenna, and they promise of about 200 megabits directly from satellite to cell phone. You're not going to be able to get your hands on it quite yet because most of it is reserved for the military. Give you information on that in a second. But let's talk about the SpaceX angle here. So this mission was powered by the Falcon 9 booster. This is its historic 29th flight. It relies extremely heavily on reused high-fatigue booster for commercial payloads, but the fact that they were able to carry 3 different satellites here that they had to stack on top of one another, analysts are saying the margins were razor thin. So happy that they got that done. But the orbital log mechanics kind of confirm the real hurdle hasn't even begun yet, because they're gonna have to unfold these things structurally in space. And we saw what happened, I think, a few months ago in late April when Bluebird 7 had a deployment failure. So there are issues with ASTS's equipment. Let's see if they can get it right this time around. The company's executives, though, were selling. There was a lot of insider selling into this print, about $284 million worth of their own shares in the 3 months leading to yesterday's launch. So something to think about there, but ASTS has been up aggressively, so it stands to reason that they take profits. But the immediate monetization of this new hardware is heavily tied to the Pentagon. The launch directly satisfies some of the operational milestones for that U.S. Space Development Agency's $30 million Halo defense contract. So a significant portion of that data, that 200 megabits that we were talking about, is entirely tied up for the Pentagon, not quite ready for commercial use. Dare. Yeah, beyond that story, of course, we know as well SpaceX would watch with these leveraged ETFs. Apparently 12 leveraged ETFs, according to Bloomberg, netted a total in dollar-traded volume of $4 billion yesterday alone. So, of course, always be careful with these leveraged ETFs, but shows that there's a lot of interest in the space theme, SPCX and ASTS in particular.
Yeah, significantly. And remember, since the euphoria of the SpaceX IPO, the run that went up into it, ASTS is off heavily from the highs. It is holding for now the 200 period moving average, but without a break of trend, or specifically without a break of 90, it's like, wake me up if we can break 90 on this stock, right? Like, it's the last. Actually, talked about this in the lesson of the day. Like, you had the dump. SpaceX launches the IPO. And you basically held the same bottom range, the same low at 82, can't break 90. So if you're not trading it at waiting for an 82, I think if positive will mean this breaking through 90 and it's got a gap to fill. Otherwise, hands off. The volume's good, but not necessarily great. It certainly could break. That could break today. I mean, it's not impossible. So it's on the radar, but it's not in the front of the mind. I mean, like, if this pops, I'm probably still going to short a Virgin Galactic, but that's gotten to the point where it's barely even popping anymore. But what is popping is SpaceX. The volume and volatility is here, so I think opening up the playbook a little bit more. I'm going I was really only looking for, hey, key price level does what I want, take the short, scalp it, and you can get $5 to $10 scalp trades on this thing multiple times a day, and I think I only took the one. I'm going to look for trend breaks as well. So at 210 to 215, that's the first target zone to look for a reversion. If it does a simple topping tail like yesterday at 9:30, where you kind of snap into it on the first candle and get that quick reversion, and it's over in a minute or two, that's one thing. But if we get another crazy trend higher, try to remember 230 in blue ocean in the overnight markets was the top, and then we had 225 yesterday. So it is effectively a double top up there, 225 to 230. And I'm going to look for the pop and fade. If I don't get that at the open, I will look for the first big trend break and then take my shot that way. Our locates are basically free, but you can express the trade with one of the inverse leverage ETFs. You can go long the inverse leverage ETF if you're trying to short it. And you got to be careful. Make sure you have an out.
Yeah, you can play both sides of that coin. This is why I dumped this. All right, well, you guys know I've been talking about NASA. Got a little bit of a run, but I got out of it relatively quick here, especially when you have SpaceX that's up 60% off of its IPO price, 5.9%. So these were supposed to be, the preferred is supposed to be switched into common. I don't know if this is going to be other assets, less liabilities here, that are going to be 16%, but this is why I just got rid of this vehicle. There's no point in me owning it. I'm just going to have that cash and that dry powder on the side for these fills here on SpaceX. So looking forward to seeing what we got, $2.7 trillion market cap here, Neil. So that's pretty big. And we were talking about the technicals on this bad boy and some of the leverage products. Now, I mean, it's a neck and neck race between Amazon and SpaceX right now. But what we are going to do is 210 rejection. We talked about the open interest. There's a little bit of a supply zone. Let's see how that comes into play. We're up about 3% here on the day. And we have to just figure out, is this going to be an inside day, or are we going to blow past this previous pivot high of maybe around $214? I think there's going to be some good opportunities to trade this name. Shri brought up some fantastic points in regards to SpaceX and just their total addressable market, right? I think they have the ability to grow in the mobility space, that is only 10 to 17 million users across the Starlink ecosystem. I think they have a lot more market share to grow, and that's one of the smaller segments within the company that's, like, even though it is the primary driver right now from a TAM standpoint, it's actually one of the smaller ones. A lot of it has to do with XAI and just the data center infrastructure is what can potentially drive SpaceX here, guys. Send it back to the desk.
We're going to talk here about INTC. Mentioned this earlier here, but worth talking about again. Lip-Bhutan and Co. out here with risk production being started on 18AP node.
Codenamed Core Ultra 3 Series, or Series 3, I should say, Panther Lake. It gives you 9% performance boost, about 18% increase in energy or power reduction. But they've designed it so that it could be easily compatible between the old 18A and the 18AP, which is designed specifically for hyperscalers. So if the hyperscalers have already purchased these Panther Lake series processors, they'll be able to easily convert into the new 18AP. However, we should kind of note that a lot really rides on this 18AP getting anchor clients. As we spoke about earlier, we're looking for Microsoft, we're looking for Amazon, Nvidia's. They need to adopt this en masse. Otherwise, what you can see is the 14A node kind of go to the wayside. So the company says if they don't have the requisite money to invest in 14A vis-a-vis these anchor clients, they're going to forego it altogether. That could mean the deal that the market is pricing in with Apple may never see the light. So something to think about there. And apparently it's got a ultra low voltage threshold. So you're going to be able to kind of use this with good power as well as good energy usage. Typically, you've got to decide one or the other. It looks like the engineering team here kind of chose the happy middle. So let's see how Intel trades.
What's your look on Intel, guys?
Yeah, look, I was just telling Joe, if you're watching, go back to SpaceX for a second. If you're watching SpaceX, it's a CDR in Canada, but also look at Blue Ocean if you can for the overnight markets. Some of the levels you're going to get from that, including the 200 hold last night. Look, this is, as she said, this is big news for Intel. You know, there's been nothing more important to justifying the run that it's had up than locking in some big customers. And if this is the first step toward solidifying Apple, then so be it. It needs to break 122.50. Otherwise, fill in the gap from yesterday, because this was one of the more harsh pullbacks that we saw in the chip space yesterday, and one of the weakest ones. And actually, the one that I was favoring the most to the short side, just based on the chart alone. Now we get a positive story. So if it can take out 122.50, I'm all for it. And then we like that to the long side. I cannot ignore, however, like a pattern is a pattern, and if you simply look at the last two opens, that's fail breakout, trend down, fail breakout, trend down. Well, what do you think? If it does another topping tail candle at the open, then it doesn't matter what I think of the news. I'm just gonna start looking short at that point. That's just how it is. It's just a pattern. I still love the story. Still gonna like it, like the 117 area for a dip buy long. But when you're up this close to the breakout level, there's two things to look for. There's the break and there's the topping tail reversal. So that's what I'm looking for here on Intel. And just to give you the visual of what I was sort of discussing in the blue ocean market, if you can't chart this, remember in the afternoon how there was all that action at the 200 level? It basically did the same thing with a big hold right at $200 in the overnight market. So there's some gravity down toward that price. And it's a key one. I think if you're short, if you're looking for longs, you cannot ignore what's been happening at the 200 level and some trades off of it. And the aftermarket's doing a lot of volume. That's what makes it significant.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we were talking about this 18AP here, a 9% increase in performance, 18% power reduction, and there's a lot of things that sound good, and I have no idea what they mean, including a 20% to 40% improvement in thermal resistance. Not bad, but I found this interesting, 10x reduction in dynamic voltage droop. Now, Sharif may know a little bit about that, but this 18P sounds like it's going to be performing significantly better than what they had in that 18A. As for Intel and the stock itself, big time run. We mentioned this before, a high of $134 that comes off of that. I think there's a good opportunity to buy, and I'll always run back to the point that the government now has a 10% stake in the company, so it's always in their best interest to get the biggest and the best customers. That's why you see them almost forcing the hand of Apple. You have a big time investment from NVDA to the tune of $5 billion. So there's a lot of positivity and positive things going for this company, and it's just the right sentiment. We're in the right environment for this name to go and continue to go on a big time run.
Not going on a big time run as of right now is US Open. It's absolutely going to be on watch. I know this is a topic that's continued to be in focus, but as we await that Friday potential signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, President Trump has made it pretty clear that the U.S. could, quote, go back to dropping bombs if he doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah, nothing to be surprised about there, guys. He's always wanted to maintain the optionality. 3 Iranian tankers carrying nearly 5 million barrels of crude successfully exited the Strait today, and by virtue of that, the American blockade, which had prevented them from moving their oil, the market's kind of interpreting this as an early sign of the Iranian oil exports could return, hopefully, to the global markets by Friday's Geneva signing. We'll have to wait and see, but all eyes on the headlines, as we always say. Keep your eye and stay with us here. We'll have them for you.
Yes, and we actually will also have at 9:30 a.m. we're supposed to have a press conference held by U.S. President Trump from the G7 summit. If anything comes up related to oil, I'll keep you guys posted. Even now, just seeing headlines, CNN saying that there is some backlash already being faced by the MOU because it's being viewed as a, quote, total surrender by the U.S. If we get more details, of course, we will let you know. But in the meantime, are you guys watching oil or adjacent plays?
Well, so the way that I've been using oil here on the show is essentially it's been a decent leading indicator. Now, it's trend down. I think that just makes it a short till it's not. So if you're looking for me, like if I'm looking for a dip buy level on a stock, the stocks I like to the long side, and we end up trending up, like I just simply look at, pre-market high resistance levels. You get up there, get a curl, and then as that curls and heads back down, that gives you an opportunity to maybe go long and catch some bounces in other places. So that's where I'm looking, and it's still showing you, it's got the afternoon like 116 and then the same 117 levels to get put on. if we break out above 117 on USO, I think at that point, whether it was headline driven or whatever could possibly cause that to happen, if we start filling in that type of a gap, yeah, that could be an abandon some longs or take some profit kind of moment where I would start to think about flipping short in some places. If you start breaking out there, I said yesterday if that broke out, I'd probably look at like a battle, like a small capper that I think could run and try to go long. So it's more looking at the key level than trying to trade USO itself and then making some reactions based upon that. We're always listening to headlines, but I'm starting to feel like it's not as much of a focus as it was before. It's still in that pullback range. One note that I was making yesterday, which I think will be important as things draw back down, is China was able to withstand this oil price shock in part a lot because of how big they built up their reserve to historic levels, far surpassing the U.S. And as other countries, including the U.S., had to draw down into their reserves, I think when they build it back up, they're going to probably build back higher. That's just my guess. So I think there's going to be a bit of a floor that gets put on oil prices as they start to come back in because you're going to have more reserves built up on the way down. Of course, demand's going to be a big deal, so you got to watch out for global economic demand. Like that could be, if everyone just goes into recession, then it doesn't really matter. Prices get shocked down even further, but I think that could put a little bit of a bounce in USO. But for now, it's just going to be about the levels. The 117 is the one to watch. If we start breaking out there, I think you got to be concerned.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about, to add to Neil's point there, a couple of weeks, even a month into this whole conflict, you heard countries like Australia and everything on that Eastern Hemisphere was having a lot of trouble, and they were just dipping into their reserves bright and early, which isn't good. So I could see a floor happening on this. We did have that key level of 130 being broken on that. I wouldn't be surprised if, I'm not saying in the immediate future, but at some point, maybe in early 2027, we start to see the prices of oil drop. I mean, listen, we're almost halfway there anyway. So sub $100 is something that I'd be specifically looking at. Once this deal gets done, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 10 to 15% drop here in oil. So that's what I'm looking forward to, because that can remain extremely bullish for the overall market. Now, we do have that decoupling between the Nasdaq and USO, which is really key. When we had that inverse correlation happening, you just seen oil go on these insane runs in the market, get hit a little bit, but now considering we're starting to diverge from that, I think that's good for the equity markets. Send it back to the desk to talk a little crypto.
Yeah, let's talk here about crypto. And I do want to start here with Coinbase, because I think COIN had, we know, some catalysts yesterday with that launching of real tokenized stocks. Some other announcements made at their shareholder event, but also some hints that we could get 24/7 stock trading from the SEC, as reported by Reuters. So just a lot to keep an eye on in crypto.
Absolutely, and good market sentiment here, even though it was negative yesterday for Bitcoin, ETH, and XRP as they shifted out of the recent fear zones, so to speak, and driven really by more or the easing of geopolitical tensions. But Sentiment Intelligence actually reported a bullish to bearish commentary ratio, about 1.52 for BC, 1.4 for ETH, and about 1.65 for XRP. I was also reading this morning that some of these sort of altcoins have been outperforming some of the major coins as well, so something to look out for.
Yeah, lots to watch out for in the crypto space, but which crypto-related equities are you guys watching today?
None.
It's number 3 on the list today.
You got IBIT on there?
Yeah, well, I'm going to be, the SpaceX obviously continues to be the first thing to be looked at, and I got Oracle and Intel. Those are the other two, which we've already discussed, and then IBIT's in a downtrend. So when it's in a downtrend, or resumes a downtrend, yesterday it resumed the downtrend. So it's going to be a short if it gets to 37, or just into the prior lows, like the 37 to 37.10. Yeah. We're basically at 65,000 right now. So like it looks relatively weak. Not a big fan of what's going on. Unable to hold up, unable to really hold some of the gains. Like we had the big gap up on Monday and a strong, relatively strong day, and then immediately you just go back into sell mode with the rest of the market. And unlike the rest of the market, which is now holding and higher, slightly up, this is now just gap down again. If this was up at like 37.4 and holding in this range, hey, you could have a consolidation up top. That's not what we're getting. So the stair step to the downside continues for sure. It's a little bit early, but It's just worth, I'm just going to throw it up here because it's like 923. There's not much by way of the imbalances, but remember when 925 hits and then again at 28, you might see some shocks. We had a few names really bounce around in the final 5 minutes going into the open yesterday and cause some crazy price action. SpaceX even had a little bit of a jaunt as well. So watch out. I would suspect we've been seeing interesting action, even for new IPO, to have imbalances or move on imbalances is not the normal, but there's nothing normal about SpaceX. I suspect at 925 or at 928, you're probably going to see a volume spike or shock, and it's going to be because of these imbalances that are due in a minute.
Yeah, I agree. As for some of these crypto plays, I mean, I'm looking over here at ETHA, and I'm like, do I get involved? Excuse me. We're kind of bashing the overall space for quite some time, but I think some good times to pick this stuff up. Even though I just sold a bunch of my IBIT, you have to take into consideration where I sold it. But we have Ethereum, ETHA, at $13.54. Now, the question for myself is, do I go with the actual underlying asset where I'm looking at a one-to-one, or am I going to be looking at somewhat of a leverage play? Like Ethereum, ETHA at $13, and you can get BMNR at $16, right? Oh, what a fall from grace on this one. 90% to the downside on BMNR. Shout out to Tom Lee because he's still wearing his little BMNR button everywhere, and it's just like, uh-oh. I was listening to CNBC the other day, and I forget who it was. It might have been Joe, just giving Tom Lee praise, saying, man, you called a rally this week. You did this. You've hit the nail on the head on multiple occasions. And I'm just sitting on my couch thinking, are you sure about that? Because look what happened to BMNR. Anyways, aside from that, MSTR, BMNR, those are going to be the routes that I take. I did reduce my exposure. I'll tell you guys full disclosure on where I was selling here on Bitcoin. I sold some here at $62. I sold some at $49, and then I offloaded the majority of my position off here at $43. But I'm still sitting on, don't forget, it's my third or fourth largest holding. I'm still sitting on a good chunk, but I can just buy it back already, Neil, at a lower price. I'm waiting for some trend lines to break, and what I want to see is maybe a cool down in things that have been hot for so long, and then a rotation into something that has been beaten up for quite some time and down 50%. You have Ethereum down 60% off of its highs. So, I mean, kick them when it's down, but then we got to pick them up once trend lines start to break, and that's the narrative that I sit on. Things will turn around, I believe, in this space. Nothing has changed fundamentally. If anything, there's only tailwinds. Michael Saylor continuously buying more, even though everybody was like, what is happening here, when he sold 32 of them, which I find somewhat comical, but hey, it is what it is. People don't want to sit through the volatility. I'm one of them. I'll pick it up when it's ready to start moving again, and I have no shame in saying so.
Before we throw it back up to the desk, there was a buy and balance on SPCX. It did do a little bit of a shot up, 650,000 to the buy side. See Snapchat there, 800,000 to the sell. We just talked about IBIT. That's 700,000 to the sell side. Open Door, 470,000 sell side. Penny stock, this ADTX, it's literally a penny stock. It's like under 1 cent. So that's pretty insignificant, that 3.7 million. So SpaceX, bit of a jaunt higher on that. We have a certain something happening at 2 o'clock, which is a big one because it's the first time for Warsh.
Yeah, we do. We'll get into that certain something in just a minute. Just want to let you guys know TSLA, a little bit of a headline here. Dutch Road Authority, RDW, is saying that they have not had any relevant incidents yet with Tesla self-driving software. So it sounds like all is well. They did say, though, they've increased their monitoring of Teslas using the FSD driver assistance software. So just a bit of an update there. TSLA trying to hold on to that $400 level. But let's see if the Fed is holding on to these rates, because we are expecting here the rates will be held in place. 99.6% of participants are expecting that hold. Do you think we'll get anything super surprising in Kevin Warsh's first meeting as Fed Chair, Sharif?
I'm just going to listen to what he has to say, Adara. I'm not going to go into this with pre-made expectations. Let's see if we get the dot plot. Let's see what kind of commentary. Does he lean more hawkish, more dovish? Today, for me, is just a learning experiment.
Yeah, and we'll get that learning experiment here first with the actual rate statement and decision at 2 p.m., then with the first ever press conference led by new Fed Chair Warsh at 2:30 p.m. You can stick with us for all of that right here at Trader TV Live. How are you guys preparing for the Fed meeting?
Well, you trade the morning like normal. No decision at 2 o'clock, right? So no change. There will be decision. The decision will be no change. And in 2:30, I think is going to matter as usual much more. We want to hear his tone. I think it's more important the messaging going forward, whether or not they continue with the dot plot or if too many members don't want to do it. And if they're not going to be signaling their future plans, I think that'll lead to a little more volatility. Good for trading, maybe not the best for the markets. I'll be watching the IWM. I feel like the Russell might move a little bit more after 2:30. So that'll be, but again, we can deal with that in a couple of hours. So right off the bat, the first thing might be a little bit of SpaceX. I just heard we might be going to DARA, some news before the bell.
Quick pre-bell news, guys. AAPL pushing here into 301. We already heard this, I think, on Monday, but seeing this again reported now by Bloomberg that Apple is planning to release its camera AirPods alongside its new upgradable iPhone that'll be happening in 2027. So again, upgraded foldable iPhone and camera AirPods both set to be released in 2027. That's being reported by Bloomberg. Not the first time we've seen this reported, but nice push to the upside for Apple.
Apple, so congratulations. Apple, the boring but amazing stock that only ever seems to go up. And no one seemed to want it. As when we did a poll a couple weeks ago, and it was what Mag 7 name would you want to buy up here? And Apple was dead last.
Was it?
Yes.
Was it Meta?
It was insignificant. They were both dead last. I was a little surprised. I'm like, really? You're gonna put Apple in the bucket with Meta? That's what we're doing? It felt like it was very cold-blooded, but with less than 20 seconds to go till the open, the first place to look, and Oracle's already going down. So I did like Oracle for a bit of a fade, 188 to 188.5. Maybe it bounces, maybe it doesn't at this particular point. SpaceX, like it for that 215 area pop and fade early, as the market is now open and kind of flattish. But heading to the downside. First look looks like we're heading back into a little bit to the downside. SpaceX was launching earlier and all pre-market, but I want to wait for that pop. It gave you the pop at the open, and then that was the fade opportunity. Oracle is getting smoked. Yeah, Oracle ain't it, man.
NVDA getting smoked right now, too. I've watched it climb up to north of $209, and now we're at 207.83. I think for the foreseeable future, until this short interest really starts to cool off here in NVDA, I think out of the gate we're going to see some pretty hefty hefty. That's not hefty whatsoever, but we're going to struggle with breaching that $210 marker. I just have that feeling. There's so many contracts written against this company, which I find kind of astonishing. And odd. Like, why wouldn't that happen for Apple? But we're just going through a weird phase within the underlying. There goes SpaceX 210 there, Neil, looking to break and hold that previous pivot that you and I were both referring to not too long ago. Now, is today going to be an inside day, or are we going to just flat out have a buy program and maybe a rotation out of some names? Google sold off initially to 367. Now you're back $4 higher. There it goes, Neil. Oh, man. 211, that was a good break. A hold of 210, a level that we've been continuously looking at time and time again. And then now you're $3.5 off of that level, 5.8%. Man, oh man, what a big time move. I'm going to be looking at some resistance here momentarily at 214. I want to see how this underlying asset reacts. Well, you know what we may as well do right now, considering we're talking about the name. How has the narrative changed? And boom, that's what I'm talking about right here, Neil, is the open interest now available for everyone here on the options chain. Go and check it out, guys. SPCX, 169% implied volatility. We have 15,000 contracts at that 210 strike price. Where is that next level that we could potentially go? I don't see 15, anything.
20?
Yeah, anything is possible. 220, there's not even any size there. They're going to absorb that. It's at 10. By the end of the week, maybe we'll go out to plays right now. That may change, okay? Let me know if you guys see anything else. Because right now, I only have monthlies June, July, August, and September. I wouldn't be surprised if only a matter of time until we start to see those 2 DTEs like we have in the other Meg 7. That's some big-time movement here already, 213.26 in this bad boy. Implied volatility volatility at 213.26 in this bad boy. Implied volatility, as we speak about it, is increasing. This is insane. I'm going to be patient. I was looking at Tesla. Why? I have no idea, as this thing sells to $400, and NVDA now down to 207.84. Let's take a look at the options chain on this bad boy and see what we have going on. Continuous selling pressure. Now, these are 0 DTEs. They're going to be expiring today. I think this is small potatoes, but we can see that these are acting as a resistance zone. It just takes so much money to move this thing. Oh, and a big sell-off by Tesla. The SPY and the Nasdaq going to crack some key support levels here, ladies and gentlemen. There it goes, 733. About to fill this gap. My boy Gaurav in the chat, yeah, flush city right now across the board, Neil. SpaceX from a high of 214. This is the level that I was talking about. You're now down $6 from that 214 marker. But what we do have is SPY and the TQQQs breaking through some key support levels. Let's keep an eye out on these bad boys just in case it's an additional fade. I mean, the market was an all-day fader yesterday, Neil. Are we going to continue on that trajectory? You figured it out?
No. So apologies, and thanks for filling in, Joe.
Yeah, of course.
Some issues with the PC
some technical
difficulties. But look at SpaceX now. Absolutely, the market is coming back in heavily. There was your topping tail on SpaceX. I tried to get it back through 212, like on the way, back up through, and that might have come and gone. I'm going to leave the order in. The thing about SpaceX is it has been, like, it's so liquid that sometimes you can get swept up in some of these spikes. So I want to give myself a chance to do that if I can. Oracle caught a bid and then rejected 180. I like 188.5, but if 188 is going to be the top, I got to look at the volume weighted average price because I want.
You want a coffee, brother?
If I can. Yeah, this one's cold.
Yeah, let's go. I got you covered, man.
Joe's gonna grab
some. Give me that one.
Don't worry. Joe's gonna grab some Joe. And I'm going to try and get VWAP Oracle. I'm already sitting at about 211 to try to catch a pop, any kind of a fade on a pop on SpaceX. That was not like yesterday on SpaceX. Yesterday, when it gave the pop at the open, it was much more, I don't even know what the word to use it. Like, liquid's not the right word. It was more attainable to try to catch that on that snap to the upside. Intel is absolutely tanking as well. Oh, goodness. But the Nasdaq, look, the Nasdaq's not that bad. I know I'm looking at SpaceX, which has just dropped $5, and Intel's just dropped $3. But the Nasdaq is still slightly green. It just lost the volume weighted average price. Looks like day 2 of selling is upon us. And I think it started with Nvidia and that 20 billion raise. For sure, Scott H in the chat is saying, look at SMCI. I mean, not to say it, but like, if SpaceX is falling and the Nasdaq is falling and Intel is falling and Nvidia is falling, SMCI is not going to be up. So I guess not really that much of a surprise at all. Bitcoin is, oddly enough, why is this going up? That would be the question I'm asking. Why is this going up if the market is going down? I like 37, so I might nibble if I can. Just going to get on the offer and see if I can't get a little bit of a nibble on that bad boy. But it is SpaceX that is going to be the first thing that I do want. If I have to take VWAP, I'll take a shot underneath the volume weighted average price if I have to. Just willing to get in to the game because I saw in the chat a couple of people saying they think it's going to be its first red day. I don't know that I have to go that far. I don't have to believe that it closes red. I just want to look for a short trade. If it closes under VWAP, fine, I'll take the shot there. Or we're still waiting for us to get that between 210 and 215, which would be up closer to the 212 level. Let us know what you guys are trading in the chat. I do see a super chat from Lunch99, if we can throw that one up there. Shout out to you, Lunch99. You caught Meta down. Thank you, everyone. Well, it feels like if you caught anything down, you're absolutely laughing. Okay, there's a break of the low on. And by the way, if I keep wanting to say Virgin Galactic. So if I say that, just understand what I'm talking about. I'm actually obviously going to be talking about SpaceX. So if you caught Meta down, you caught anything down, you're absolutely laughing. This can't hold $600, not a surprise to anybody. As long as the sellers want to be taking control of this stock under 600, then I think it's a no-fly zone for Meta. But as the market tries to come back here, and take the first shot underneath VWAP, if we break 210, which is the first dollar above the volume weighted average price, then I would jump out of this trade. And while that's happening, we also got Oracle coming on back through and IBIT. So Oracle coming back through, we like the topping tail on this thing, 188. As I said to you guys earlier, that's going to be my out on Oracle. Remember the news with Microsoft with Oracle? They refuted it and said that it was a little bit more nuanced than what was reported. I'm just pure playing the technicals there. And as I waited for IBIT, that came into my 37. So 37 and change is going to be the out there. So we got our Oracle trade, we got IBIT for the first time, and then SpaceX, of course, underneath VWAP. Although I am trying to get shares at 208 because I'm in at 7 and I wanted to fill at 08.5 if I can grab it. And the plan is 200. There was a buyer in the aftermarket at 200 that was a refresher and a holder, and there was a buyer in the afternoon at the same price level that was also a bit of a refresher. So you got to respect that even dollar. If I see size show up, you got to tap out.
Yes, sir.
Tap
her in. Just tap it.
Just tap it in.
Just tap it in. All right,
Love
guys.
those moves.
Yeah, some good stuff.
Thanks for the Joe, man.
Yeah, of course, man. Here it is, man. Let's take a look at some of these small cap. Ooh, okay. We got a couple of things popping on our radar. I got to hop in the chat, guys. My apologies. No patrol in here for me today. Obviously being highly sarcastic, but let's see what we got going on here. OBAI, I know our boy Adam James has been talking about this one. A nice high of the day break at it's crazy, $1.39 up to $1.52. Now, how is our boy YMAT, AMAT's cousin right here? Once again, don't take me literal. We're going from 69 cents all the way up to $1.58. Now we're starting to find a little bit of a move. Nothing that I see right now is catching my eye in the world of small caps, and I can almost say the exact same thing here for some of the large caps. I want to head over to Tesla because this name, as almost always, is on my radar. We did have that volume weighted average price break on Tesla, so let's see if we're going to get that retest of that level, VWAP that is, and then maybe we can have an ability to get involved in this. But a lot of just overlapping candles at this moment. 205 on SPCX. Neil, both you and I were talking about that $214 marker on that specific name. NVDA is starting to display some buying pressure here, guys. So this might catch my eye. You know how we trade this vehicle via NVDL. As long as we hold 207.50, this might be a green light for me to go on this bad boy. Let's see how NVDA holds up because I obviously want to get involved with it a little bit more. We keep grabbing some more shares. This is something that I will be forever buying just due to the numbers. And it's unfortunate that we haven't seen. Yeah, all right. I think this is our green light to go, and it's already kind of moving without me here, Neil. But that's okay. As I ramble on a little bit here, I'm okay with that because this thing takes a little bit, but it's crazy of me to say, takes a lot of cash to move the price. And with that being said, I believe I can get a fill around $98.10. That's going to be my target here on NVDL for this potential.
NVDL.
Yeah.
Okay. I got confused for a second because you were saying, yeah, okay.
NVDL, baby.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
So two things have happened, and thank you, Joe. I think we figured out the issue with my PC, so we'll get that fixed at some point. But bounce off the pre-market lows. Buyers refreshing at 204 and at 205 on SpaceX. I'll take another stab at it for maybe a bit of a cleaner trade because we didn't get off VWAP. Where like it was a $3.5, $4 move that we only grabbed two. So I'll try to load off VWAP, but Oracle caught a bid. So we shorted underneath volume weighted average price. Keep the stop tight. Don't let it go too far against this here. So, SpaceX win, Oracle lost. That'll wash out. As the market's really trying to battle back in here, we're gonna go over to Adara because I just heard her say it. Intel. I'm just gonna cancel my offer on Intel. That's looking like it could end up being a VWAP trade as well. But the market really trying to come back off of some of those lows. ASTS just broke 88, broke VWAP, looking pretty strong as the rebound is in. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on ROKU. Once again, Roku on watch. What we have here are some comments from Barron's in an article. They're saying that in addition to, of course, Fox trying to acquire this company, they think that Netflix or Disney should, quote, hijack Fox's deal. They want a bidding war. So again, Barron's saying there could be a bidding war, at least in their opinion, for Roku, ROKU being sent higher. I also have to mention here, guys, we do have some economic data, as I brought up earlier at 10 a.m. Pending home sales change month over month and business inventories month over month. Stick with us. I'll give you those numbers at 10. Back to you.
Ooh, bidding wars are always fun.
Oh, wow.
For Roku, though. Yikes.
APL.
It's not what I would have expected. Apple, man.
Yeah.
The dead one. It's not so dead now,
Thanks,
is it?
Ryan.
It's alive from the depths of... whatever. I can't say with a straight face from the depths of hell for this stock. Like, what are we even talking about? Apple has been good. Apple stays good. Apple bounced off the 50 period. Apple has good news, and Apple's running higher. The Nasdaq, however, oh boy.
Oh, boy.
That is what I'm just channeling my inner Obi. That is what you call a bit of a V shape. So good news, we like it when the market goes up. What's that meaning for IBIT? It held right at that 37, so it held right onto the prior day low. I understand it's a 24-hour market, but same thing. Opening range bottom is holding, so even with the market looking strong, this feels like I should be adding to it on the way back through. So I'm going to try and add to that position. Jump back over to SpaceX, which was a quick scalp trade once, but that's the thing. Like I caught the bottom of the move, but I didn't catch the top of the move. So we're able to get out at the bottom on the short, but obviously that 212 area was a much better place to be short. I might still try it again under VWAP, but what an incredible run up there by the Nasdaq. I guess I have to assume Nvidia is flying as well.
It's not really, Neil. It's kind of stuck within this range. Yeah, like we can't break 208.80. I think it's Apple that's definitely leading this one. The reason why I have conviction within this specific trade and TXJ, I'm going to be looking at that small cap momentarily. But the reason why I got involved with this is look at all the buying pressure on the 5-minute time frame here. So I'm looking for this low to hold. I mean, 97.42. We're in at 98.10s, so I'm okay with giving this about 70 cents of risk here. There we go. We got a nice little pop, Neil. That's a nice little move there. Google to the downside here, ladies and gentlemen. So as long as if we can break this 208.71, I think we can get into a little bit of a trend here on the day. So we'll remain holding on to this. We like this position, and that's why I'm in it. Just specifically off of these 2 5-minute candles, this thing chops around a lot in the morning sometimes before it finds an actual direction. So we have to be prepared. With that being said, a little bit smaller size, allow ourselves to give it some room until we're proven wrong, and that's going to be the break of the low of the day. Now let's head over to this small cap name, RXT. Okay, yeah. Okay, Neil. Here we go. I really like this for the high of the day, for this potential high break. Right? Oh, that's the daily.
That's the daily.
Oh man, come on, son. As you would say, Neil.
Rackspace had news with a partnership with AMD yesterday. Yeah, so RXT, Rackspace.
Day 2.
It gave up some of the move, but yesterday it had news. It is a day 2 play.
Yeah.
I can tell you just as a note, the liquidity is not as. It's a little harder to get fills on SpaceX on day 2. Volume's still really good, but I find you're not getting swept up. Like when it trades into a price area, it's really picking you up. Yesterday that was really easy to do. It's not doing it today. I had to chase this by $1 to get in. I don't chase this time and kind of stand pat, and I don't grab the short. This is still trend down, however. And Intel. All right, so the other place I'm looking for the fade is coming in there. So as I sit and wait for VWAP on SpaceX, that lower high on Intel just got put in. So Intel, good news. I like the news. I think it's positive news, but it is what it is. Topping tail candle. I said if it did a topping tail candle at the open, I would look to enter shorts. So it just put in a lower high here. I don't want this busting through VWAP and fighting it too hard. But yeah, a couple of short trades early on. Let us know what you guys are watching. We haven't put the visualizer up, but if you're in the chat, remember, $ in the symbol. So when it's drone caps in there putting in Rigetti, you want to go $RGTI, just so that we can see what it is that you guys are interested in. Every single day since the IPO, spoiler alert, it's been SpaceX. I love the fact that this looks like the monolith. And if you know, you know. Will be AI, that's a small cap. See IceCure, ICCM, that's one. Palantir up 1%. Good day for Palantir. Nvidia up 0.3. I saw SoFi. Wow, SoFi went from like in the middle right to 10th. Robinhood having a strong day. There's Palantir, FTHM.
Yeah, Palantir.
ASTS on news with a good move to the upside as well. And AMC. A lot of you guys putting the votes in so fast that I can't even keep track. That's the action we want to see. See, and who knew? Like, was I expecting people to be interested in AMC?
Yeah.
I can't imagine why.
Why?
I'm not particularly interested in AMC, although I still need to go out and watch that the Backrooms movie. It looks pretty
You
good.
haven't watched it yet?
Look, man, family life is busy.
I know, I hear
That's
you.
one
brother.
kid, I don't know where the
hear
time
you.
goes, to be honest.
One kid, man, that's crazy.
I had a kid playing at my house. I'm not making this up. I didn't even know.
They were there.
I sent my daughter to play with the neighbor.
Next thing you know,
And then next thing you know, they're in the backyard and they came back and there was another kid there. He was a couple of years younger and I'd never seen him.
Oh, really?
He's from the neighborhood. I'm like, and then he's in the house. Like, I don't even know who this is.
I got some. I actually have some bad news for you here, Neil.
Family life.
Disclosure Day.
Don't.
I'm not gonna spoil anything. It's horrible.
No.
It's probably the worst movie I've seen in a long
I
time.
was gonna go watch that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't spend any money on that bad boy
Get
there.
down.
It was very bad.
You gotta spoil it, man.
Sorry, man. Well, actually, I just saved you money. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you could go see it, but then you're like, dang, Joe was probably right.
Walter Ford asking about or letting us know about FRMI Fermi. This one's done 5 million. This is going absolutely parabolic. Here. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on. Dara.
Oh, I already know. Yes. So basically, the founder of the company, whose name is Toby something or other, I apologize, don't have the last name off the top of my head, but I do remember seeing it. Toby. He had some issues with how the company is being run. He actually has a suggestion for who he thinks can take over as the CEO. So, activist investing from the company's founder, kind of a Lululemon play for Fermi.
Well, everybody knows that Toby is a legend. I don't know what the stock is going to. The stock actually is heading back into the downside, but we all know that Toby is an absolute legend from The Office.
Toby.
You know
yeah,
Toby.
Yeah,
if you
of course,
know,
man.
you know.
We love Toby.
Okay,
man.
so we got into that Intel short. Looks like 119 is still holding. I want to be station to station on this, but yeah, I want to give it to that 19. We'll get our scalp trade. We just got to do me.
Yeah.
SpaceX just continues to drop. I got to cancel my offer here on SpaceX.
I wanted to pull up Applied Digital here.
Oh, that's the Toronto one.
Applied Digital going on a nice run here, guys. I really like it. Finally, NVDA. Let's see if we can break this level. This 208 marker just keeps getting rejected, so there's an aggressive seller continuously stepping in. With that being said, I want to head over to Applied Digital because I don't think it's going to be today, but at some point in the near future, we're going to have this name make a push for that all-time high. That's just the trajectory it's on, right? I just have that hunch, and when you go on these big moves, I think that's going to be the narrative on this bad boy. Signing big lease agreements as well, so that there's like a lot of positivity within this name. So I want to play this break of 58.88, but in the meantime, let's head over to the lower time frames and look for some potential intraday plays, and that's going to be leading me towards. Oh, what do you got flushing over there?
Everything.
Oh, everything. Yeah. I mean, NVDA still hasn't. NVDA hasn't decided if it's coming or going at this point here, Neil. But a VWAP hold, I think we can get some form of a continuation. I'm going to be more patient in Applied Digital. But Ryan O'Day, thank you for pointing that name out. I'm going to be keeping my eye on it, and it's going to continue to climb its ranks on my list for potential trades here today.
Well, okay, so maybe a bit of a bounce happening. We got our target, rang the register on Intel. We got VWAP to the lows. We grabbed the quick dollar scalp. I'll continue to look for this one. Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll get another lower high. We'll get VWAP again. It's up 2.5%, so I do want to respect that. That being said, the one that's not working, so the first trade on SpaceX worked, and then Intel just worked, but IBIT here is actually holding strength. So this is the one that might not be as good. But it's held my 37 level. That's the level we liked. We'll short it to VWAP if we can get that. But I see Rich Buddy in the chat with an oldie but a goodie. Is Big Bear moving? Oh, you got me. You got me.
Oh.
You type it. I thought it was moving, but slight move to the upside. Not much really going on there. SpaceX is the one. SpaceX is continuing to fall. Even with the market catching a higher low, the Nasdaq and the ES both just put in higher lows, you're still putting in lower highs and lower lows. You're still trend down on SpaceX. So it'll basically be the first available pop because I don't want to be shorting too close to 200. 200 has been a brick wall. Every time it's seen that price, there's been massive size on the bid. I expect no less here today. It's just a huge volume. It's just a huge volume level, and it has been for the last couple of sessions. So next pop, we'll look to see if we can re-engineer that short in SPCX.
I wanted to pull this up. The others, thank you very much for pointing this out. Because we were looking at this not too long ago, and we didn't see that. Anyways, we're long 98.10s. The others, if you hadn't pointed it out, I would have allowed this to run a little bit. But I have to play what the technicals are showing us. So what I just did is I removed 30% of my position right now. Why? Let me show you. $210 is she's a brick house. This could be a potential massive. You know what song I just said? I don't even know if I said. How? Yeah. 118,000 contracts at this $210 marker. Thank you for pointing that out, the others, because this could be a potential massive call wall. Now, what we're going to need in order for us to break through this is some momentum, but if it does get breached, we might see some volume step into the underlying asset itself. We remove some at the pre-market high, so there's multiple things aligning and stars aligning for us to remove a little bit of size here on NVDA. Once again, only 30%. I shouldn't say only because that's a good chunk, but we're already starting to reject that level. We got to a high of approximately 209.23, and the selling pressure seems like it's starting to kick in. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I want to keep my eyes focused on APLD as we are now south of the volume weighted average price. Any form of indecision, we're going to be looking to take advantage of that of this trade and potentially head back towards the high of the day of around $48.60.
There you go, and they like the brick house reference. No, the futures are still looking a little bit heavy,
wow.
But you're getting some signs of bounce back. There we go. There we go. As the Qs, look, the Nasdaq's putting in a higher low as we speak. You still got double top. You are putting in a bit of a higher low, so I think that can be constructive. The SPY is better. Similar, but easily better. You're starting to form a little bit of an upward trend. I did say on SpaceX I'd be willing to take trend breaks and not only be one direction minded. So I want to respect the fact that if it can break this trend, there might be a scalp trade in here because it's getting too close to the $200 level to not be playing this one. So that $200 level, if I see some big size there, which I think we will, I'll just look for it to break. See if we can catch a fill on it. We do have locates. I've already been short once, but it was pay for locates on SpaceX, just incredibly cheap. But it's going through the low of the day as we speak. That 200 level, it's just a round number. It's been up and down a couple times. But if we see size like before, when it broke, it absolutely flushed. I just also want something that I can reverse into a long, if possible. It might be Intel. Intel could break the trend. It's holding 119. So it's got a double bottom. Yeah, it might take a shot on a trend break of Intel if it can hold on to 119. Yeah, this market, man. Where are the buyers?
Where are they?
Where are the buyers at?
They stepped out, man. I got at it. Look at this. So immediately, the others pointed out something so important. I'm like, okay, now hindsight being 2020, we took 30% off at the highs, but look at that immediate flush in span of 2 minutes. A name that took a while to break out, we come right back into the break even. So with that being said, there's a support level at 97.90s. Right, which is breaching right now here on the Nasdaq. So the market heading lower. SpaceX down to 201 there, Neil. I think we're going to be able to get this at a much better price than what we're trading at. A breach of some support levels, 97.70 could be a good opportunity to get involved, and a stop loss of 97.40. There it goes right into 70s really quick, as this is helping drag the overall market down. There might not be a long found here today, as $200 is hitting once again on SPCX, and we're cracking 399. Cracking is crazy on Tesla. All right, so support levels being breached left, right, and center. Might be an additional down day here, Neil.
Well, I'd say that's a pretty distinct that we're looking at a down day, but the market's not red yet. It's only a matter of time. Tell me, is Apple even holding up? I'll look at Apple in a second. You're about to hit this 200 level. There actually isn't as much size as you would expect on the bid on SpaceX.
Oh.
That's not what we were seeing in the afternoon, like a couple 100,000 shares. It should chew through that. Oh, it bounced. A little bit of a bounce off that 200. It's not the size we saw. We were seeing millions of shares on the bid, but it is refreshing. See how it's loading back up? Every time it sees 200 on the bid, there's a distinct hold. You got to be careful with this because it could do a false break, which you know what I'm talking about, where like there's a wick underneath, one wick just instantly gets you triggered into a position or out of a position, and then it goes right back into the upside. But the 200 is what I'm watching. I won't make you guys stare at that, but you get the idea. We're just holding 200. If it breaks, it was almost instantaneously a few dollars.
What's wrong?
I wanted to say last night,
here?
but I'm talking about yesterday in the afternoon. Oh, what's wrong with the bananas?
Look at mine.
Mine was good.
Look at mine.
Shout out to Randy.
It's all
Thank you
damaged
for that.
and stuff
The
like that.
Nasdaq is getting cranked lower. Throw
Hungry,
that
too.
super chat up there if we can from On the Rail.
Yeah.
I can read it, but I can't put it on screen where I'm at. Here. Got in Palantir at 131 and out at 134.50.
Bang.
For a G note. Maybe should have gave my stop more room, but we'll take the win. Always. Amen.
Yeah, but you don't want to
think-
start altering those stops.
Yeah,
man.
like you have a plan because something works for you, and well, that most certainly did not fill me. All right, well, that's useless. Thank you very much for the fill on the 200 break there, SpaceX. I told you it's not as easy getting the fills on this today as it was previously, but that 200 break did not yield short for me. I'll use a different key next time. Swipe with something a little bit different. But look, remember I told you it was like instantly to the downside?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't get filled, so that kind of sucks. So we can look at Palantir now. Come on, give me that. Now that just reminds me of the Cerebrus day, where it was the same thing. No, you can't get mad at yourself for taking profit on longs. I'm the same way.
Heck no.
You take the wins. You do the style that works for you. Like how many times do you see me take a VWAP trade? VWAP, like highs to VWAP or VWAP to the lows. But if that's your plan, that's your plan. I try not to differ too far from it. Like as long as it works for you over the long run, I think you're absolutely fine.
It doesn't even matter. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh,
It's your
who's
money,
getting
man.
spanked? Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, because guys, we actually have numbers here. We are waiting on pending home sales and business inventories month over month in just 8 seconds. Pending home sales change 0.9% forecast, prior print 1.4%. Business inventories 0.5% forecast, prior 0.9%. So we're expecting a bit of a decline here on each of these compared to what we had last month. So pending home sales 3.8%, well above estimates of 0.9%. Again, pending home sales 3.8%. Business inventory is exactly in line with estimates 0.5%. versus 0.5% prior. Here's the market hanging out here and continue to drop lower here. We're at low of days for the Qs. We'll pull up the SPY as well. SPY here also near intraday lows. They're trying to bounce a little bit. Some housekeeping as well. We do have at 2 p.m. Eastern the FOMC meeting. This will be the first Fed decision under the leadership of new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. Furthermore, we're going to be having at some point a press conference from U.S. President Donald Trump that was supposed to start at 9:30. It has yet to commence. Once that starts, I, of course, will keep you all posted. I also want to keep you guys posted on these space names. ASTS pulling back a little bit here, but they did announce the successful launch of their Bluebirds 8, 9, and 10. This was at least tangentially connected here to SpaceX as well, and SPCX, unfortunately, falling below that 200 level. Right now trying to hold on to 196, which was near yesterday's low. SpaceX on watch, fourth day of trading. We know that these ETFs tied to the name, specifically leveraged ETFs, have seen a lot of trading volume. Intel, INTC here, looks like we're roughly flat here, slightly green compared to yesterday's close. They did announce yesterday that their 18AP semiconductor node has entered risk production. So seemingly a positive catalyst for Intel. Right now, though, this name is going red. Keep an eye on all of these stocks today, and keep an eye on this stream, again, 2 p.m. Eastern for that FOMC decision. At 2:30, we'll have a press conference with new Fed Chair Warsh, and I'll be there to cover all of that for you right here at Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
thank you.
Oh, traders, there's an offer that even your broker is not giving you. From June 8th through June 25th, Trade the Pool is giving first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right, it's a real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event. And once it is gone, it is gone. Scan the QR code on screen right now, join Trade the Pool today, and take advantage of this exclusive second chance offer before it disappears. Shout out to Trade the Pool. I want to thank them for sponsoring a portion of the show. We're going to go back to it in a quick little second. We see your super chat, but SpaceX has just lost 96. 95 was the low yesterday. So this would be like the place to look for some kind of a bottoming tail. But I believe we're going to head back up to Adair. We've got more news.
Keep an eye here on AMZN and AT&T. Amazon and AT&T on watch here, partnering up, at least according to a report from The Information. Amazon is in exploratory talks with AT&T to rent AI chips to be used on premise, and they're also discussing direct chip sales to enterprises. So here is Amazon, here is AT&T on that reported partnership from The Information. As you can see, this bounce here is in AT&T. Also, guys, U.S. President Trump just provided an update on his press conference, which was supposed to start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. He said it's going to start in 45 minutes, so I guess roughly 10:45 a.m. That'll be in France. That'll be heading to Versailles for dinner with French and other quote-unquote European leaders, then back home. So again, guys, just be aware here, 45 minutes or so, President Trump will be delivering a press conference live from France. He's also talking about strength in the market and oil falling down. Back to you.
All right, so be prepared for any form of volatility. Guys, we were talking about 97.70 here on NVDA. That level never held up, and we broke through those support levels. So are we going to go bottom picking? I don't know if that's the best plan. But what we do have here potentially, Gaurav, is a nice bottoming signal here on Google itself. If there's any name that I want to get involved with off of the lows, it's probably going to be this bad boy. Man, I apologize about this. It makes things a little bit more difficult to see. But anyways, aside from that, if this closes as a hammer candle, ladies and gentlemen, then I think we're going to have a good opportunity to get involved. What we do have going for us at this moment is this is already the second largest volume print of the day, a half an hour into the session. Oh, okay, that's not too good. I don't want this line, this grid line right on that specific candle. It's kind of annoying me, but we'll get that sorted out here momentarily. But volume increase, buying pressure slowly starting to step in on GOOGL, a name that we were dip buying, and then Broadcom also starting to form a bull flag here, ladies and gentlemen, breaking through the high of the day of $397. So not too bad of a look, but what we have here, yes, SpaceX, sell. I want it. Yeah, it is. It's falling off right now, Neil. I believe it's only a matter of I don't know. I shouldn't jump too early on this bad boy.
Time before what price?
170. I think, like, listen. That's why I stopped myself, because I'm like, hey man, anything like buyers can find somewhat of a bottom on this thing and find what they believe is value. But I think I'm gonna get before the shares are released, all the locked up shares. That is, I can get $170 fill, and I wouldn't be surprised if I can get 160 if 170 fills.
Time frame matters. I feel like
I have GTCs.
I know. It just when you say a matter of time, I'm like it's a day trading show, so I think we're getting like,
fair enough.
By 11 o'clock.
No, not today. I don't. If it happened, that would be disastrous. It'd be SSR at that point if it goes to 170.
Oh my goodness, if it goes SSR.
Yeah.
That would be SSR means short sell restricted if it goes down more than 10% in a single day. Then the uptick rule goes into effect. And then this stock with the uptick rule feels like it could be potentially special. I'm into Intel in the other direction. I said I'd wait for a trend break. It bounced 118. I like 17 better, but 18 is going to be close enough. So there's the trend break. It held above. This would be the confirmation candle. But I got my stop underneath this candle and look for, again, the volume weighted average price. I mean, it's slowly going down. It's gotten back into VWAP. So I guess I should pop another bid down here at the volume weighted average price. But the real story is SpaceX. SpaceX back through 95. So this was the level yesterday that it held. So it just came right back through. I'm going to try. Wow. When it just took 96, I don't know. You guys can see the fill. So the best way to explain it is I was watching it break 96 as we were all just doing now, and then all of a sudden I was long in front of 95. Like 196 was breaking visually in my eyes as I had my order back in through 95, and they just slammed it back down $8. So SpaceX, to say that liquidity and volatility is heavy to like the swipes down is obvious. So I'm going to give this one to the prior bar low, which is just underneath the 94 level in here. I feel like, you know, if you can get away with giving this a buck, the scalp trades are certainly there to be able to get a buck in the other direction, kind of like what is happening right now. Like it just pops up, gets the 197 level. So this is the crazy thing about SpaceX. Like it can power up, it can power down, it can do all sorts of fun stuff for you. Ideally, this gets back into 200 because I think that's, again, the brick wall type of level. Like if it sees 200 bucks, then you got to watch out for sure. So I want to see if I can't get, I tried getting more shares down here at 95. Was unable to pick them up, but the way that it's flashing, I still think I can get more fills and maybe put in some higher lows on the way back into the upside for SpaceX. But the scalp trades have been there time and time again. The Nasdaq doing very well on the comeback trail. My guess is your Nvidia has got to be doing much better.
Google.
With the Nasdaq now, I want to say screaming higher. Nvidia is breaking trend too.
Yeah.
But I already have Intel on the trend break, and I do want to hop back into SpaceX. So I'll keep it with the two that we're on for now, because SpaceX looks like it wants to fill me again down here at 95. Give me. Really? It's gonna fill. Seriously? There it is. It actually filled. No, it's like hilarious. Like it was like it's filling every single price available, and then for a split second, it like does not fill me down there. Ooh, now they're slamming. Remember, 94 goes every single time. I only want to give this a buck. If I'm scalping dollars and $1.50s and twos, then I want to make sure it's holding those levels. We have Pro J-Man, thoughts on SRXH and EMJX merger. You know, I actually don't know that merger, so I'd have to look it up. I can't comment on it. I haven't read it. And a lot of times I'll look up deals, but I'm usually more interested in cash deals, so I can't tell you any details on that, but I will look up when I get a chance. We're going to go to Adair, but quickly, the reload, no. Well, okay, again, I'm keeping the stops tight. Like if I want to be up on the stock, it's because you're taking more in the win than you are when it goes against you. Adara, what do you got for us?
President Trump is now live with the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. Unclear, again, he's supposed to be doing this other press conference in 45 minutes. I'll have to see where this is. This conference with Modi was supposed to start about an hour and 15 minutes ago, so it seems like everything's a bit delayed. Right now, Modi's talking. If we get any comments of interest from Trump, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Yeah, we have a couple great call-outs here. Bidong 8. Man, Robinhood up to 101.6 there, now 20s. What a beautiful break. Missed my opportunity here on Google, ladies and gentlemen. We posted up at 50s. Just took too long to get that order out. There might be a good opportunity on SpaceX here as well, Gora, but we're going to keep that bid out there at 365.50s to see if we get any form of a pullback and then a continuation. But there was a nice bottoming signal on volume there that I really liked. We can take an attempt on SpaceX, but Robinhood at the high of the day. Yes, let's go Robinhood, Neil. I know you've been buying some Robinhood. So
first time ever. I'm in for the first time.
Nice.
I think I have just above 80.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Hey, man, that's 20% almost at that point. So really nice pickup there, guys. Don't forget, I grabbed some after a couple of earnings report. It was around like $40, $35 or something along those lines. I sold a bunch at 122, and then I picked some up at 119 or something along those lines. So with that being said, first in, first out, it offloads a bit, and my average was lifted a little bit here. But other than that, we're still in the water here. $101 on Robinhood, and I think at this point we're going to break through this, but what we do have is a really key neckline, right? This is going to be a key support level and something that can act as potential resistance, so let's keep our eye out on that. But off to the races we go. A nice trend line break, and we're talking about a name that's still down 34% off of the highs and was cut in half at one point. Right? 58%, 68% to the downside off Robinhood. We have that trend line that's been broken, and that's the exact same thing that I'm doing here with Bitcoin. Right? I can talk until I'm blue in the face of when I'm going to re-engage in this stuff, but let's have that conversation when we're north of 40 and we're on the backside of this trend right here, Neil.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to give our good friend SpaceX another shot in here. At that
I like
level.
it. I like
this
it
is
there.
a level that I liked. I'm just gonna give it at least 3 shots in here. Of course, like the second I get it, they just want to slam it back down. Like, again, give it to the tight stop, give it to the prior bar low. We have a super chat up here, which I just saw and heard, so we are going to address it. Group GCS. Please tell me SpaceX will go back above 220. Not now, not today, but soon. I can't promise you that it'll be soon. Like, I know I'm longing it down here, but like I was bearish on the stock today, if I'm being real about it. It just got down to the low, so I'm just looking on a reversion trade. Look, anything can happen, but it just seemed like it was a double top at 225 and 230 in the overnight on this night, and then another lower high got put in. The first step would be holding $200. If it could do that, I know I'm saying this while trying to long off the bottom here, but that's a scalp day trade. Like, it doesn't really matter overall. If we can't hold a 200, it's still very much a sell. You look at what's happening here in SpaceX on this little muted bounce, like it's a couple of bucks in the way, but it's slowing down relative to the Nasdaq. Look how strong this push is in the Nasdaq. Even that's making me think you should just be taking what you can get. It does not have the buyers that it did before. I'm sitting here in a relatively weak name looking for the bid. It just doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. Like, the scalp trade is take your $1.52 at this point and get the heck out of Dodge, man. Like, that's what SpaceX has been telling me. And it's other places, and maybe it goes, but I gotta listen to myself. Like, what am I doing down there? Like, I like this to the short side, and there's names that are fitting profile a little bit better. I hope it goes up. Look, I hope it goes up. Like, I'm not one of those, just because I'm waiting for a stink bid in my personal account and got in a very small amount on day one, a very small amount in my personal account, like less than 10% of the position that I want to hold in this thing long term. So would I like it to go down so I can get picked up in my personal account? Sure, I would.
Where do you post it up at, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm on the CDR and I don't know the map exactly.
Okay.
So I'm at like 25, 22 on the CDR, whatever that works out to. So if anyone's, you're like half our viewers or most of our viewers, like, what the heck is this SpaceX? So it's SPCX.to. It's just in Canadian dollars. And I'm sitting, like, I put in a stink bid on this thing on the day one and then bought some on the first dip that it did in the afternoon. So like, I just left the other order in there. I don't expect it to fill anytime soon. And I might even move it, but we'll see. For now,
You're gonna raise it?
I might raise it, but I put it in there good for 3 months.
Bro, what?
On the chance that I would leave it.
Netflix is at $77? Oh, I'm so glad I dumped that hot garbage, man. Oh my days. Yeah, absolutely. To the
Why
gates
you gotta,
and hell.
oh, and for those, the CDR is just like, it's just like
ADR.
a depository receipt.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a way to get access to trade SpaceX and own shares in Canadian dollars. It's, you know, it's nothing new. Almost every single big cap U.S. stock is available with these, and they're fantastic. If you're Canadian, they're all great. But you know what? This is it. Bitcoin goes to VWAP and no further. Got to be able to respect it. You're now breaking out back above. This is relatively strong. So we had the short that we liked. We scalp it for what we can get. Too much time spent on SpaceX. You know, like, you pull a few bucks out of this thing because you can, but this might still be a short. I'm going to let this make the next move. I feel like 200 could be a big level for SpaceX. You take what you can out of it, but it's not like I couldn't get the break of the low. That was a no-fill situation, so a lot more patience is required for the next SpaceX trade. Nick W. Hey, Neil and Joe. mRNA is setting up for a great flat top break here. Same setup as ABSI and HIMS had. Love SoFi long swing. Good luck today. Hey, we were talking about SoFi yesterday, but you asked about mRNA. So I guess we will go to mRNA, Moderna. And let this one load up for a second here. Bull flag. Think about a bull flag. Either you're buying support or you're taking a break. Hasn't broke yet. Some people like to be in early. Early would be $50. Nick, you're probably already in. That's why you're letting us know. If I'm guessing, I'm thinking you're already in here, looking for the break, and you're playing inside the flag, wanting it to break higher as opposed to waiting for a 60 break, which also looks very good when you zoom this out. Yeah, this is a stock that is coming back. I don't think I don't think it sees the pandemic levels without some kind of a crazy breakthrough.
Are you posted up on SPCX right now?
No, I pulled.
Okay, you pulled it. All right, yeah, I'm posted up at 90.
You're bidding?
Yeah, at 94.
Well, that's where I've been taking the long, but I'm not bidding down there anymore.
You're not. No, you're not.
I played it 3 times, worked twice,
Yeah.
couldn't break 98s.
Yeah, I'm posted up at 94s. Yeah, Dara?
Yeah, keep an eye, guys, on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. President Trump, in comments to reporters at this meeting with the leader of India, casually mentioning that Bill Pulte, who, as we know, long story short, is also the nominee to lead the National Intelligence Agency. I worded that poorly, but he's currently also leading Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Trump saying that Bill Pulte did a great job, and he's actually led Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to be worth $1 trillion. He said this before, but just keep an eye on these agencies as he says it again.
Yeah, I'm just looking at FNMA here on the OTC.
He got a downgrade earlier in the week.
Yeah, it's not really moving a heck of a lot. It's still in a downward trend. Sometimes there's trades there, don't get me wrong. Like, there's opportunities there, just like anything else. But I'm gonna go back over to brass tacks here, because if you wick me out, see? If I ever make the top wick or the bottom wick, it's all the same thing. One of the things that I firmly believe in is if you're gonna give me the top wick, then we're executing and deciding at the right price. We just didn't get the execution exactly right, so I jump right back in the trade, throw the stop back in at the high, and just go right back at it if we can. So let me know what you guys are trading. What are you watching? What's a small capper that we're not paying attention to? It's not Nvidia, but I saw someone just put in Nvidia's trying to go green.
ICCM.
And when you're entering a short, the last thing you want is Nvidia going green, and it's looking like it's still downward trending. So that didn't really scare me. ICCM still.
Yeah, it looks like it might have a higher day break there.
That was like the second one in the rundown that we were talking about. ICCM. This was the ice cure stock.
Oh, there it goes. It might go over here.
Yeah,
the trend line is holding. Yeah, it's going, man.
That's a runner.
Oh, man.
That was the one this morning. ICCM. Once it holds VWAP, bye-bye.
It's gone.
Good luck to anyone that happens to be in it. I don't see the halt band. I'm scrolling down. It's not till $9.70 on the offer. That's where I see the halt band. So it could break the high without halting, which is always good. I mean, you want to be careful if a stock has like a double top like this, and then the halt band, if it's sitting at like 905, like right above the high, that can get a little bit tricky, but plenty of room till the next halt band for ICCM.
Here's a couple more there, guys. Like, we'll just run through our small cap scan at this point. OBAI. I mean, this could be a potential break, a $1.40 level break, but what we had here on whatever it is, CCM, we'll call it ICCM. Shout out to CCM. Oh, there it went. Yeah, Neil, we had that high of the day break, and then off to the races it goes. So a nice little move and a pop up through that specific zone. We're still posted up at 194 here on SpaceX, now back up to 198 almost, and we're not going to catch that fill at 365. Man, oh man, what a missed opportunity there on Google, but that's okay. We're not going to cry over spilt milk. We're going to find some other high-quality chances here that may be a high-day break on YMAT at 84 cents. We can play that level, and CLWT to the downside. So once this is on the south side of the volume-weighted average price, I no longer like the small cap. I want to see them holding above it. NIVF, how have you been performing? Same narrative on that bad boy. 199 back there on SpaceX. So we're missing these bottom bids on some of these bad boys, guys, which is unfortunate, but it's all right. There's going to be plenty more opportunities. Adara.
Look at that V-shape.
Recap time. Also, guys, just be aware President Trump is still talking about Iran and the deal, saying they want to make a deal, and if they don't make a deal, then they'll just go back to the drawing board and do this all over again. Here's GPUS. This is hyperscale data. It's a name that I believe we've talked about before. It certainly rallied in the past. Bitcoin-related catalyst from yesterday announcing that they held just over 713.5 Bitcoin as of June 14th. EHGO on watch. This is Ishali Go. This company is in the business equipment and supply space. They're also a Chinese stock, $9.5 million market cap, and a 1.26 million share float. Then you've got OBAI. This is our bond, and this company traded higher yesterday as well. Today, still hanging out near intraday highs after announcing a $3 million government contract for its AI-powered tech platform. Make sure to like sure to subscribe. Stick with us. We'll send you back over to Joe and Neil.
Hang on a second.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Very much, Adara.
The best in the business.
Coolio?
Oh, by the way, Richie in the chat, you can put it one time. And also, you don't have to type the symbol 3-4 times. We'll see it, especially if we're not terribly busy, only in the IBIT. But don't forget that $sign. If you're, like right now, Amy Cardamom, NBIS, $sign NBIS. I want those showing up on our visualizer, everybody, so it's easier to track the names. Affirm's up 3 points. There was some chatter about, I don't know if it's a specific story for Affirm, but there was chatter this week about Klarna and Microsoft being interested in Klarna. That got a boost to the space. Affirm was up yesterday on that, well, on some sympathy the last couple of sessions, and now breaking out again. So I don't know if this is directly related to Klarna, if it has its own story, but it is part of the momentum story for Affirm. I prefer Affirm to Klarna, but that is what it is. Nice little breakout here on the daily. Just be careful, because if it is sympathy, I think we all know how that goes. If the stock is up on sympathy to another one's news, and I don't know if that's going to be true, then you have to watch like the leader, and I know it's not the leader in the sense of strength, but the leader in terms of news. It's at resistance, and there hasn't been confirmation that I know of here with that Klarna story.
No updates on Klarna, and also the way that was worded, it could be, if anything, an acquisition, so that's a slightly different type of catalyst as well.
Exactly.
Not seeing anything on Affirm since June 5th on Benzinga.
Yeah, so ride the wave, but just as Dave said, there wasn't anything that firm, and an acquisition is specific. It does tend to boost valuations overall in the space as a group, but it is not the same thing as, say earnings or a product launch, something along those lines. Oh wow, what happened to USO there? It just tagged that 117. Okay, well, first update. Yeah. On the re-entry on IBIT, again, just going to scalp some out to VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, we're going to look for some of the lows. But USO broke highs and now pulling back, as the meeting with Modi is now done from the president, as you guys can see.
Good stuff. Yeah, that is done. I'm surprised we didn't get any more volatility. The market screaming higher here, Neil, as NVDA is finally starting to find somewhat of a bottom, it feels like, at that 207 marker. The others pointed out that we do have a call wall at 210, but we're right at VWAP, and this is an area that I really like. I mean, I'm posted up on SpaceX. I might as well remove that and head back over to the name that has been performing well for us here today, and that has been NVDA. We're right back, and I can already get a better price than what my initial entry is. I'm not going to chase this or anything along those lines. 97.70s is where I'm going to be posted up at. We'll call it 75s flat. We're going to get involved in this bad boy one more time, just in case we do want to continue that northeast movement. A nice recovery. There is a little bit of a resistance zone, but let me get this order out now before it's too late. So there it is. We're posted up at 70s. Let's head back there. This 365.50 order most likely not to get filled on Google, so we'll remove that, and then we'll be patient and post up somewhere else. I may fall into the same narrative. I might be being a little cheap here on some of these buys, but that's okay, man. You got to scavenge somewhere. 97.70s were posted up on NVDA there. Oh, okay, there we go. We caught that fill. Break through the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this level holds up. $98. We might piece some out there, but we're going to be getting out at 97.30s, 97.30, so about 45 cents worth of risk here on this specific trade, guys. We had that strong uptick. We have the SPY at the high of the day, and we have the Nasdaq about to head into that neck of the woods as well. With that being said, Neil, I believe it's our due diligence to look at the second largest sector within the SPY. Why are we slightly stronger than in the Nasdaq? What will that be? We're going to head over to our good friend JP. Yes, let's go. Mizzle. Yes, JPM. Brother, we're almost going to be at the we might head into all-time highs relatively soon. I talked about a laggard play in this name. Are we there? Oh, we're only a couple. Yeah, we're almost. Are we there yet? Yeah, we're only 337 is the all-time high in JPM. We're talking about this name sub 300, and we were continuously buying some. So talk about a little bit of a rotation here. We're up 1.6%, but Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs once again hitting all-time high. I know you like those names there, Neil. So the financials finally starting to, I shouldn't say finally, because Goldman and Morgan have been on a big-time run. Citi hasn't been performing bad either, but JPM finally starting to pick up a little bit of steam.
I know this sucks to say, but when you're looking for a bank in your portfolio,
Yeah.
find the reasons why people hate some of the banks
And then buy them.
and buy those ones.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, why does everyone hate Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley? They get every single deal. Their traders can do whatever they want in the markets. I'll leave it at that. Well, you know what? You know what you can do about not liking that? You can own the stock because it just always seems to go up and it always seems to be a good buy the dip. That's all I'm saying.
We love that. I know Jesse
It is what it
loves
is.
that.
But I do see some other names out there. That rack space, I know it's moving. It's up another 15%. It's got a good bull flag on it. I'm looking for a small capper that I like. It's so close to the failed breakout on the daily. Failed it yesterday. There's enough room here that you could just be a VWAP play. Like maybe this is a VWAP type of play that we could work into for a scalp. And then if you hold on to 20% through the high, that could be it. Bitcoin reentry, this is exactly where it got to without following through. But here's what I like a little bit better about the trade. Like earlier when it got down here, the market was weak. Now it's pulling back while the market's strong. So it's flipped the narrative for me, which I'm gonna like a little bit more. As I was trading SpaceX, and remember, we're trying to work it off the low, and it's going. I guess it eventually got to that $200 level. We got some good scalp trades off of it, but in that time, guess what we could have stuck with? I could have just stuck with Intel. Intel, this is, if you watch the show enough, this is why sometimes like you'll see me be like, hey, well, that was a winning trade. Yay, SpaceX is my best stock again for like the third day in a row. But it's hard to be happy when I abandon Intel to go for the long in SpaceX and the Intel long was better. So sometimes a win or being up isn't everything. You got to be a little more critical of yourself.
Yeah.
You know, that was a good entry, bad stop. Even though the stop was to my rule, it was still ended up being a bad stop on INTC. So I guess I still made money short, but I mean, obviously the long is looking good. Remember, they got a positive news story. They stand out relative to some of the other chip names out there because of this. Well, I mean, they're not, like the new chip is in risk testing is the best way to put it. It's not like it's out and they're selling it. It's in risk testing, but it seemed a big positive development. This can hopefully get them to land Apple as a client. Philip Stack, love the show. Can you look at AMD, please? Well, you said please, so, you know. I'm always having to tell my daughter, ask nicely. You gotta ask for things that you want. That's the first thing, but you gotta ask nicely too. We can look at it. This looks an awful lot like Intel's chart. I mean, it looks suspiciously exactly like Intel's chart, both yesterday and today. Bounce right off the bottom lows. There's a lot of chop to get through. I know we're up 3 points and everything looks exuberant, but when you see all of this, like all the selling on the lower highs yesterday,
Robinhood.
you've got to show that you can get through some of those levels. Like you pop back in. If you can't take 25s, maybe there's a reversion there. I would lean toward, I give AMD more the benefit of the doubt. Like if I was looking to short something, I mean, like I'd probably want to short like SMCI. Same thing, bounce off those highs, lower highs, but I just think it's a worse stock. AMD also gets always sympathy with Intel. So with Intel and AMD sometimes go together. Too strong of a stock. Like which one would you want to short if the charts on the 3 minute look the same? That stock or that stock? I'll pause for dramatic effect. And I think the answer is obvious. You want to short the weaker one. Right. It's obvious, but I said it anyway.
We're holding two names here. Yeah, let's see if we can get this bounce in SpaceX. We're holding this trend. NVDA not doing what I wanted to. So, I mean, let's see what happens here momentarily.
Look at
we
AMD,
talked about,
AMD stronger.
AMD is much stronger. I mean, but this is the narrative. This is the beast. Like, this is continuously what this name does, is it pulls back aggressively and then decides to make a move higher. We talked about 30s being our out here potentially, and we got to get prepared to do so, as we are not doing anything that we want to. A rejection of the volume-weighted average price, that call wall coming fully into play. And I mean, we talked about taking our attempts, our at-bats on this bad boy, but but I don't have very much tolerance for NVDA right now, other than the long term. I always like to listen to what Jim Cramer has to say. Own it, don't trade it. And I'm not saying that's not the case. We will continuously look at this name, but as for today, there it is. We're out at 20s on that bad boy. We take the L, and as soon as we break 196 or 195s here on SpaceX, we're at a dodge on that bad boy. And what is it my job to do? I want to find some signs of strength. There it is. What a dog here. Let's see how this candle prints. We could get in at a better price, but 3 attempts at plate. That's it. I'm not giving it any more because, like I just mentioned, I don't have. I'm not going to be giving it that much leeway, especially. Oh, there it is. It printed now. As I got out, perfect. No problem. Thank you. You're not going to get us this time, Neil. I don't like getting in like a minute after I just get out, but I do believe that was just a liquidity grab. We hop right back in at a better price. Let's see if that 97.20 level breaks. Then we took our 3 attempts. We got the 1 winner, and then unfortunately we'll be sitting on 2 losses. We're still sitting in SpaceX right now, so let's see how these 2 trades play out for us.
Yeah. I mean, for sure.
Oh,
so
wow.
as I said, I was looking for. I just ended up shorting SMCI, so we'll grab that one to the south side. Let's just look for the low of the day here. Yeah, Nasdaq still selling. Remember the overall context of yesterday. I know we can. You know what? We've been in a market where once you see usually we're like, you see that V shape starting to form, and you're like, okay, well, where's the continuation for the rest of the day to the long side? But given what happened yesterday's trade, the Nvidia $20 billion, maybe $25 billion going to the debt markets, I just feel like give the short the chance to work. Still have that bit of a short bias and just find those scalp trades if you can. If we get continuation, fantastic. All right, I've seen so many people in the chat post AMC. AMC. What is going on with AMC? It's up 4%. Hey, maybe me flipping to the stock caused it to just break the high of the day. What are we excited about here? There's small cappers doing like 100% every single day.
Yeah,
I'm not knocking AMC or anything, but this has gone 250 to 262. That's fine. On a normal day, that would be a pretty solid return. But you have so many of these other ones that are going absolutely ham. Like whoops, I just typed the wrong symbol because someone just typed that in there. But no, and again, it's not to mock AMC. It's just I'm always curious as to what is attracting people to this name, which is not giving you all that much. Like that OBAI, that thing's bouncing back, giving you 20% inside of a range, like 120 to 140 or like 150. Right, like you can get so much more out of that scalping this thing, doing 82 million shares. We got oil stockpiles plunging to critical low at biggest U.S. storage hub. I tend to think they are going to overcorrect when they start building back the reserve. That's my guess. Based on what the Chinese did, I can see the U.S. doing something similar. They're not going to allow the Chinese to have a far bigger reserve than they do, especially given what we just saw, and we'll see. That's just my thought. SMCI is catching a bit of a bid here. So we entered the short, didn't quite get to the low of the day. I'll pop a bid down there just in case it wants to pick me up. But I don't know if I want this going past break even. It's the newest entrant. It's still it's an obvious, sort of an obvious inside move. But if it breaks that 50, I think I'll just get out. Just gonna move the stop tighter here. Like we got what we wanted for the scalp, but there's no need to fight this if the market's going to be a little bit sideways. It's a Fed day, remember? And on a Fed day, you get the open moves. Sometimes you get lulled into not complacency, but kind of a tighter range throughout lunch. And then you'll end up with the 2 o'clock, 2:30 ramp job, where usually I'm getting flat. I almost don't like to be in position when 2 o'clock hits, if I can avoid it. If you're deep in the money, it's one thing. If I'm deep in the money holding something that's holding trend, that's fine. But I don't want to be getting into anything new or too tight to its stop. So if we start going sideways, take your profits when you can.
Agreed. There goes RXT through the high of the day. That could be a good potential play there, ladies and gentlemen. RXT, let's head over
that broke,
there.
Eh?
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Look at the daily on that.
Exactly.
Something.
Yeah, so let's see, man. Let's see if this can break and hold. There is an inverted hammer candle. Glad that we got out, right? We started the day pretty good with NVDA. Then we go back-to-back losses on that. I talk about our app ads, 3 strikes. You're out of there, even though it's 2. We'll call this a a sack fly right here, and then maybe we'll get out. We're not going to take any more attempts as we're looking like we're going to head towards the low of the day here on NVDA. With that being said, let's head over to RXT, Rack Space, baby, Rack Space, and see if we can get a nice momentum style play through that $7 break. If you played a stock for wheel trades, which ticker would that be? That's a great question.
For what, sorry?
I'm sure they're referring to the options wheel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. If I pick the stock for wheel trades, which ticker would that be? Now, it's the name that I kind of been bashing all morning. That's probably NVDA. But we also have to take into consideration, you want to see appreciation within the stock in itself. And we're not necessarily getting that right now. So yeah, this might, that's a really, really good question. And I don't want to just give you an answer. I would have to find something. Maybe Robinhood, something that's trending, right? Because it has a little volatility, it pulls back a couple of percentage points, then climbs higher, because your objective is to get assigned on both ends of the put and the call side of things. So yeah, maybe something in the financials could be a good opportunity. Other than that, it's a pretty difficult question for me right now.
So I want to agree with you. Ben talking money in the chat just said SoFi.
SoFi?
You were saying financial.
Yeah. So SoFi being one of them.
And I was just asking the chat
SoFi,
if I thought that Robinhood was a good place to buy now. I can't how could I in good conscience say I think it's a buy here if I personally was buying in the 80s for the first time? I've never owned Robinhood stock until this 80 consolidation. And it's at the 200 period moving average. Like it went 50 to 200 period moving average. Like for me, this is a long-term position. So I'm not selling anything in my personal account here because it's a long-term position. I'm trying to build a long-term position. In fact, I'm looking for a place to buy more. But if it was a swing trade and it went 50 period to 200 period, that's usually where I'd be taking profit, just because it's the moving average play. If it starts holding or consolidating over the 200 period, that's a bit of a different story. But I just got to be real with, if someone's asking me what I think about it, I can't say something that sort of goes against what I was and am doing in my personal account. It looks strong. I want it to go higher. I want it to hold the 200 period moving average. I want this 100 to hold, and I want to see it at 125. Like, all of those things are true. I've just been saying the place is the accumulation where you want to pick these things up. When they start accumulating off the downtrend, that's where I like it. Like, show me these accumulations, show me those 50 period breakouts. That's what I like, as opposed to, I don't know if you're chasing the move. Everything depends on your time horizon. Just do you. It's been a strong 6% today. You can't hate on it into a down market, but that's a tough.
Someone asked, it said, Bidong, are you the bald guy with the glasses? You're my favorite. Well, I am bald and I am wearing glasses. So if it, at times, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, sometimes it may be a duck. No, obviously, I think that's me.
I have glasses.
You abandoned the brotherhood, though. I feel like.
I told you what happened.
I know.
Honestly, when Joe has kids, he's gonna understand. We got to go to Adara though.
Sector watch time, guys. Let's start by looking at these energy minerals names. A lot of these are going to be red, and of course, we do have EIA saying with those numbers that came out at 10:30 a.m. Midwest crude stocks falling to their lowest since December 2014. So oil here absolutely in focus. Furthermore, just be aware, I'm also seeing reports that Iran has signed the MOU to procure military equipment from Russia. So more MOU signing from Iran, not the MOU with the U.S. though. Let's keep an eye here. Some weakness in tech services, weakness in retail trade, tech, health tech weak, consumer durables weak, consumer non-durables, transportation, communications, industrial services all to the downside. Strength in producer manufacturing, AM18, LRCX, both up 9% and 6% respectively. GEV also relatively strong. Electronic tech, the two Mag 7s in the same kind of flat. You've got Broadcom, Intel, AMD to the upside. Intel, of course, announcing risk production has begun here for its 18AP node. And non-energy minerals here, you've got these copper and gold plays up. FCX and NEM, respectively, relatively strong. Do make sure to hit the like and subscribe if you enjoy what we're bringing to you every single day. And at 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll give you live coverage of the Fed decision, the summary of projections, and, of course, the FOMC press conference at 2:30.
As always, whoops.
Much, Dara.
Well, we were going to do that as well. Does this button work? Well, that's to smash the like button. I do have this one. Is this one work? No, that didn't work. Boom. And the hit the like and subscribe button. Just don't do it for me. Don't do it for my bald head brotherhood brother. Bald head brotherhood. Bald head, whatever, man. You know what I was trying to spit out and just absolutely failed on. Do it for Adara, who does a fantastic job. We got the best community out there because everyone's telling me to look at Allbirds. If there wasn't a more obvious short than shoe companies pivoting to AI and going from $3 to $24, then I don't know what it was. But you know what? It's up 23 points today. Congratulations, Allbirds. I'm not wearing mine today. Maybe if it's up another 25 points, or you know what, if it holds these gains, I'm gonna wear my Allbirds tomorrow. How about that? If this closes above $5, I'll wear my shoes, even though they say this is not what they're doing anymore.
Yeah, there's actually more on this now. So they're now officially SmartBird. I saw this earlier. I didn't mention it because there was like no volume on this at the time, and it had not done anything near this move. So I apologize for that, guys. But SmartBird has appointed a new CEO and president, Nadia Carlson, who I'm guessing probably has more AI knowledge than the former leader. They also named a new board chair, Lillian Hughes. So keep an eye here on Allbird. That was the story here, just in case you guys are wondering there. And that's the deal.
Good stuff.
Is it bad that my first instinct is to pay for locates on this thing? I don't think that's crazy, right? I don't think that's crazy.
Did you know?
I'm going to pay for locates on it.
Did you know?
What? Huh? No what?
Bird.
The bird is the word?
The bird. The bird is the word. Come on,
Timbo
man.
and Magoo. You don't know what's up with that. Remember Timberland and Timberland and Magoo? People don't remember that dude. Whatever the heck happened to him, Timbo was that ish. Look, the markets are still crazy. I am gonna pay for locates because that could be something. I just feel like this whole Allbird story, like, that's a tough pivot. It's not easy. I hope they make it work. I wish them all the best.
Wow,
but
Robinhood.
I know. I was just looking at Robinhood too. This stock is absolutely insane. Robinhood, possibly one of the strongest things on my quote board. I hear today, whoa, there was a spike in IBIT. I'm going to take some off in front of VWAP there. Hey, I have to pivot because as we're just shooting up, I just, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a volume spike there on Bitcoin back above the volume weighted average price. I'm like, yeah, let's get some of that out because it's still kind of bull flag-ish. I want to try to respect it. SMCI still holding for lows. That's still looking pretty good. SpaceX cannot seem to get past 200. It went further than I guess I gave it credit for, but it's right back at the lows. So this is not a strong day for SpaceX. Wish we could have seen this get to VWAP for a short, but it does not get
we're gonna
there.
try this.
But how about this? D. Burtney, Neil or Joe, do you use a 9 EMA?
I do not.
I do not. Sean uses moving averages on his charts, but I can tell you what you see is what you get for me. When I started trading, I mean, I had it all. Believe me when I tell you I've used, in my first year of trading, I had Fibonacci's, I had more trend lines. I had more trend lines than you could even imagine. It was a bit ridiculous. I got laughed at, literally. I think sometimes people look at my charts. And then I eventually settled down to the volume weighted average price, volume, and then on my daily charts, which SpaceX is not useful for that, so that's useless. I'll go to Apple. I have the 50 SMA and the 200 SMA on daily charts. That's it. I keep it pretty clean. I think that's what and every now and then, like I might, like if I want to see RSI, I'll pop it up. I'll do that occasionally. I don't really draw fibs anymore, but I can if I want to. I just don't like the clutter on my charts if I don't have to. I think, trading is hard enough, but if you've got, and we actually literally did a lesson on this in the afternoon show yesterday. But if you've got too much clutter on your chart and you've got information that's just coming out the wazoo, you will get paralysis. And you will start seeing too many signals. It's an easy way to overtrade. There's all kinds of things that it can lead to. And I'll never crap on something that works for you. Like if I don't use RSI and it works for you, then who the heck cares what I think? I'm just telling you what I use. Who cares? Does it make you money? Do you get paid off of that indicator? Then use it, right? That's all. That's really what it's all about. You know, and you've got to be able to figure out what works for you. I just find if you start from clean, then if you want to add one and you can analyze it, does it work for you or does it not? But if you add 20, good luck figuring out which one is actually the cause, too many signals and all that nonsense, for sure. So let's look at some other names in here because other than like Robinhood on strength, what is SoFi doing? The market is trying to catch a bid, so I'm going to try and exit. I'm going to need to exit a little bit more out of these short trades if I can, because I think we're getting a little bit long in the tooth here and the market's bidding. SoFi strong, that could be a VWAP play for me if we get it. Oh, and we got a super chat. I can't be missing super chats, everybody. Yell at me if I'm missing super chats. So what's a super chat? What symbol are we? Well, that's not a stock symbol. John, thank you for the super chat. Was Joe Dirt the best movie ever? You know, I've seen that more than one time. That's a funny movie. I have to admit it's a funny movie. I know they made a second one. I have not watched the second one. You tell me if it's any good. Obviously, it's not the best movie of all time. There are much better comedies than that. And what just happened to the market? Hello. I was just saying the market was catching a bid. Exited out of IBIT. What the heck just Adara? Adara, why is USO at $120, please? And why did I just get the low of the day on SMC? All my bids just filled to get me out of my shorts, and USO was flying here. So obviously, whoa, okay, all right, well, I might have gotten out of those shorts early because this spike just took me out of all my shorts at the lows. So yeah, obviously we're getting some big news here. Nothing yet though, and we'll get it officially when Adara is able to. But you guys can see the spike. There's only one thing moving us. It'll be a Iran headline, and it'll be bad. The president is not speaking live, to my knowledge. But no, this my guess would be something from the other side, from Iran. I shouldn't say the other side. Well, heck, it is the other side. It's got to be something from Iran. Obviously, this can't look good for the deal if we're going to get a spike like that. But you know what? Bank error in our favor. This is why you have orders. I was literally sitting at the low of the day and just got picked up.
Wow.
And now we're catching a bit of a bid back. Most of the time when we see these oil spikes, it's like a big time liquidity event. No one's expecting it. The algos punch it through. A bunch of people get stopped out. You are already pulling back. So there you go. So maybe something out of the G7 is someone put in the chat. But I'm not going to sit here. We can speculate all we want until we actually get the headline, which we will at some point from Adara.
Speculators.
I can guess that it's Iran related, but I'm not going to say, oh no, the deal blew up. I'm not going to tell you that if we don't know that for sure. You can just see that we're retracing the move back here in USO.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, let's go Google, man. There we go. A nice little uptick on this bad boy. I know what's for lunch, if anybody was curious.
How do you know? I think
we've seen our boy Sasha. Our boy Sasha's in the building. It's time for the speculators. Exactly. Remember how I was asking what that song name was? And I thought it was the speculators, but it's the regulators. I called it the speculators.
You know what though? That's no, but that would be like a name for traders,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. The speculators, man. What do you think is fair market value of SpaceX? Wow, that's a great question. Neil, I don't know how you feel about that. What do you think is fair value?
I don't know. And I didn't. And I never. And here's
$170.
I never knew that about Tesla, and it never stopped me from owning Tesla shares. You know what? I honestly, like, Tesla never seemed to have a reasonable market value.
Okay.
And I remember we had a trader on the floor one time, and this is back before all the splits. And he goes, "Man, if it breaks this price, blah blah blah, then they'll be able to." Then their bond they convert to shares, it's going to be an explosion. And I remember like tripled up from there. He's like, don't worry about the fundamentals. It's a momentum stock. For now, this sucker's a momentum stock.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to treat it like a momentum stock and not worry about valuation. I just know that I want to own it in my long term because I believe it'll be one of the biggest companies in the world over the next 10 years.
Yeah, same. Wow, what a print.
And offer upside. But you know what? Did valuation matter for Amazon for the longest time? No, you just had to believe. Adara, what do we have? Oh.
Still no news, guys, on that spike. I keeping an eye out. If anything changes, I'll keep you posted. Now I'm seeing comments from the China foreign minister saying that China supports Iran's reasonable, legitimate claims and its effort in safeguarding its own sovereignty and security. That's being reported by Chinese media outlet Xinhua. Not saying anything else, though. So if that changes, I'll keep you posted. Here is the U.S. dollar. Right now, I mean, we did get a bit of a spike higher, so to the 15 minutes. You guys can see that spike in tandem with the spike in oil and the drop in the market. But if you go back to the daily chart here, still trying to hold on to that recent low that we made on Monday. That level is going to be that 99.3 area, continuing to try to bounce off this double bottom made in first touch here in April, second touch in early May, and continuing that uptrend. Again, the next level of resistance that we've had here was made last week around that 100.3 level. Let's see if we crack it. Economic data today included retail sales and core retail sales at 8:30 a.m., both of those coming in a bit higher than expected. At 10 a.m., you had much higher than expected pending home sales change month over month, 3.8% versus 0.9% expected. We're set to get some kind of Trump press conference sometime soon. He posted on Truth Social that would be starting in 45 minutes. That was about 48 minutes ago, so wait and see, all systems go. We'll keep you posted if I hear anything else. The other conference, though, is going to be the FOMC press conference at 2:30 p.m., the first one led by new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. He's also going to be giving us the first rate decision under his tenure half an hour before that at 2 p.m. Eastern. 99.6% of participants expecting rates to be held steady. Not super surprising. We've got a 0.4% chance of a hike. No rate cut odds are being put in here for today's meeting. If you look further down the line, December, we're seeing that rate hike. That's been fairly steady as of late. No cuts being anticipated here going forward. I think the first cut we're seeing even maybe a slight chance of would be in June 2027. So pretty hawkish look going forward. Now, furthermore, I was seeing apparently on Kalshi, this was as of 9 a.m. or so this could have changed, but roughly 70% of traders on Kalshi thinking that we could actually get unity at the Fed for the first time in a while. We've had 7 straight meetings with at least 1 dissenting vote. Now we actually have some Kalshi traders thinking that with Kevin Warsh here, we could have 0 dissenting votes. That would be a significant change. We'll have to wait and see if we get another meeting of dissent or if we get 0 dissenting votes. Again, we'll learn that in about 3 hours from now at 2 p.m. Eastern with the rate decision and the summary of economic projections. Back to you.
It's like these oil shock moves, they always revert like this. Like, this is why you have bids out. Like, it literally, that headline, or, well, we don't have the headline yet, but that could, again, like, it could be, it could be the jump in the G7 and something that we haven't heard, but a complete reversion. That it was exactly where you wanted to get out of shorts, almost to the T. If you were sitting in them, it's like blind luck. Like, that was the turn because USO does the reversion. And by the way, Allbirds ain't dead yet. It is still flying higher. Or wait a minute, what's it supposed to be called again? Dara, what's the new name for this company again?
Smartbird.
Smartbirds. Okay.
Smartbird.
It's gonna. I own the shoes. I have multiple pairs of. I think they're. Look, man, they're comfortable shoes. I've had them for a while, but it'll be a while before I can wrap my head and actually call these guys Smartbirds, because again, to me, they're a shoe company. 40% to the upside.
Neil, did you ever use the blue vapor?
Yeah. So Sharif's asking about the shoes that I got off of him. Yeah, brother. It's all good. Those are workout shoes, man. Allbirds aren't workout shoes. They're like good casual like walking shoes.
Okay.
Although I guess they're not making them anymore because this is an AI company now. What did I just? Smartbird. The Smartbird gets the worm up 42%. I have nothing against them. It's just hard to take this one seriously. Like, I could wrap my head around when Kodak was like, hey, look, developing photos, it's just all chemistry. So if you want to go into pharmaceutical, it's just a very logical turn. This one, I can't understand it, which is fine. It just means you don't have to own something you don't understand. But you want to participate at these highs, congratulations to you. I'm looking for about like the 6 to 6 quarter level. See here on the daily, where there was a little buying support and then it got rejected. That'll be the spot. I paid next to nothing for locates. 0.2 cents per share, and I'm going to look for a reversion on this. But I just tweeted out something about SpaceX. Like, just because it worked for a bit going long, reversing preference on trade in SpaceX ends up being a mistake. Like, it doesn't matter that the scalp worked. It's still trending down. This just is so weak today. 4 points down. The 190 level looks like it wants to go. If you're looking for if you're looking for key price levels, there isn't much to be had. Like you could go back to 182 from day 2 where it caught some afternoon support, and then obviously the even dollar 190. I think all of that could be in play today, especially if the market retraces back to the lows. I wouldn't put anything against it.
Oh, should I give it? Okay, we got beef stroganoff for lunch here today.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Isn't that your favorite?
No, it's not, man.
Joe hates the beef.
And I'm hungry too, man. And when I get hangry, where's Hangry Wife today? I gotta give them a shout out because that's the way that I'm feeling right now. And I'm also getting. That's the thing, right? You got to be self-aware, and I'm definitely self-aware. That's crazy, Blicky, man. You're wilding out. Anyways, you got to be self-aware when it comes to trading. And what I am actually aware of is that I'm getting agitated that I'm trading the Googles, the NVDAs, and some other of these tech names when we have Robinhood up to 104.50.
It is a beast.
Yeah, it's going. You know what I mean? So. I mean, like here it is. We're just gonna woo-saw. I gotta head over to the Midday momentarily, so I can't sit under a tree or anything like that to calm down. So what we gotta do is just drink a little bit more coffee here and see what we got going on.
Coffee.
Wait, what?
Joe, don't you not drink that much coffee?
No, man. I told you I'm a full-blown crack in a cup head now, man. I literally, listen. I'll give credit where credit is due. Sharif changed my life with this coffee game. Because, listen, honestly, I told you guys, I get mentally fatigued that time. Now I can't even function in the morning. It's just like Milo and I, we're up bright and early, and we go over across the street to the coffee shop. I grab a coffee, he gets a pup cup, and then we just sit and people watch, man. Life's good at that point. You wake up, and it's just great time. So looks like we're going to be drinking this stuff for the majority of the day. There's some form of salad that we'll get involved with here momentarily. But yeah, Google not looking too good if we're going to talk about the stock market. 104.50 almost there. Hey, Neil, why is Zeta dropping like a rock in June? It's a great question. Let's see what we got going on.
I mean, I don't know. Like that's kind of a random name to just throw at us. What's the last piece of news on this thing? June 1st? Oh, no way. I can't make this up. The last headline I see for this was on June 1st, and now it's gone. Shoot. Zeta Global announces Olympic gold medalist, entrepreneur, and founder Lindsey Vonn is second Zeta Live 2026 keynote speaker. So if that's the headline from a couple of weeks ago, I can't tell you. And again, could be momentum, right? Like why is it dropping? I think oftentimes if you're looking for the explanation for a stock that you own, again, like I don't look at the stock, I don't own the stock. If it's a stock that you own and you don't know, you've got to seriously do some digging and ask, okay, well, am I misunderstanding the price action?
Yeah,
This could be sector related, could just be sympathy related if it's not specific. Oftentimes that's the case, but I don't want to guess that for you. That's something you got to look for yourself. If it's a company that I love and I can't find a good reason for it, I'll be very clear with you. If a company that I'm buying on dips in my personal account that I love, in my opinion, is making a dip that doesn't make sense, that I can't find a reason for, am I usually a buyer at the 200-period moving average? Answer, yes. Do I know that about Zeta? Absolutely not. So I can't really tell you too much about that. And I hope, I say this a lot. This is not to sound like dismissive or anything. But there's a quote that I believe in, and that quote is, if you care about somebody, you tell them what you think, and if you care about yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. You probably wanted me to give you a reason that affirmed what you wanted to hear on Zeta, or that proves that I know everything about everything. Can't do that. I can't tell you what I see in the chart and what I would do if it was a company I liked and held. We do have Tommy, Stephen, Martin. Thank you guys for your work. Thank you for tuning in. Not just our viewers, obviously, on YouTube, but everywhere. TikTok, and thank you, Tommy, Stephen, from TikTok. Everywhere you're found. Heck, if you're listening to me and you're hearing me speak Spanish, then you're on our Spanish channel as well. But shout out to our TikTok viewers. I know the Spanish stream has been going pretty well as well. And we'll give Joe a little bit of time to matriculate on over to the Midday. Joe's working all day because Sean, I know, had fun at the Post Malone concert last night and is taking a day off, and he'll be back tomorrow.
And I could hear that thing from my house, man.
Okay, Sharif's saying he could hear the concert from his house. That doesn't surprise me, brother. I'm sure that was an absolute blast. And then, of course, tomorrow being the last trading day, it's a weird one tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday triple witching, right? Because Friday is Juneteenth, so the market is closed. So we do have the end of the week, and it would be the third Friday, but obviously it's a Thursday, and that's going to be tomorrow. So it does change some things. There's index actions that we have to be concerned about. Marvell into the Nasdaq 100, and then Rocket Labs and a couple of other names that should be some movers as well. Sorry, Rocket Labs, Nasdaq 100, Marvell into the S&P 500. Now, those will be interesting at the close tomorrow, not Friday. So it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to hopefully enjoy the beef stroganoff, probably more than Joe, because I don't think he likes it very much. And we're going to send you over to Joey Caffeine and Sharif. He's your mother, he's your daddy, he's that brother in the alley. And if you know the rest of it, you know, because Sharif is Joe's pusher man when it comes to caffeine. You've created a full-blown addict, Sharif. You should be very proud of yourself. The man didn't touch caffeine. Now he's drinking it like it's crack. So with that, let's go to the midday. Enjoy yourselves.
What just happened here, bro? I just got insinuated that I'm, like the dealer. What is going on? I don't even drink that much coffee. Guys, the last one I have is now, and then we go the entire day without one. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif. And the chat's, something happened there with the chat, so we're going to have to reload that, Joey, and say hello to everybody.
Pull it up, my boy.
Oh, I see. Assassino, thank you very much, because I did click the rollover there, and that was probably not the right idea. All right, just got to watch this ad super quick, then we're going to shout out everyone. There we go. What is up, everybody? Let's say hello to custom all-time highs. We got J7X54. Sharif the Pusher Man, he says. Neil, you made me a really bad reputation here. John Cutler, we got Why Not? Yo, why not? Shout out to Jimmy, D'Souza, Old Wise Trader, and Roboro. How about Paddy Rara? Benton, shout out to my man Benton. We got Green Day Dean and Trader Sniper TV. Wannabe Trader 13 also joining us. The OG, Other Zinc, and Sufyan. Get it, Sufyan. We got Yuckerberry TV and Britt Brandon, the Real Farm Trader, and Frank frickin' Rizzo. Love the name, man. Who else? Let's go down a little bit here. Amosa, I see you, my man. Crazy Dirt Weed is in the house as well, Joseph. Tony 101. Shout out to XC Running Star and Luis Suarez up right back at you, baby. Butt cheeks, says Drew Farrell. Butt cheeks right back at you. Uh-oh. Peter Hope dropping 5 nice ones in the chat. Joey, hello, Joe. Hello, Sharif. My lovely ONDS is dead money. Trying to make up for it with the SPCX short. You know I'm going to hope you print multiple storms on your SPCX short. You know, as long as, you don't kill my position over there. Because, we got into SPCX there a couple of days ago. But let's get right down to work, Joey.
Let's get down.
We're going to have to look at Allbirds. Shout out to Neil for calling this one out. 625 high, losing 6 as we speak. Dancing here in the mid-590s. We've got a topping tail candle forming, but that's the bad news. The good news is trend still being respected here by BIRD because we are still holding prior bar lows. So the details are as follows. The current bar low, which is the 11 o'clock bar, is 553. That is the low of this candle, so let's say 550. That also overlaps very, very clearly with the volume weighted average price, which if you're a newer viewer, will always be the white line on my black charts. And then we just opened up a new bar, so in the 1105 bar now, prior bar low takes us down to 546. So what we see here is clear support generally at that 5.5 area. Here comes 560. The question is, do we lose prior bar low? I'm going to take my chances with this one. And if we get a nice price spike down back into possibly 60s, we're in the 60s right now, Joseph Options. Oh no, it's leaving. Oh, there we go. So we're long here. We're going to give it to the mid 40s, lest, we get wigged out, something like that. So this is what I want to see right now. What do we got? We got 68. Into 75 we go. We wet the beak here, Joey. Into 80 we go. We wet the beak again. We're looking for a little bit more. We're looking for a move into 6. And then we want to gauge resistance at that $6 area. Assassino, I didn't quite hear you in my ear, brother. Joe?
It's Joe.
Gotcha. All right.
Yes, sir. We're ready to rock and roll, guys. Huge shout out to MinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVDA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We're talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast. Not now, but today. Today, right?
Yesterday.
Now. Yeah.
Yesterday would be quite nice, right?
Better.
And you know, if English is your second language, it's just a way of saying like, do it right now.
Arriba.
We're gonna talk a little bit of Mandarin in a little bit, Joey, because you know your boy's been. What is happening? Your boy's been studying. All right, guys, continue to watch BIRD here, trying to hold a $0.5. We're break even on this amount. I put some profit takers into 6. This one loses mid-40s. I am Gonzino. I'm looking for a $0.5 hold here. We've held on the last 3 5-minute candles. If this one fails, then I'll have got this one wrong. I'm looking for a possible retesting of $6 here. Into 77 we go. There's been no 80 prints, and I got a liquidity tester here, Joey, in the low 80s to test exactly that. I want to see if we're able even to shake the sellers in and around 70 pennies. So far, the answer has been no to that. So we're going to continue to watch that. I've got more to speak about here in terms of small cap gappers that I've got on watch, but I just want to resolve this trade because it's like in the midst of the more volatile part of the trade. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there. So I got to keep my eye on it. But what have you been trading this morning?
Yeah,
brother?
man. Well, I mean, we've been getting. I was trying to think of a term that was appropriate, but we couldn't think of it. But anyways, we take a loss on it. That's all right, man. Yeah, so we had a really good past 3 days anyways, so we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Friday, 5.5 times shutdown. Monday, half a shut. Yesterday, a full shut. So we're all right, man. We're down half right now at this point. We take a loss on SpaceX. We take a loss on goggles, a couple of them maybe even, to be honest with you. A couple of re-engage, no, just one loss here on this bad boy, and then NVDA, so via NVDA. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We go 1 for 5 at this point, so not too good, a 20% clip rate, but we're only a couple of trades away from turning this thing around to Greensville. I want to head over into the chat, but it's not the tech trade that I want to get involved with because it seems that we're trend down at this point here. Sharif, you can
limit
see
down bird.
We have continuous lower highs here on goggles. Same thing here with SpaceX. Come on, fill me out at 170. I think we're gonna have the ability to get that. So a nice steady downtrend. And with that being said, we're most likely gonna have to wait until that 2 or 3 o'clock hour in order for us to find a potential long if we even want to take any more attempts on these bad boys. Now, what was the name that I was going to pull up on this screen? Yes, it was Applied Digital going lower, guys. So we want to head over to the financials as JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley going absolutely nuts here today. So we're going to head over into the financial world, XLF, and wait for some form of a pullback because we did have a high of around 105.44 cents here on Robinhood. Pullback, VWAP retest, and then off to the races we can potentially go. So that's what I have on my radar, Sharif.
All right, man. Limit down on BIRD. I stopped out right where I said 544. Limit down 528. So this one's bleeding its own blood. It also might lose its spot on the side chart, but I got another one here. We're already doing well on this one. SNBR, there it goes through 47. We've got 44s. The breakout seems to be on at the moment. Let's see if we can wet the beak in and around 48. And then I'm going to put some at 49. And then, Joseph, believe it or not, yes, I might actually put some at 50.
Okay.
So looking for a 49.59 touch. That is the high of the day. So let's just say right around that $0.5 is where resistance should be expected. SNBR, penny stock, but up 164%. Got a nice flat top brewing here at around 50 pennies. Whether or not we have the juice to take out that 50 penny area. There goes 48. Here comes 49. There goes 49, Joseph Options. I'm expecting resistance at 50 penny, guys. I just want to make that very clear over here because you're likely going to encounter some resistance at the $0.5. This is a new high day. 49.59 new HOD. We don't get the print at $0.50, and that's kind of why I put it out there, to test the liquidity, to see at least momentarily, were we able to shake the sellers in the high 49s, possibly at the 50s. Sometimes you don't even see it move. You go and look later, and then you see that it actually wick through the level. So that's kind of what I was trying to test there. Test comes back negative. 49.59 high, bleeding its own blood down to 45. I'm expecting a move back into 40 here. And if we get that move into 40, I'm going to be adding. We're long at 44. In fact, I have better than 44. I have 43 and change. We're out of the money now because it's coming back pretty aggressively here into 44, Joey.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see a possible move into about 42.5, maybe 40, high 41s. That gets me adding into SNBR here. I like the look of SNBR right now. I also like the look of SSPC, which is, I'm assuming that SpaceX leveraged, or it looks like an inverse IPO. So, oh, it's ripping. SSPC is ripping, 931. Sharif the Stallion in the house. Let me take the opportunity to do this over here. Front double biceps over here.
Oh, here we go there, man. Look at the depth. Look at the definition on that there, Sharif.
On yours?
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah.
My bad.
It's all right, my boy. Was that supposed to be sarcasm, my boy?
I love you, bro. Honestly, I love you exactly how you are, man.
Yeah, definitely.
It is.
Man, I got a pec cramp there.
You got
Yeah.
You need some potassium.
Yeah, I know. I didn't get to eat my banana.
Aw. Yeah, that's why I have one always after. You always see me stealing Sean's banana and Neil's banana because, well, we need that before the workout, Joey, lest we cramp up, right? So that's kind of the look there. All right. 1 cent. Brother, yes, 1 cent.
Oh, that's
Bobek.
disrespectful.
You're not understanding, Bobek. It's not about the dollar move. It's about how much size you're taking for that penny move. I'm sure you're pretty good at math, Bobek, right? If you do that on 10,000 shares, what's a 1 penny move on 10,000 shares? Isn't that the same thing for a dollar move with less shares? So you just think about that, brother, before you say funny things like that. All right, continuing to watch here. Joey, I didn't get the ad, man, but here comes 50 pennies again. Looking real good. Looking for that breach of 50, Joe.
Good stuff, man. I appreciate that. Almighty, you didn't know this? Joe Jack, what the heck? Sleeper build 101 over here, man. We at the gym every day. Yeah, who said that coffee black?
Someone standing behind you? Sorry.
Bruh.
Monkey never cramp. Yeah, eat the banana, monkey never cramp. If you know, you know. Let's head over. The haterade is real, man. Is that
I'm
what
just joking, bro.
Is that what
Come
you
on,
got?
man.
Is that what you got in there today?
A little bit. I put a little bit with the coffee because it has a little bit of sugar in it.
Monkey never cramp. But here it is, guys. Let's head over and find something to trade. Like we got the coffee itch going on and a lot going on there. No, it's a Blue Jay. It's a former Blue Jay. He's like, you got to eat your banana because you got a bad cramp. Anyways, aside from that, let's get right back into these market, guys. There goes 50. Joe, if you could change anything besides the obvious, what would it be? Man, that's a deep question.
Yeah, it is. That requires some thought.
Yeah, I can't just give you, but it's a $5 super chat. If we can get our top supporters up on the board here today, that'd be fantastic. And we'll just put a big line through Adam James's name. Obviously, I'm being highly sarcastic. That's our boy. If I could change anything besides the obvious, what would it be?
What would it be, Joey?
The unpredictable, maybe?
Ooh, that's deep.
Yeah, I think that's, well, I mean, because then it'd be besides the obvious, so what is extremely unpredictable?
Well, very good
and
point.
maybe that could be tomorrow. So if I could change what, in a good way, that may be a little bit of a bad thing into a positive thing, then maybe we'll head into that neck of the woods. Other than that, guys, we're back up to 105 in Robinhood. Very great question on the Rail TV, and I like that. Now, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight thinking of an answer and what I would potentially change here in the future. Sharif's got a lot of small caps going on. He's punching keys over there, so I know he's getting a little antsy. So we got to get over here and see where you're good. You're all right? Okay. QuantumScape, we're looking for some signs of strength in Rigetti. So, I mean, I'm not finding anything anything right now, Sharif. I want to head over into the financials. What's our boy TKO been doing? Nothing other than what happened on Sunday. Absolute fantastic show put on by Dana White and company. But I want to head over to JPM and see how we've been performing over
Did you hear about the
335
attempt on President Trump's life there?
No, but I heard that. I heard a lot of like whatever planned attacks was going to happen.
That's what I was talking about. You saw. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So they prevented them and stuff. Did you see
like
your
the
boy?
Drones, like they had this plan to hit
him
the
with
buildings, the surrounding buildings with drones, and then with the chaos that would ensue from the explosion, that they'd have snipers.
Yeah.
There. What the
It's
hell
crazy.
is
Did you see your boy Deshaun Strickland got arrested? He pulled up. He pulled up, and they kicked him out immediately, which is crazy. A lot of good things going on in the chat here. I think this is for you. I'm trying to find it there. Sarah the mama saying you're so pure and you're cool as hell. She said something else very nice there. I think that was towards you, or maybe me. Who knows? But anyways, been in the UEC. What do y'all think on it? I think that's Sharif's world. Thank you for the $2 super chat. We'll allow him to go over that. Oh, Adam James. I don't know if we can say that. The F Timo football Malcolm X ?
Oh, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy,
You are
Adam.
crazy.
You're
You're my boy. I love Adam, man. Yeah. I'm going to come and catch you in, next time you head over to South America, maybe I'll come meet you up with you in the new year.
He might be coming to Veld.
Yeah, he mentioned that. You can come and check us at any given moment, Adam James, without any question. But yeah, next time you're in South America, if it's in February or March, I might actually, when I say I'm going to do something, the 90% of the time I do it, and I think I'm going to head over there.
This was one hell of a trade over here.
Oh.
I wasn't saying much when this was happening, but this was a big move. 16 pennies on a 44 penny name. Took 44 long, ripped into 60. In fact, it's not 60, it's 59.20. That's the high of the day. We're exhausted from we exhausted our shares. Not that I'm exhausted. I'm looking for another move back into 50 here. 50 gets me back in the trade, guys. Let's go ahead and put something here for a dip into 51. I'm going to take baby shares relative to what I took initially. I'm looking for the $0.50, which was an obvious area of resistance, for me anyway, to now act as support. So we get this one wrong, I probably stop out below 45. We're taking very, very small shares relative to what I took initially because I don't want to give anything back. Now, if I get the 50 print and then it ends up breaching 60 after touching 50, that's where we'll add, because that to me will have been a 50 defend and then a clearing of prior area high. That gets me back into the trade with full size. So that's what we'll look for here on SMBR. Very, very strong, very directional, looking like the best of the bunch right now, quite frankly. So we're going to stay on this one until it gives me a reason to look elsewhere. So continuing to watch here, SMBR. Dancing a little bit here, Joey, some at the 52, some at the 53s, not quite giving me that 51 dip. Bovin is saying CAST is moving up. So let me have a quick look at CAST. Yeah, I had that one already, Bovin. I had it on the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah, lost VWAP, but it's trying to reclaim VWAP right now with a hammer candle. Looks like it's at 423, give or take. CAST, the ticker. Big move up into 484, but it lost 484. In 15 minutes, it was back at 4, but it got defended quite well, as you can see there. Ended up turning into a hammer candle, so that means there was a whole lot of buying at $4. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But SNBR not even giving me 50, and here it goes again, trying to break through 57 and 58. Here's 58. Let's see if it can work into 59. If it takes out 61, I'm going to go long here. 60, excuse me, not 61. Continuing to watch. This is a new high of day, 59.99. Sucks I didn't get added. I think it came into like 52 or 53 at the best. There it goes, Joseph, into 61. SNBR right now on its horse and could see $0.0025 sooner rather than later. We're not in the clear. Let's see if we can kind of get up into that 63 penny area. That's what I'll be looking for there. How many shares? Oh, good. All right, let's put in some beak wetters here to see if we can take advantage of that. There it goes into 62.82. No follow through though into 63. There is 60. Oh, pretty close to 63 there, 62.90. There goes 63. Here comes 64. There goes 64. Joseph, what an ad. Here comes 65. We're looking for a little bit more here, and there's 65. Not quite, 64.92 to be fair. There goes 65. It's Rip City, Rip City. We're looking now for 69, Joey. What are you looking at, my man?
Good stuff, man. Adam, that's crazy. ADA, you said Adam does Asia. All right, man.
Love it.
Yeah, he's going over to Da Nang.
Oh.
I remember that. Yeah, I missed that. I'm kind of pissed off that I missed that trade that Sharif was just in right there for the high of the day break. Instead, I'm back over here in SpaceX looking for this $190 play. We took a couple attempts there on what is this name over here? NVDA and then SPCX. No, yeah, NVDA, and then we're back over here. Let's see if we can catch this, Phil. Joe keeps flexing his biceps, trying to keep up with you. I'm not trying to keep up with anybody.
Your boy is already keeping up, man.
Yeah, I don't need to keep up.
Circles
I don't need to keep up with anybody but myself. I'm not in competition with anybody other than myself. Just trying to get a little bit better day by day. So if you think that, then you got something else coming to you, my friend. SPX 5 1/5 here, guys, to the downside. We're posted up at 190. So let's see if we can catch this, a nice 5-minute print off of the lows. So we'll be patient. We did have a trend line break here on Google, Gorb. It just took a little bit of time for this stock to turn around. I think it's only a matter of minutes until we hit $106 here on Robinhood, right? Like, look at this big time move, man. A big breakout. We had the technicals aligned. Now, this was Monday. We open up on the top end of the range, 95.23. 110 is definitely in the works in this bad boy. And at that point, guys, we're only about $40 off the high. This thing looks like it's on the war path to a new all-time high on this bad boy. Big time stuff, only 30%. At one point, we were down 60%, Sharif. So, man, some good stuff on Robinhood. Off the highs. Yeah, but now... Yeah. Yeah, but man, I think this thing is fast and furious.
Looks pretty good.
A bunch of tailwinds for it. I think we're on the trajectory to either head up into 140 again at some point. So not too bad of a look in Robinhood.
All right, man. Very happy with this trade. We got top wick so far on SNBR as it tested 70. I don't think this one is done quite yet, nor does the chart pattern indicate that it is done. Still holding prior bar low. Sometimes we do see these topping tail candles manifest on the chart on these small cap gappers. But like I always say, that is part and parcel of trading these small caps. And the reason that they show up a lot and then end up continuing to go is because people are taking intraday profits. The majority of the volume that's coming in right now on SMBR is intraday volume, probably won't be around after the bell. As such, there has to be profit taking throughout. So sometimes what you end up getting when there's this aggressive profit taking are these topping tail candles. So what I always try to say is don't view the topping tail candle or the the inverse hammer candle or whatever kind of bearish pattern or chart candlestick pattern is what I'm trying to say in small caps like you would view them in large caps. They're not the same. Okay, so that's what I want to say there. So I'm continuing to watch here. A breach of 70 gets me back into this trade because then I'll have a bias that we're on the way to the 100, to the dollar, pardon me. So SNBR up 258%. It's done 460 million shares of volume with the majority of the volume coming in lately. The volume bars are biggest after 11 o'clock. So you should keep that in mind. I can't look at Blicky Spears the same anymore now that I know what
a Blicky is?
Yeah, you shouldn't have told me that.
Man.
I love your name, bro.
Well, I mean, he is from LA, so.
Mark, 9670. The only muscle that really matters is one's brain. Well, I do agree with that sentiment. I disagree in reality because your body probably wouldn't be able to function if all the other muscles didn't matter. You probably wouldn't be able to.
The only muscle that really matters is one's heart.
Yeah, there's other muscles that are important too. Yeah, like your arms, and your fingers. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to punch.
Then you would. Well, I mean, that would suck, wouldn't it?
I love you guys.
What's for lunch, man?
What's for lunch? This guy needs to eat. He's angry as hell. Come on, get this man some food. You want me to get you the
No. No, it's all right, man.
All right, guys, we're having a good time. All right. Brad Tier 4970. Joe, if I have $10 to invest, where should I put it? Sharif said you could flip it to 10 millies. Did I say that? I don't know if I said that, but if I said that, I was probably exaggerating for effect. No, but seriously, Joey.
$10?
$10. SMBR is going to take out 70, guys. Their buy just shot up. New high day, 71, Joey. Go ahead.
Man, you know me, Sharif. I would probably put that on it. See, the first step is, okay, so we're going to go, like, this is a 3-step process that may fall into approximately 53 steps. So you add a couple on the way. But if I only had $10, the first step of my 3-step process would to put that $10 on a small cap gapper, hopefully to double it. If we hit that double, then we're on step 2 of 3. But then after that, I now have $20, quick maths. I would probably put that on another small cap gapper, trying to make that into $40. Now, is that going to work? Because the more times we try that, the more difficult it may be. But in all seriousness, if I only had $10 to my name, I would probably just go up to a random person or someone who's a betting man and say, hey, heads or tails, 10 or 20. It's the double or nothing at this point, $10.
Are you a roulette guy? Always bet on black?
No, I was more of a blackjack.
Blackjack.
Yeah.
Blackjack, man, the intensity.
I told you, man, I was going home playing at it. Like, I don't know what it was.
Good?
I used to be.
Yeah, I was never good. I just like it. No.
You like it?
Yeah, I do like it. I find it exciting.
On Bet365, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about this stuff anyway. It's not bad or anything. Yeah, exactly. On Bet365, you can just go you versus the dealer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I go home, play a couple hands.
Play the dealer?
Yeah.
And you can, hold on, but the dealer has certain advantages, no? Like,
I mean, in blackjack?
Yeah.
If there's more people on the table.
They hide one card, right?
Yeah, you don't get both of their cards. But I mean, is that an
the tie
advantage?
goes to the dealer too, or no?
No, it's a push.
It's a push. Oh, got it.
You get a push there. So, yeah.
I like that movie 21.
You like 21?
Yeah, man. It made me try to actually count cards. Like, it's not
Yeah, I
easy
did.
to
Did
do.
you use it? It's quick. I remember I tried it years and years ago, and it's like you have to go +1, +2.
Exactly.
-1, +2.
And then there's zeros as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Like certain mid cards are zeros. But I'm hearing a lot of the casinos are they're using multiple decks and doing all these.
In Canada, it's 5 decks.
5 decks, eh?
Yeah.
And I see videos online too that like they'll go up to a player and they'll be like, "Hey, you had a great day today. Sorry though, it's over."
Yeah, man.
And
absolutely.
he'll be like, "Why?" It'll be like, "You know why?
Yeah.
We don't want your business
Yeah,
anymore."
exactly,
and they'll just say
man.
it like right to their face, and because they're counting, right?
Shout
They
out
know they're counting.
shout out to Mickey Mace and coming. Do you ever play a baccarat?
I don't play baccarat.
Yeah,
no,
never.
No. I have never.
I never play. I don't really understand that. So,
Mr. Love Shack, haven't seen you in about Mahjong. No, just because I'm learning Mandarin, Fabian, doesn't mean I know Mahjong. Fabian's like, yo, you got to learn how to play if you're going to talk around the table. That's a good point, Fabian. Mr. Love Shack, I was a stand-in actor for Aaron Yu. No way. When I was a junior in high school for the movie 21. That's awesome,
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. I do remember him as part of the team. Yeah, that was an interesting movie there. Always had me interested in blackjack. Guys, we're continuing to watch SNBR here. Joey, it doesn't have that clean follow through 70. It's got a 73.85 high. But I've been watching it as we've been joking around here and talking. And every time it makes a move above 70, it's being met with a really aggressive sell. So I'm really hesitant here to get in through 70. Now, that's only my hesitation. If you're actually looking at the technicals, we've got everything showing, pretty good. You're holding the prior bar high, and the doji candle that we closed, the topping tail candle that I spoke about, ended up getting its high taken out, which kind of proves my point that these topping tail candles are not the end all and be all in the world of small cap gappers. They are indicative of intraday profit taking, which you should assume people are doing in these small caps. So continue to watch this. I'm not quite ready to get into this one though, but I'll point out some others. I see ICCM trying to make a move back at it, and ICCM here is up big on the day. It's up 218%. Alas, it got into that 9.5 area, 954 high, and then it dropped all the way down to 575. But here it is again, and now it is back above VWAP and trying to make a move for 7. But I would be remiss if I didn't point out the fact to you that this has been a bearish pattern for the last little while. What do I mean? I mean this very prolonged downtrend here that typically finds a base in and around VWAP, okay? Only to have that trend line broke into the high side. That break of the trend line ends up being a lower high, a bull trap. What am I talking about? Well, everybody and their mother can see that this trend line broke here and this curling pattern off 575 and an attempt at 7, right? And so they know you're looking at that. And so what they end up doing is end up moving it up a bit. Maybe it gets to 7, 7.5, maybe even 775 or 8. But that will end up being a lower high. And then you'll punch in, right, at around 725, thinking, here we go again. We're going back to 950, maybe 10, only for that to end up being a lower high. I'm not saying that that's going to happen this time around, but be on the lookout for that. How do you be on the lookout for that? If we make an area high, say 750, 775, and then the current candle closes, a new 5-minute candle opens. If that new 5-minute candle loses the prior bar low, be on the lookout for a move back into VWAP at around 6.25, maybe even worse, maybe even 6. So I'm not trying to dissuade you from trading ICCM, but I'm trying to tell you what I've personally seen with these specific patterns over the last number of months. Just be careful. It could end up being really good, but just look for the prior bar low breach, Joey, especially if it ends up moving up big.
Good stuff. All right, a big move here. Let's see if we can get this 192 break on SpaceX. Other than that, man, like a nice 2-to-1 on that. If we can get that 192 level to come through here for us today, guys. Nice move, man. We're just trying to make these winning trades as big as we possibly can, considering we did have a slower start. I mean, we were quick out of the gate, and then we took a couple of losses after that, full disclosure. You know, we tell you guys everything. But yeah, oh, what a rejection of 80s there. Oh, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Okay, now we're printing. There we go. We got it, Sharif. We've got 192s, buddy. Yeah, nice little bit of a move here. I'm going to take the majority off at 192. Just because, right? And then we're going to leave some up for a runner, maybe up into 195 if we're fortunate enough. Gorev, I haven't seen you in the chat. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know you left. I went to tag you on this 192 resistance zone. We're fortunate enough to get that break now. Left a little bit of a runner. I did remove 70%, now sitting on 30% as we hit the $2 ITM. Other than that, guys, if you want to go over some options activity, let's do so. We'll head over to the into the SpaceX options world and see how we've been looking at that $220 marker, because we do know that there's a lot of open interest on that on that strike price, which is actually starting to cool down a little bit. A lot of volume at that specific strike price, but what we do have is a concentration between 205 and 210. Okay, so that's an interesting look. We'll head over to that next Oh yes, Sharif, there it goes, man. Oh, obviously it would have been nice to have a little bit more, but we'll take it for what it is. 193.45 just eliminates a mass amount of our loss here today. And obviously, with it being said, we want to make our winners as big as possible. I was thinking about adding through that 192, but we didn't. That shoulda, coulda, woulda. We'll hold on to our last little bit. We're sitting on approximately 20% now at this point. If we head up into 195, then we'll just remove that trade. For a little bit better of a look here, guys, you can see we posted up at 190s. Fortunate enough to catch that fill. It went down to 188.95, so almost $1 against us. That's exactly why we had to wait until 192. Why? Because you have to hit that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio, holding $1 against us, $2 before you take any form of partialing. Now 195 is going to be that primary target. That's going to be a nice little move on SPCX if we are fortunate enough to get that. Joe, what's up with the 0 DTE Qs 234 calls for today? For sure, let's take a look at that, man. 0 DTE, well, 234 on the Qs. Brother, how do you even go? I think I'm sure you meant 734 maybe, but 234. Please put that back in the chat. I don't see anything. There's obviously a lot of volume coming in here. There's a concentration between 34 and 35. I'm sure that's what you meant, but it's just holding up in that neck of the woods. I don't see anything outstanding on those 0 DTEs. You know our boy Jesse Martinez is trading those 0 DTEs, so good look on some of those. And I know Trapman. Where's Trapman for real? Been in the chat today because he's an options trader as well. I'll tell you, there's Trader Forever. I don't know if Trader Forever was putting in any action here on the options contracts, but not too bad of a look. We're down 4.25 on SPCX.
All right, man. I'm actually looking at SSPC, Joey, and this is a leveraged ETF.
That's the inverse?
Yeah, so it's on the Amex, and it's very liquid. 52 million shares traded on the day.
Good.
Cheap. $8-9 here, and it's not blocked on our system. So I just did a quick test there to see if I could get in and get out. So good look here, SSPC. So I'll be able to possibly participate in some SpaceX action. We'll just trade it like a small gap. For anybody who's wondering, this is on the Amex network, so it's not Nasdaq, not NYSE. So you got to have permissions for that, I'm assuming, on your brokerage. Make sure you've got that ironed out. Moreover, need to tell you that if this one does halt, and I'm not saying it will, but anything on the Amex network, when they halt, you're not going to know what the theoretical auction price is, okay? So that means you've got to fly blind a little bit during the halt phase. That doesn't please a lot of people. Here we go, SSPC reclaiming 9 here, about 902. 2 penny spread, not bad. I wouldn't have gauged this at a 2 penny spread, given that it's done almost 53 million shares on the day, but alas it is. So keep your eye on that. Now I want to mention Bird is back in the air over here, 580. This one's making a move here, Joey, into 6. Now Bird is my only loser on the day. I got this one wrong, right? So I'm gonna be, I don't want to say gun shy, but I'm gonna be more hesitant, more discerning here about how I get in, because clearly I didn't have a right read first time around. 580 seems to be a resistance area here. Good volume on Bird, not great, but 16 million shares traded, with the majority of the shareage coming in right around 11. So wasn't really doing much in the way of volume in the pre-market or even at the open. I see the volume bars really start to show up 10:30 with the biggest ones at 11 o'clock. So 580 rejection right now on BIRD. Nothing for me to do here other than to see whether this is going to fail VWAP or not. I want to mention ICCM. I told y'all to be careful with this one. And now it does look like it was a bull trap, at least for the moment. Now, this could change. So this is what I meant on ICCM. When you have this downtrend break, it lures you in 7, 7.5, end up rejecting 7.25. Now, having said that, let me say this. If this current bar or the subsequent one ends up taking out 7.25, 7.5, that changes my theory entirely. What I was talking about was this initial move, where you feel like it might be on the way back up, and then all of a sudden it drops back down. You're $1 out of the money. You're in at 7.25. It goes back down to 6.25. That changes though if the current bar, the 1135 bar, ends up breaking 7.25, 7.5. I think that would change things specifically, and that wouldn't necessarily be a bull trap. I'm talking about ICCM. For now though, we're going to pause. We're going to send it to the big desk.
It's time to talk about the European markets. We have with us once again, as we always do at 11:30 a.m., what are we doing here with this European market close today?
Thank you, Dara. So European markets held steady overnight. That was mainly supported by strengthening geopolitical peace trade deals. But we did see a little bit of a laggard in the German DAX. We saw it went down, and that was mainly due to a plunge in BMW. That was about over 7%. And that also brought down Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz as well. But overall, the stock 600 definitely closing near the highs of that of reduced stagflation risks. So another news that came out from the stocks from Europe was that Barclays, they definitely raised its stock 600 year-end target to 670 from previously 620. So that definitely abandoned the underweight rating on European stocks for the end of the year. But as we move forward to the next day, we see that people are still waiting and seeing, especially with the upcoming Federal Reserve prints as well as the Bank of England prints. So people still staying cautious in the UK with regards to that.
Yeah, keep an eye on some of those prints, and also it looks like keep an eye on some of these German car-related stocks potentially for tomorrow after that drop today. We'll see one again with us at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian close. Back to you.
Give the man more scrap.
Losing their way
In the vehicle space?
Yeah.
Who do you think is taking their spot?
The Chinese, not in ICE engines, but in cars in general. Here comes 6, Bird. Huge seller at 6. Yeah, the Chinese, they're not really good at making internal combustion engine cars. Bad, from what I've seen anyway. Great at EVs, but yeah, the Germans have kind of lost their way a little bit. I've been really not impressed at all with BMW lately, and I got to tell you, my old man's Benz, plastic everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Not impressive.
What about Porsche?
Porsche's okay. My cousin just got the 911 Carrera.
Oh.
So that's pretty badass car. That one they didn't really cheap out in. What? Because it's $250,000.
Yeah, well, I would hope.
Yeah,
I would
so,
hope not.
yeah.
Yeah, I would hope that would be a. You don't like Audi?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Same thing.
All right. Neil Team 6. Yes.
Palantir. Lele.
Uh-oh.
Palantir. Look, I have Palantir at 136. Calls expire June 18th. That's your world, man.
Racket. Neil Team 6. Racket, baby. All right, man. Shout out to Blicky Spears. Let's see what we got going on with Palantir. Listen, Lele, we love everything that you got going on. You already know this, our girl. Let's pull up Palantir and see how you've been performing here today. Can we pull that super chat up one more time for your boy? We did tap it here. Let me post up at 95s actually here before we get into what Lele Love's got for us. 195, we're going to take our last little bit out. Let's see if we're fortunate enough now because we did wick into it. Should have had that order out there, but a nice little move. I have Palantir 136, calls expiring 618. Let's actually pull up the contracts itself because the chances are you obviously bought these out of the money. I would like to know when specifically you bought them just so we can be like, hey, nice move, or hey, I don't know if you have much of a chance just due to the extrinsic value side of things, but we're going to head over to Palantir and we're going to look at this 36 contract that's going to be expiring tomorrow, and we're going to take a look because it's been putting in a pretty solid session. We'll head over to the contract specifics in itself.
She said yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then, I mean, at some point throughout the intraday session, you bought them off of the lows, 48 cents maybe. If you got them at a better price, I would like to know your average. But you do get a nice little pop. Let's see if you get any form of a follow through. Don't forget, if they're expiring tomorrow, if you're sitting on anything from a double-digit gain, I'd be looking to lock in a little bit of profits before they expire worthless leading in. Because those 136s may not hit. You also want to, if you are looking for intrinsic value, you're going to want it to break through 136 quick and then hold above it and continue to climb. So any form of double percentage gain, I would be looking to take some profits.
All right, man. We're trying our hand here at Bird, Joey. We're in at 580. I got 83s. That sucks. I thought I got 80s there. Okay. Whatever. My theory here is I feel like we might be accumulating for a 6 break. When you look at the prior area rejection, sure, it wicked through 6. It went to 6 1/4, right? But there's been no closing prints on the 5-minute chart above $6. So I'm gauging that there might be, and I'm trying to take advantage of that. And now it's moving up here. Got a couple of prints, looking for a little bit more at 95s. And my theory here is I'm going to add into this position into 550, okay? So just to remove the subjectivity out of it, I'm just going to go ahead here and sit at key levels to add. And let's go ahead and do just that. Just make sure that I'm hitting the right keys. Buy, right? Perfect. Okay, so there we go. So I put my orders out. We're going to defend into 550. That's going to be the theory here, and we're looking for continuation through 6. So whether or not this ends up breaking through 6, there's been a very, very aggressive seller at $6, and I got a gander of them the last time around when we just popped up there. I think on the minute chart it was 1139, and it was like we couldn't print anything above 6, and I saw a lot of size there, both on the gateway and what we couldn't see because the tape was just printing these buy orders, but nothing was coming off the ask side of the level 2. That gives you an idea that who's selling was a hidden seller. We call that an iceberg order, right? So keep your eye out for that. That iceberg seller at $6 could be trouble on Bird. This one loses 5.5. I'm out. Simple as that. That's VWAP, also overlapping with the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's what I'm thinking. I also want to bring your attention back to SNBR. Bovin's been calling out this one. This is our best trade on the day, and it's accumulating for a 70 break. Now, it's broken through 70 on the day. As you see there, it got to about 73.85, but there's no closing prints above 70, and as quickly as it got above 70 was as quickly as it dropped back down. So watch out in the same way that I'm talking about that 6 seller on Bird, you need to be looking for that 70 penny seller on SMBR, Joey. So we're going to continue to watch that. We got a little bit more there on BIRD at 75. So let's go ahead and post here for a couple of beak wetters, and then we're going to go ahead and wait at 80. Let's go 89 this time. See if we can get something in and around there. So that's my move right now on Bird. We're 0 for 1 on it. Hopefully this trade we can do a little bit better, Joey.
Good stuff, man.
Why are you giggling?
Because we tried it. Did you see what we got a Neil Team 6 in the chat now? Because you get
That's great.
SEAL Team. You see the picture? You see the picture?
I didn't see it.
Look here, up here.
That's amazing, bro. That's amazing.
You guys are too funny, man.
The chat's undefeated.
Yeah,
man. They've been
well,
undefeated.
sometimes as much as I love them, sometimes you guys get under my skin a little bit too, man. Yeah.
What's that? It's like an army.
Yeah, man. You get it like
course.
SEAL Team 6.
Yeah,
man.
Assassino. It's like the Navy SEALs, right?
brigade,
There
man.
goes Bird Joseph through 6, big time, boom. Limit up 644. Watch out now, limit up 644. We're showing 43s. Big move. We've got 570s. More pleased I could not be. Give me my money, man. All right, got to load this up to make sure we're not taking out too much shares too quickly here, Joey. Let's cancel that order. Now we're going to go ahead and wait at 645. Let's go ahead and do that. Continuation through 6. Hard to kind of continue. 6 1/4 showing up. Looking for that. There it goes into another high of day. 640 frickin' 5. Why are you laughing? We're having a good time. 645. I'm looking for a 60 break. Let's look up here. So it's no longer 644 limit up. Can't quite see what it is right now. It's got to move up a little bit closer to the price action, but bang, 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 and bang on. There's my man, Randy. Get it, Randy. Love when Randy's hands just come in, boom.
Yeah, you gotta.
Like that. Man, strong, too. You ever...
Yeah, he's got big hands.
He's got big hands and he hits, bro.
And
There it goes. Bird up, says Blicky Spears. Get it, Bird. We got top wick right now. We got 644s, but it's bleeding its own blood, Joey.
Yeah.
Back into 6. Question is, 6 was such a staunchy area of resistance. Does it hold now as support?
Yeah, Ben. There's a Jesse and Ben Affleck. Like, are you the real Ben Affleck? Is what I want to know. What do you think about Webull? Let's pull that up here, man. Ben Affleck is funny too. Let's pull up Webull here and see what we got going on. I blocked the comment there because I thought it was comical.
Bleeding.
Is it bleeding its own blood?
I was trying to hold 6, Joey, and I'm
Let's
trying
see
to
how
decide
it's-
whether I should punch.
Webull over here, Weber has been performing pretty good, man. If you're looking at some value, listen, PDT rule, a couple of tailwinds, $4. You're almost at a double up on that point here on Webull. Is it a buy? I mean, I don't think it can get much worse from here, right? Like we had an all-time high of around $79. That's a big-time move from where we're currently trading, and that'd be sitting around. There's your 10-bagger right there. If it even happens to go back towards its all-time high, PDT.
A 10-bagger?
No, I wouldn't be here if I did.
Well, small. It could be like, $10 investment.
Actually, yeah, maybe I did. Yeah, maybe I did. I don't know. We'll just do the math on Canopy Growth Corp. I should have went YOLO on that one a little bit more.
I like that.
Yeah.
Even if I've never hit one. I don't even think I've hit a 5-bagger, but I've had some
Pretty close.
positions
I think
go
maybe
400%.
Yeah, I definitely had the Canopy. I had Canopy Growth Corp do that for me.
Right.
So, yeah.
RX Breakout 7 says Texas Jet fan. I'm looking right at it. Still putting in lower highs for me, brother. I see what you're saying, TX Jet fan, but here it is. Is this halt? Why is it not moving? Why is it stuck at 707 like that? This might be a halt here. We'll have to load up RXT because it's not moving, so I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm going to leave that one on as well. RXT on the NQ. No, it's not halted. It's just not doing anything. What the hell? That was weird. Okay, it's just stuck at 707 for whatever reason. Look, it's not a bad look here. I'm just concerned with how this one's been trading on the day. That's a monster double top to fail at there. It drops down to 680. I'm going to keep it on watch. Don't get me wrong, but we're gonna trade this one a little bit more carefully than the others. Continuing to watch Bird here. 650 high of day. We got 570. I'm looking for a 69 out here. 669 is going to end the trade, and then we'll look to actually get back in. I am lamenting, though, not having taken advantage of the 6 drop. 6 was a very obvious area of resistance, as we made very clear. I didn't take advantage of it on the drop to add more. That was hesitation by me. I paid for it 655 now, high of day. Just continuing to dance with the $0.50. If we could see a 69 print, that will end the trade for me. I want to see if it can defend 50, though, because it really hasn't cleared it by any substantial amount. So we'll continue to watch that. Niraj, check GPUS making HOD. Sure. We'll bring in the side chart. Wow, computer is super slow today. Wow, it's even selecting the wrong screens. Yeah, computer's sick slow. GPUS, let's have a look. That's a monthly, let's flip to the 5. Yeah, hey, good call out, Niraj. Not bad, 35 penny high, showing 34 and change. The volume isn't substantial on it, but it's not bad. It's got a great looking pattern. It's a multi-day runner if you look at this. This has been putting in higher highs and higher lows for 3 days. So GPUS, great call out, Niraj, goes on the side chart. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk.
Very interesting catalyst here for CoreWeave with a pretty massive caveat here. So NVIDIA's AI account posting on X 2 minutes ago saying, quote, CoreWeave is the first cloud provider to bring up and validate NVIDIA Vera Rubin NVL72. As you can see, a little bit of a pop here on CoreWeave. This story sounded really familiar to me, so I looked into it. This was first announced on June 1st. Sorry, so this is a 17-day-old catalyst here. But either way here, CoreWeave popping yet again after NVIDIA reminds us that CoreWeave is the first cloud provider to bring up and validate the NVIDIA Vera Rubin NVL72. Just wanted to make you guys aware this story is not new, even though NVIDIA's account just posted about it. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Scott. Rivian looking like a breakout from day high. I like to hear that, Scott. Pardon me. Yes, Rivian yesterday with sadly announcing layoffs. I didn't quite get to look into where the layoffs, I think it's corporate. I don't think it's going to be basically on their floor. My focus was on Rivian, that it wasn't going to be at the Georgia plant because we're really relying on that to scale the R2, and you don't want to see cuts there. You don't want to see cuts anywhere, obviously, but it looks like it's going to be more office-based. We'll get to that, I guess, on the news, right? Texas Jet fan going to change my name to RXT. 100 hair. I like that. Get it, Texas Jet fan. Super chat. QURE. Quick thoughts. Shout out to Derek. Thank you. Let's have a look at QURE for Derek. GPUS is ripping, by the way. Shout out to Niraj for that call out. Right back into the high of the day on Gupus. Let's look at QURE. Okay, so this one is a gap up. I'm assuming this is some sort of a buyout here. Have a look. Surprise good news from FDA? No, looks like they got some good news here. Gene therapy company Unicure has faced a brutal uphill battle to commercialize its experimental treatment for Huntington's disease, but its outlook has suddenly brightened. Okay, so they got some sort of FDA approval, phase 3, something like that. Where am I? Look, Food and Drug Administration cleared to submit the biologics license application for the drug. The company said a BLA is a formal request to market and distribute a medical product derived from a living organism. That's what biologics are, across state lines. I see. Technicalities. Okay. QURE. This is going to be hard to chart intraday. And the reason is because it's a substantial gap. Like, look at this. We closed out yesterday, guys, at $27, give or take. There goes Bird. Into a high of day 78. We get the 69 print, Joseph Options. What a move up for Bird. If Bird clears 7, we're going to $10. It's up 69%. We've seen what this one has in the tank. We've seen this one before. Trade it carefully. Identify key areas of support, and don't be a schmuck like me and not add into that $6 area when it was a very clear area of support initially. What a move up here for Bird. QURE looks like a range to me. After the gap up, of course. We close out at 27. We're trading at 47 right now, so we're $20 in the clear. So we'll look at the range, and then we'll do the intraday. Clearly, a 44-ish, 43-ish buyer. You can see the 750 print. That's when the news came in. Bounced off 43. And then you had another drop there in the implied balance open at 935 into 43. But most of the prints defend 4. There are a few that go into 43. Most of them defend 44. To the high side, you're seeing the majority of the prints close below 49. In fact, there are some that don't even make it quite into 49, okay? So 49, I would say, is the high end of the range. QURE, I'd be looking at as a range intraday after that gap up daily. This is the kind of thing you're going to get with these biotechs, right? It's feast or famine on these ones. You get good news, you get price action like you got there on September 25th. You get price action like you got today on, what the hell day is it? June 17th. But, as quickly as, the good times can come, as quickly as they can end. Just asked whoever was holding this one on November 3rd of last year. That one dropped bigly. So I like the fact that it's gapping up. I feel like you might get some resistance at around 50 bucks, which I believe you are already. At the extremes, you're likely to see more resistance at 65. That seemed to be a bit of an area top around there. But I like this. QURE, if they can substantiate some of their research now that they have the license from the FDA, have at it. And thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, great stuff, man. All right, we're going to catch this fill here momentarily. There it is, 195. So we're all out of this position, guys. A great little trade here from 190 all the way up to 195 on SPCX, SpaceX. Starting to come back in a little bit, so we caught that. Nice little trade, Gorb. I don't know how much you're holding on to at this point, but fantastic stuff. Thanks, brother. Yeah, that was a great call out, man. You were so right on that one. And I was like, exactly, dude, I have to. We posted up at 190. We got the exact price that we were wanting to, and then we waited until 95 to take it off. Now, there's a fantastic question here from Sammy G from New Zealand, it looks like here. Will you be looking at shorting SLV from the lunchtime high going into the Fed meeting? That's an amazing question. And I told you, flat out, no. I will not. We are up about 0.9% in silver, and we are up 0.6% here in GLD and gold. So for me personally, there could be a potential pop. Let's see how the FOMC, usually with the flat, will get some volatility spikes, but then the market tends to correct itself and continue on the path that it was before. I don't think anything's going to be majorly game-changing after today's meeting, other than maybe where Warsh stands, right? Like, is he hawkish? Is he dovish? What's his game plan here? I'm curious to see if this guy's going to be like Jerome Powell and remain data dependent, or is he going to be strategic with his heights and his cuts that may or may not be to come. So other than that, let's see. Meta's been down here today, guys. Oh, this name has been getting beat up. Ooh. Yeah, beat up really bad here, Sharif, is META. Listen, it's been a pretty good one, but I want Meta to really start performing here. We have a really good PE on this name, but there's just so many headwinds that I feel. You have, obviously, all of the antitrust suits in LA going on, that once that is lifted, I wouldn't be surprised. And once you come to a settlement or an agreement, that this name can really get going. CapEx aside, I think this is another weight on this company's shoulders. But if this is a big part of my portfolio, if we get anywhere into all-time highs, then we're absolutely humming, and more than that. What's the divvy on? 53 cents. I mean, it is what it is. Zuck we could actually find that out here. I remember when it was this day. Yeah, see, yeah, that's exactly when, in February of 24, when this thing just went absolutely parabolic. So not too bad of a look. Applied Materials, holy smokes. We were talking about it this morning, up 8%. Now, if we're gonna play follow the money, I think it's definitely going right here. Applied Materials, ASML, and I forget who it was. I don't know if it was Jim Leventhal or however you pronounce his name. He's like, Caterpillar has nothing. That's Jim. Yeah. I didn't know. No, I'm saying I don't know if it was him who said it. It was somebody else. And again, I respectfully disagree. They're like, Caterpillar has nothing. They're like, Caterpillar has nothing to do with the AI trade. Really? I'm like, well, yeah, they literally on CNN. Yeah. I'm like, what?
Like semiconductors, sure.
But but even so, the like you got to build the place that the semiconductors are established and fabricated in. This is at the beginning
How about
stage.
The generators, my guy, that are 2-year backlog.
But that's what
we saw Cummins come into that today. They have CMI.
As you typically go, I was like,
I see it, Texas Jet fan. RXT is ripping, guys. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, but
absolutely right. Why would he say that?
I don't know why he said that. I'm like, what are you even talking about, man? This is where it starts.
Oh, my days. Yeah, building out the actual centers that don't exist.
Yeah, what are they going to build themselves?
Centers that don't exist, right?
I was surprised. Again, I don't know if it was somebody on the panel yesterday who mentioned it, and I'm like, what?
Bizarre. I would love to go back and listen to his video.
Yeah, I'll find the video.
That's crazy there.
On why they said that.
Nah, man, Caterpillar's been one of the beasts that we've had.
This definitely has been the beast.
Man. It's been a hot minute. We got into it for a completely different reason. I would be straightforward with you. I never got into it for the AI build out. I thought that we're going to have to build homes for the millennials who are unhoused, and it completely didn't end up being that way. It ended up being for AI, so I was like, I'll let this run.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, but building more homes, man. Yeah, we don't want to do that too much here.
No, man, and then they've got a problem in the States too, Joe. It's not just here.
They do, yeah.
Like their young people also need homes as well. Guys, RXT is about 10 pennies or so, give or take, from the day high, 747. We've had a lot of resistance though, guys, right around this level over here. Get it, Tisha. Appreciate you as always, Tish. Here's the deal. RXT looks fantastic, but I do concern myself with the 7 1/3, let's say 740 area. Look at the topping tills earlier. That, doesn't happen by accident, especially for 20 minutes in a row. And then again here. So expect resistance at this level. I'm not saying it won't breach, but you got to be realistic. And you got to know that there's somebody who's selling here. Somebody has conviction in this short, right? Or somebody's taking profits. Alas, it's still a good-looking bull flag with a definable range, generally 7 as support. Does breach on occasion, 680, give or take. But I would look to pick this up at towards the end of the range here, right around 7. But yeah, be on the lookout here. This takes out 750. It could really go. Just before we go to Adara for happening now and the Neil's lesson of the day, I do want to mention GPUS. Shout out to Niraj. Niraj called this one out, and it's continuing to go here. It's on the way. Looks like the 37, 38 pennies. And then last but not least, Bovin called out RUBI, Ruby. I was worried that this one was going to retrace and end up being a Christmas tree retracement, but this one is doing ample volume, Bovin. Since the breakout, the 1145 bar, more than 500,000 shares. The 1150 bar, 1.3 million shares. The 1155 bar, 1.5 million shares in 12. We haven't closed that one out quite yet. We just opened. We're a minute deep. More than 500,000 shares. So RUBI should be in focus for the small cap gapper inclined. See how that one trades. We're going to pause for a second. Joey and I will be back after happening now and Neil's lesson of the day.
Great timing, guys, because President Trump just started talking. He's talking about the Strait of Hormuz. He also said here that the market is at all-time highs. Oil's dropping like it's never dropped before, literally quoting him as he speaks. So be aware, he is now talking. He was initially supposed to do this conference at 9:30, delayed to about 10:45. Now we're live. I was hearing as well about probably like 40 minutes or so that we could get a virtual signing of the MOU. That could actually be coming as soon as today. If he gives any updates on this, I'll let you know, but just keep an eye on the markets. Be cautious here, guys. We're not quite sure what he's going to say. He could say anything here. Just be aware as well, he spoke earlier today about how AI meetings went well at the G7 summit and that his negotiations with Anthropic are going, quote, fine. Also saying just now, quote, if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped bombs for another 2 years. Let's talk about Fortinet, which is completely unrelated here, but another stock that made a move here during the midday. FTNT on watch. There was an alleged breach of this company's, cybersecurity. They were calling it Fortibleed and FTNT, given they're a cybersecurity company. Of course, not a great look. There's also this visual, which I pushed very hard to get out before the happening now segment right now. It just went live on X. This is a look at Allbirds net sales here in their entire history, the public company, at least as far as they have on their website from Q3 2021 all the way to Q4 2025. A little bit of a downward trajectory here for Allbirds, but they're actually now called SmartBird. They initially said they were going to change their name to Newbird on April 15th, but now we're with SmartBird, and they also announced a new CEO and President, Nadia Carlston. So some updates here with Allbird / SmartBird / Newbird. I'll keep you posted if I hear anything else from President Trump or any other news-related updates. But in the meantime, we've got a lesson. The man giving us that lesson is Neil. And this is a segment we call Neil's Lesson of the Day. So without further ado, Neil, what's the lesson about?
Thanks, Adara. Neil Team 6 in the building. I saw that, Jesse. That's some fun stuff that you guys do in the chat. Simple one today. Easy peasy, as easy as it gets. And I'll read a super chat while we're at it. Chris up here. Whoa, thank you for the super chat. Got 20 up in here, ladies and gentlemen. You guys doing a fantastic job. I watch you all every day. Thank you. But of course, that's for the midday because they're on right now. And we have a great team. We appreciate all of our viewers. with this lesson, we have an event come. I don't know if you've heard of the FOMC. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Your new Fed chair. It's one of those events where you know whatever is happening in the market, it changes at that moment. The open can be something like that, where you get pre-market action, and the open is like, oh, okay, now it's just a different ballgame. Throughout the day, there might be those types of scheduled time periods where you can have a plan of action, you can be in a trade, whatever it might be, and it just, everything flips. And whatever fundamental you were using to be in the trade or to get you to want to like a stock in a certain direction is gone. When it's something like the FOMC or the open, or maybe trading oil, and maybe it's the inventory report on a Wednesday, it could be any economic indicator. Usually when it's scheduled, you have an idea of looking out for it. However, there are moments when sometimes something will happen a little bit out of nowhere, but you just know that the situation has probably changed a little bit, and maybe what you were doing before, you can just be happy and move on. What happened today in oil was one of the most perfect examples. And forget about this, I'm just gonna throw this chart. Hey, the president's saying the stock market is more brilliant than anyone there is. Well, you know what? Price is smarter than everybody. So that's actually, I don't care what you said, that's just true. Price is the smartest thing out there. Why? Because it's a collective action. It's not always right, that's true, but eventually, you know, it's a self-correcting mechanism. Let's be real about it. No, but look at the 15-minute on USO. At the moment that completely reversed, that was one heck of an indicator that the environment that we were just in for the morning, gone. Because you had a stagnant leading indicator basically go haywire for a few minutes, come all the way back, and then start trending in the other direction. And in that moment, you've got some decisions to make, right? Like for myself, and maybe you don't. I don't know. If you're an active trader, you do have decisions to make. For myself, it was, okay, get out and reassess what would I still be interested in if I was shorting things. Maybe SMCI, because it's holding on to some lows. But when it came to Bitcoin, like, look at the reversal in Bitcoin. It was a get out of it, and it doesn't matter what you think. When it got to my level of 37, which was where I was shorting all morning long, am I getting back into the trade? Heck no. Because you're in a different environment. It doesn't really matter my overnight analysis and all that other stuff. Potentially, if it could have engaged at a new price, if for some reason it held a lower high and continued trending down, I could have a new thesis. But the old one, in the new environment, forget about it. That's not good anymore because something distinct happened in the middle of the day, scheduled or not, and now we're in a different environment. I have to come up with a new plan. It could have been go into the long, certainly, but it was easier to just get away from, wanting to be short in the name. And oftentimes, and I've seen this with traders so many times. Like they have a concept or an idea. This is my technical reason for it being a short. Look at the reversal yesterday, and go to the daily chart, and it's still in the downward trend, and it pops into this prior support and its resistance, blah blah. So when it gets there again, of course it's a short. I mean, all of that can be true, but you know what? The market doesn't care about your thesis. The market doesn't care about your levels. The market cares about price and reacting to what is new. And when we have this kind of a shock, basically sold right back off. Like we were saying, if we broke 117 and buyers above 117 on USO and oil went higher, that could signal some dropping in the market because we'd be outside of the range. When that gets instantly sold off, where it's like, no, oil's still falling, forget about that spike, well, that's going to be a little bit more bullish for a few things. And at the bare minimum, you have to at least reassess where you want your shorts. Back away from them. Maybe try a long. Evaluate a new price. Look for things that only hold the trend line. Again, you can have a great thesis. You can have a great morning. You can have a great 30 minutes, hour, or all day until we get to 2 o'clock. But sometimes there are going to be events in the markets which completely shake it up. And guess what? Your plan of action in the morning needs to be thrown out, or parts of it. And then you just go into the new environment, which is fine. Sometimes it's scheduled, like 2 o'clock. Other times, stuff just happens. And if you sit it out after that or you just back away, there's nothing wrong with that. But you're trying to preserve capital and you're trying not to be stubborn. It was just a crazy move that we just had in USO. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get another at 2:30. I tend to not want to be too active and when we're going to have a bit of a change when the Fed chair comes on. So I want to be ready for that other phase of trading. That's what trading is about. It's going from one idea to the next and understanding you're constantly in a changing and moving environment. I had the beef stroganoff, Joe. I'm giving it a 4.7. And I almost never give anything under a 5. I ate it because I was really hungry, but it wasn't the best. I'm just gonna leave it at that. The pasta was okay. The salad was great. Actually, the salad was pretty solid, like it always is. But didn't really love it. Let's go over back to the midday. Thank you guys for the super chats, for the kind comments. We have just a couple of hours, and then we're gonna get the Fed first meeting for our new Fed chair. We'll see if he gives you that dot plot. He's saying speculation he might not. I don't know how the market's gonna take that. But for now, ES just got green. Not bad.
On the beef strogie.
Get it. Oh. Down for the count.
Short it.
Short the beef strogie. What food would you short the most?
Aside from beef strogie?
Yeah. I'm assuming that's not going to be the worst.
No,
bunch, right?
Tilapia maybe?
Tilapia?
Yeah,
that's the worst?
Well, but think about it, bro. I had to message our lunch lady and say, yeah, don't put that. No more of that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What
you
was
didn't
the
read
response,
that email?
if you don't mind my
She's
asking?
like, yeah, no problem. She's like, do you want anything else? Because you know our relationship.
Of course.
Yeah. She's like, hey, she's like, do you want salmon and stuff? I'm like, yeah, salmon, please. No tilapia. Thanks.
That's fantastic. I got to give you credit, bro. I got to give you credit. You know how to smooth over relationships that are hard to smooth over.
You know, out of like when I was growing up in like elementary school and
Libra in you, bro.
And in high school, all my friends, like moms and dads, loved me.
They all loved you, eh?
Yeah, because I was the most polite, and I was just like
my friends' parents hated me.
Yeah, because we
were always getting in trouble.
Yeah, you guys were always getting in trouble,
Constantly
man.
getting in trouble.
I remember as
and
a
then
kid,
university came around, then things changed.
And then he used smart. Shreve was just I know Shreve. He was the gifted kid in school.
No.
In school?
No. Me? I was gifted?
Like naturally, like
No,
smart-wise?
I was really bad high school student, very good
But you
university
were
student.
smart in high school.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
that's what I'm trying to say.
All right, you were.
No.
I remember I would always be like, yeah, remember when you used to have to call? Remember when you used to have to call your friend's house on the landline, and I'd just always be like, yeah, may I please speak to so and so? And
yes,
like,
I do.
Oh, they're like, oh, you're so polite.
Can I give you an idea of like how bad high school was?
For you?
Yes. There were 4 numbers that the high school had, and they used to use those numbers via an automated system that would call your house if you were absent or late.
Oh, yeah, trust me. You don't think I know about that?
I had all 4 lines blocked.
That's crazy.
Blocked.
Man.
Right? And at a time where no one knew how to block numbers, bro.
Yeah,
like that was tough to do, right?
A student in your household has missed periods.
My parents didn't have a clue. And then you know what? What was funny about that?
Yeah.
Is things just changed overnight and for no reason.
That's good, man. That's good,
like,
man.
I was just like,
bang, you know,
crap,
then
I gotta make my own money?
Yeah, and then the
sudden,
switch.
you know what hit the fan,
like
so.
someone said, aren't all Canadians polite? Come to the city, man. Any major city.
Toronto.
Yeah, for the most part, like a lot of people are polite, but go to any major metropolitan and you're gonna meet people who are like, get out of my way. What are you looking at? What are you doing?
Get it, Bubba.
It's just like, yo, you really, literally, dude. So I went for a little heel toe express there yesterday, just down Yonge Street. I like going down there, and there's this truck honking his horn. Someone was turning left where they weren't supposed to, and obviously this person behind me like, shut the bleep up. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Just exactly. People aren't kind to you,
brother.
Trust me.
Toronto is pure big city vibes,
yeah,
and
man.
we're about. I think like the greater
what do you
Toronto
do?
area, we're pushing 7 million now, so it's not a small place, it's not a small city. It's a big city physically too, man, like end to end.
The most multicultural city in the world.
All right, guys, let's all give Bovin a round of applause, a virtual round of applause, because he called it yet again. The OG Bovin, he strikes many times. Let's show him this, Fabian. Beautiful look here into 64.46. RUBI is the ticker, and it's all gas, no brakes right now. Looks like we could be trying to defend that 60 penny area. We've got support here right around VWAP. You'll see that's the white line. We're also holding prior bar low. Prior bar low is the 1205 candle, the low of which is 50.90. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. Current bar low, though, we've got 53.46. Again, pennies, not dollars. So about a 10 penny, 11 penny range right now with a 64.46 high on RUBI. It's quite volatile here for a 58, 59 penny name. Let's load this bad boy up on a side chart. RXT looks fantastic as well. Shout out to Texas Jet Fan. He called that one out when I didn't believe in it. He printed, I didn't. Shout out to him. GPUS is continuing to go as well, guys. But I want to pull up Ruby on the screen. Here we go again, Bovin. We're right back above 60 pennies. We're looking for that 65 penny area. Looks like there's some support here at 58-ish because it was an area of resistance, at least on the one. You give it to 58. I'd be inclined to give it a little bit more. Let's go ahead here. We're going to give this one the old community college try, the JUCO try, as Joey would like to call it. We're going to go down to 56, Joey, okay? We're going to go down to 56. We're going to see we get there. We got 59s, sorry, 60s. Let me see exactly what I have here because sometimes it just rounds up. I've got 59s and change right now, so nothing great. Let's go ahead and post at 62. We also want to post a little bit over here at 65. That is a high of day breach. So definitely interested in Ruby. Whether or not it stops me out, what is Bovin saying here? Ruby is 55, he says. I see 55, Bovin. That's the volume weighted average price. Don't disagree with you on that. I'm looking at this area here, though, Bovin. I would like this 58 penny area to hold. We'll see. If I get stopped out of it, that's okay. We can get back in. But I see your point completely that 55 is the volume weighted average price. Chris Prasad, he's dropping 20 nice ones in the chat.
You, man.
Have some roti and chicken curry, my friends. I'm not averse to some chicken curry, man. Have you had Nando's lately?
Yeah, but that's like Portuguese, my boy.
A bit of a Portuguese twist, but it's also Portuguese Indian, right? You
Is
ever
it?
heard of
But
Goa?
since when?
Goa,
Is that
bro.
new? I don't know Goa.
Goa is like this area, I think it's an island off the coast of India. I could be wrong. It might not be an island. It was Portuguese. They had their colonization there, so there's some overlap.
Let me ask you this. West Indian.
You heard about that too, Assassino? Because he's from Brazil, so there's a little bit of overlap there. Yeah.
Jamaican. Let me ask you this: Jamaican curry or actual Indian curry?
I don't think I've had Jamaican curry, brother. I've had jerk, obviously, but I don't think I've had Jamaican curry. Should I leave?
Yeah, I was going to. That's crazy.
Goa is not an island. It's on the coastline of India. Thank you, Gaurav. I wasn't 100% sure. Goa is a city in India, says Panuru. Thank you. I wasn't sure 100%. Am I accurate though about the Portuguese? Yes. Okay. Assassino confirming that. Yeah, that was my understanding there, but I didn't know a whole lot about it there. Guys, continuing to watch Ruby here. You know, there's a Nando's down the road, right?
Right there. There's one right there.
Okay.
Indian curry is the best, says Chris Prasad.
That's beef.
Hey, man, respectfully disagree, but I actually had some the other day, a roti and chicken. Selena got it, and I had one.
South African, not Portuguese? I was totally thought it was
I
Portuguese.
thought I completely.
Indian, man.
Somebody said it's Portuguese. Someone said that it's thing. I personally like Jamaican curry a little bit more. Obviously, I have some form of a bias.
Let's go.
All right, guys. $197.35 right now, printing on SPCX on SpaceX. I'm all out of the trade, but I know my boy Gorev is in it, and that's all that matters. Yeah, is it?
Specializes in Portuguese. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's a South African multinational fast casual restaurant chain that specializes in Portuguese flame grilled. Okay, it cuts off here. Why does it cut off? Sorry. Yeah, okay. Peri style chicken.
Ooh.
The name is derived from the nickname for the male given name Fernando, in reference to one of the company's founders. Okay.
Yeah, you're almost there. You're almost there, Gorev. I think you're going to get 108 here momentarily, but I'm going to get that leveraged product, the inverse leverage product, of SpaceX here momentarily. It's just a little bit north of the volume weighted average price, and then maybe we can take that back in, because I think this is just more or less a cover rally, not necessarily buyers being engaged one more time. Let's send things off to Adair. We got a couple more super chats after that.
All right.
Just be aware here, guys. President Trump's still talking about this deal, saying that it could be signed as early as tomorrow or Friday. We knew we were initially hearing the deal would be signed in Pakistan on Friday, but now Trump's saying it could even be signed tomorrow. He said he will be releasing the MOU so that everybody in the press can read it. Apparently, within this agreement, Iran has said they will not be producing a nuclear weapon, so nothing really new, but just be aware he's also talking right now about different deals. Now he's mentioning Russia and China. Lots happening here at the G7 summit. Back to you.
All right, so we got a couple more super chats here. If we can pull those up, Assassino. Okay. Nice trade there, Gore. I was out almost like $3 ago. Jamaican curry, always. I'm not going to repeat that because that is a swear word. But anyways, yeah, man, that's what I like. I told you guys that before, but I don't mind both. Well, I'm sure. Anyways. Oh, my bro's limo driver in LA. Oh, my bros, I'm a limo driver in LA. Yeah, road rage is real. I just yelled at somebody yesterday, to be honest with you, while I was on the road. And he's like, I was turning left to go to the outdoor workout gym. Buddy's like honking his horn at me, and he's like saying, and I just said, do something, do something. But yeah, anyways, let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, I mean, you get into a firefight real quick in the CIIT, which is pretty, that stuff is hectic, man. You don't want lead flying around. But as for, hey, man, VRM, I'm looking for a small cap. Nice trade there on SPCX. Google's starting to move. We hit $108 here on Robinhood. We're going to wait for some form of a pullback because I think 110 can be in the works. You just need to wait for that correct entry on that bad boy. I'm not going to be chasing it all the way up here.
All right, guys. Loving all the comments there. RXT breakout near high 765. I see it. 759 high of day. Shout out to Texas Jet fan. Bizzle Rizzle. Sharif. Bro, I have been doing good for demo trading for 3 weeks now. What should I judge if I buy another prop account again? What should I judge? I mean, like, what metrics should you be looking at to kind of gauge your progress? I mean, well, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is P&L, right? Are you profitable, right? What kind of size are you taking? I personally would switch from sim into live, but I would start with small share size, right? It can kind of work your way up, just so you can get the psychological part of it, ironed out as well, because it's not just all technicals. Well, I don't know you, right? You may be, cold as ice. I have no idea, right? But for a lot of people, the psychology, especially when scaling up, does tend to play a part. If that's the case, then you work your way up there. I would say number one, look for P&L. That's the most important gauge, I think, as a trader to judge your success. But I'd be also looking for other things. Did you choose the right names? Are you consistently choosing the ones that are going? Or did you choose some of these small caps or whatever you're trading, the ones that, didn't really have the juice to continue going? So how's your selection process? And then if your selection process is good, perhaps, and you're not still making money, then you need to refine your entries and your exits, stuff like that. That's what I'd be looking for. I think that's what most traders are looking at. Do you have you want to comment on that one as well?
Any plans? Can we get that? It was a super chat, right?
Read it. Oh no, it's not a super. It says I have been doing good for in a demo account. I think for trading for 3 weeks now. What should I judge if I should buy another prop account again?
Give yourself at least 2 months of consistency in sim. Just give it 3 weeks is like small potatoes, and you got to take into consideration the market dynamics are always changing. So 2 months,
right?
And really do this. Build yourself an equity curve, right, and see how it's been performing. That's what I would specifically do. Tesla is on the move. Okay, Tesla is on the move here. Let's see what we got going on. Pull something up here. Okay, all right.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm just reading it. Yeah, I'm just reading something here. All right, Tesla, guys, let's see what we got going on. 404.55 as this name breaks through the volume-weighted average price and really starting to pick up some steam and momentum. It's a pretty good-looking Tesla here today. I was thinking long this morning, but it took some time for this underlying asset to really get the ball rolling here. So eventually broke, trendline break, and then off to the races it goes. 404.70. Not too bad of a look on that one there, guys. Thanks for pointing that out. We'll head over to our news feed and see if there's anything specific stepping in on this name with Tesla and why we're starting to climb a little bit higher. What's going on?
ICCM is going.
Go ahead, man.
Get it, Tisha. ICCM is changing its tune, by the way. Let me see if I've got it up on a trading screen so I don't have to take it off. No. Okay, so it's not on the New York, Joey. It's on the Nasdaq, I believe. There we go. Yes, it is. Here it comes into 8. We've breached that prior breakout, that failed breakout high. I'm talking about the 1130 bar on the 5-minute chart, that topping tail that failed and lost VWAP. But here we go again. We're coming into 8. It feels like it's a rounded bottom, but it could also be yet another lower high. The tape feels strong here, okay? It does look like there's aggressive buying. And when you see a plethora of orange like you're seeing on the left side of the screen, that's aggressive buying. That typically means that buyers are asking or sending orders that are over the ask. So it shows buying exuberance. By the same token, if you see a lot of blue coming in on the left side of my screen, that's people selling below the bid. That's people trying to get the hell out of there. So it's indicative of exuberant selling as well. So it looks like we're getting some resistance here at 7 2/3. Back down into 7.5 we go. We just opened up a new bar, the 1225 bar. So prior bar low takes us down to 668. Prior bar high is 775. Current bar high, 777. So 3/4 right away, we know, at least on the 5-minute chart, is an important area of resistance that we need to get through. It's coming back down now into 7 1/4. Let's see what this one does with 7. Does it find support at 7? Shout out to Tisha. She called this one out way earlier. I wasn't a believer, Tish, just because of the failed breakout that we spoke about. I wanted to kind of focus on other things, but this one is showing itself to be a bit more resilient than I had anticipated. Seller at the $0.50 here, and no prints above the $0.50 locally. So I'm going to continue to watch this one. My entry point likely will be in and around $7. But I want to mention to everybody that we have a very special FOMC stream today. We're doing a special FOMC show. We're going to be rolling over into a new stream at 1 o'clock. Your boy Joey Options or Neil are going to take the helm again for the afternoon segment at around 1:45. Yep. But we will be moving over to a new stream and a special FOMC stream today to obviously inaugurate the new Fed Chair Kevin frickin' Warsh. Yeah. And so we're going to be doing that for you guys. We're going to have Adara at the big desk. It's going to be Joey. It's going to be Neil. It's going to be myself as well for some of that. And then we're obviously going to be giving you a lot more information. So hang out with us, but do expect the stream to roll over at around 1 o'clock in about half an hour from now. Just wanted to let you guys know. So shout out to everybody there. No, I'm not making a new stream, customer ATH. It is the Trader TV stream. Joey, we did breach that 777s area on the current candle. It's a 780 high right now on ICCM, but I'm not liking the look right now, man. We keep dropping into the $0.50 here. I'm gonna keep a close eye on this one. It seems to be the best of the bunch at the moment, but I've got some suspicions here, Joey. So I'm gonna pack my patience.
Good stuff. We have another. Okay, oh, Randy.
Randy.
We didn't even see our guy back there.
You're sneaky.
Sneaky dog.
Randy. Randy, you know what I was saying? I know you weren't here.
It's the best.
When I said it. I'm gonna put the question to you just like this.
Wow.
And I already haven't.
Are you gonna say what you said earlier?
I'm going to, and I know Randy's gonna have very vociferous comments coming out of this. Have the Germans lost their battery dead? Sorry, brother. Okay.
Yeah, all right, we'll see. We'll get back to Randall. Yeah, exactly. He is. Oh, I thought he was a go. Yeah, if we can listen.
Battery's dead. He's
if we can once again zoom in on our top supporters here today. That'd be fantastic, man. We want to make sure that we recognize these individuals. So unfortunately, a chair is in front of it for whatever reason that may be. That thing has legs apparently, but there it is. Chris Prasad, once again.
Get it, Chris.
Helping us very good. Number 2. A superstar sitting there, Sharif. I don't know if you see number 2 on the top supporters for today. And then we have Adam James Abroad, $12 as well on the Rail TV, and Peter
Little
number 2 on our top supporters today.
Blard.
Dude, number 2 on our it's all right.
Get it, Peter.
But no, thank you all very much. Randy is now back, guys. Don't forget, we're going to be rolling over to a new stream at 1 o'clock, so a half an hour away.
Oh, Casey.
And be prepared. There's going to be a lot of good talk about this. Casey, she's just doing what she does.
Memberships as she usually does. Casey 526,
absolutely.
Giving with both hands. The magnanimous woman that she is. Shout out to Casey 526. Ever the great small cap trader she is, Randy. But I wanted to put this to you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And just so I can preface this so people understand a little bit of your background, he likes German cars. He has German cars. He has a lot of them. He loves them. Randy, have the Germans lost their way when it comes to ICE cars? Not at the high end, like the 911s, but have the Germans lost their way?
Complicated question. You got to remember that the big German brands also own Seat and Skoda and like Spanish brands and other brands that don't fall under maybe so much the German moniker. But look, sales are dwindling. Platform refreshes are now not so common. It used to be every 4 years. Now it's like, maybe we'll hang on and.
Well said.
Sales are down. EVs in Norway, 90-something%. Like it's off the map. And with the price of oil.
Absolutely.
And tariffs and all kinds of other, So if EV adoption is going to, I'd say it's like this. It's just a gentle, in Germany, the demise of ICE cars is not imminent. It's not. Okay. There's still going to be new ICE cars coming. Mercedes-Benz announced one last week.
Right.
There's going to be new ICE and hybrid cars coming to the market.
Okay.
It's not over. The game's not over.
It's not over.
Yes, the luxury end will always be the luxury end, and you'll have a choice. The lower end, your Volkswagens and your Skodas and whatnot. I still think there's a market for them.
Okay.
Is it a expanding market? Maybe not.
No.
Don't forget, the roads are smaller, their fuel prices are higher than ours. So there's a lot of impetus to say, you know what, we'll bite the bullet and buy an electric.
Well, exactly.
There's a huge charging network in every country in Europe. It's fantastic. There was a big study on EV World there about a month ago about the charging network that's it's almost comparable to China. It's unbelievable.
So they have a lot of infrastructure there as well.
A lot of infrastructure.
Really? Wow, okay.
And BYD is planning swap stations. So if you've got all this infrastructure, what's holding you back? With the price of fuel, what's holding you back from making the switch?
And they're pretty progressive over there in terms of green, new energy vehicles. They're more progressive than us in general. My question to you was this. German cars were always known for their rigor, the quality of the build. I was giving the example earlier, my old man's Benz, way too much plastic. A friend of mine, I've been using their car. It's a new C-Class, a C300, plastic everywhere. Do you feel that's more because they're trying to protect margins now that everything is a dollars and cents game? Or is this kind of the new standard that we have to expect out of Germany?
Margins are thin. You got to be honest. I mean, there's decade-old cards that are still on the road with a third of a million kilometers on them. You want to go buy a new one, you're bound to find more plastic and more toys and screens and whatnot at the expense of the bottom line. 10 years ago, there wasn't half as many toys, I'll call them, sensors, electronics in cars as there is now.
Good point.
Those cost money. Somebody's got to pay for them.
That's a very good point.
If you're going to pay for them, expect maybe a slightly less interior quality. You got screens taking up the space of what formerly were leather dashboards.
And GPUs everywhere to run those screens.
It all costs a lot of money.
Well said.
And memory, how much is memory now?
Yeah.
How much are GPUs now?
It's ridiculous.
So the auto industry is fighting AI and fighting data centers to compete with memory chips and GPUs and wiring and electronics.
That's an excellent analysis.
All of this adds to the price of the car. 10, 15 years ago, how many screens were in your car?
One.
This many.
Oh, well, 10 years ago, there was probably one.
Okay, maybe
yeah,
one.
Yeah.
So in this
I
day
see
and
what
age,
you're saying, though.
yeah.
Man. Yeah.
So
I see
it
what
all
you're saying.
comes at a cost. Even the basement bottom line cars, 25, 30,000 euros, come with a screen, come with a backup camera, come with a basic set of sensors, you know, traffic monitoring, blind spot monitoring, all this stuff. It costs money. You've got to be able to make money on these cars and sell them at a profit.
I agree.
Or else these car companies are going to have one hell of a time.
And shareholders are demanding constantly more and more profits. It's not okay to stay at last year's profitability. We got to do it better this year. How are we going to do it better? Let's cut costs.
And then you've got the cost of ICE car companies who want to develop EVs. Look at Volkswagen.
Very good point.
They're 27 billion euros in
Right.
their EV program. That's Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen, the others. Where do you get that money? It's got to come at the expense of profits. So to answer your question in short form, is there a demise? Is it imminent? No. There's a delicate balance going on here. And some of them may not have so much fun with this balance.
No.
But, I mean, over time, I think we're going to see more EV adoption.
I agree with that.
And there will be a decline in ICE sales or hybrid sales as a component of overall sales in the next, I'd say, 5 years.
But didn't we already see like kind of a transition? It's like, hey, we don't go pure EV, especially in some parts of North America because the infrastructure just isn't there. We're more or less aiming towards a hybrid aspect,
The infrastructure has to keep up with the EV adoption rate.
Exactly.
And in some countries it's there, and in some it's not.
What was the crazy projection that the government had that we were going to be completely EV by 2030?
Yeah.
So good.
But you've got to understand, it's not just the industry, it's the consumers.
Yeah.
So if I don't want an electric car, and I still want my V8 powered, pick your platform, so be it. I'm going to go buy one. Okay. So not everybody wants an electric Lightning or a Hummer or whatever, big full-size vehicle.
Well, the Lightning doesn't even exist anymore.
So if you don't have that adoption and people still want to buy these cars, the industry will sell them to you. Okay. If people live in a rural area and there's no charging infrastructure,
what are you going to do?
I'm not going to buy an electric car.
Yeah, you can't.
So you have to be able to serve those customers and say,
100%.
look, we're going to build
still
a hybrid
infrastructure.
and an ICE and an EV. You can have your pick of the crop.
Yeah.
So the infrastructure has to follow. And
Agree.
The consumers
100%.
and the consumers are dictating this trend.
And you're getting it little by little. Like some of the service stations we have on the highway here, they're called what are they called? En route. They just started throwing electric charging stations. I spoke to you about the Shell near my house. It's got 4 and they're fast. It's like 300 and something. So it's not a slow one. So you're getting a little by little, but there's no huge move like there is in China and Europe.
I think we also have to take into consideration too that people may get fed up with just having the fluctuating price of oil all the time, and especially with conflicts, right? So you head into these hybrid scenarios, and I mean, if you see what some of my one of my buddies on my hockey team has a Tesla, and he's like, yeah, I paid like $13 to charge my EV in a month or something absolutely ridiculous.
Right. I'm driving
if you go supercharging,
I'm driving 1,000 kilometers a week,
Yeah.
and I got to fill up once a week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For some people, the math works, and for some, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But you've got to be able to deliver what the customer wants, and the industry and the infrastructure has to follow suit. Period.
Well said.
Absolutely.
Randy has spoken. Thank you
All
very
right,
much,
man.
Randy.
Thanks,
Let's
brother.
cover some of these supers here.
Yeah, man, we got a
lot.
log. Casey. Hey, I was gonna say to Fabian, if we can get people who provide memberships as well too, I think that should be in our top supporters. Fabian, I don't know if you can hear me on that one, because Casey's like, how am I not a top supporter when she might be the individual?
How is she not? That's crazy.
But that's what I'm getting at here, right? I think we should put, if you gift memberships, that should be on the top supporter as well too.
I agree with that.
Right? Not just the cash amount.
All right, let's do this. Casey dropping 15 memberships here, guys. Premium YouTube memberships. Go over to the YouTube homepage, click posts. And if you're a premium member, you'll be able to get my morning watch list every day. And then Adam James Abroad dropping 5 himself. Shout out to Adam James freaking Abroad. Hope you're having a good time, brother. And then Casey coming in fast, coming in furious with a $50 super chat there. Thank you very much, Casey 526. And she said, Bovin HYPD. Let's look at HYPD. I already pulled it up. Oh, is it HPYD? What the hell was the ticker there, Joey? HYPD. Did I type that wrong? I think I did. Sorry, guys. HYPD. I promise. What's going on here? Oh.
What's going on here?
Joey, it's not showing up. HYPD. Ah, there it is. There we go, Joey. I don't know what is going on. Hey, we did it. It's ripping, Casey. HYPD into almost $4. It looks like it's a 393 high. This is all gas. No breaks right now on HYPD. And I've already put it onto the side chart because it is looking very good. Let's include it in the side watch list as well. So it updates, not up big yet, 20%, 1.6 million shares of volume. It's extended away from the 10 EMA, which is around 375, but we could be seeing 4 sooner rather than later. So keep your eye here on HYPD, a hell of a chart pattern. And thank you very much, KC526, ever the most generous, one of the most generous people in the chat, and a hell of a small cap trader.
Yeah.
So if you're into that small cap life, you need to keep your eye out on what KC526 is posting in the chat, as well as Bovin, Grunfeld, Scott H. A lot of great small cap traders out there. TT Mass as well. Shout out to my man. Check out PDYN, he says. Okay. Check out PDYN. PDYN, let's look over here. What are we doing on this one? Oh, not bad, yeah. Well, ripping PDYN up 15%. Good move off that looks like $6 area now, ripping into 690. PDYN going to replace somebody here. Probably Allbirds, because that's doing nothing. HQ as well. We can take that one off PDYN. Put that one on Joey. PDYN is ripping to the high side, guys. Pardon me, trade this carefully here. Fantastic day on these small caps today. There's a lot going. GPUS, HYPD, PDYN, RXT's back up there again. ICCM is not done. It's still into $8. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on these, Joey.
Good stuff, man. 116 million, excuse me. 116 million shares traded here on the day in ICCM. Why isn't that displaying? Oh, it's gonna change. 737 million shares traded on SMBR. Wow, this thing has been absolute. Wow. The chat is sweet, man. Casey, you're a darling and a doll. We love everything that you do for this channel, and obviously your participation. So thank you very much once again. It goes without saying. All right, guys, we're getting a pullback here. Robinhood down to 107.25. Tesla pulling back. We're going to look to engage on this bad boy. SPCC, we're going to be looking for a potential curl around here. But again, buyers may step in at the volume weighted average price and send this thing north of that and then back into the mid 200s. But we also have someone pointing out, who was it? The others was talking about NVDA, but someone pointed out a 210 wall here on SPCX. Let's actually pull over and head over to our options chain here, ladies and gentlemen, and see what we got going on through a couple of the names here. And we're going to go through NVDA once again, and we're going to go through SpaceX to see if anything has changed, if the narrative has changed on this bad boy. So some good stuff here, good tools on this front, guys. SPCX. Let's pull this bad boy up here and see what we got going on at 210. Open interest still sitting at that 15,000 marker, and volume really high here. And $200, obviously, you're going to see a lot of volume step in on that bad boy. So not too bad of a play. Go check it out right there, guys. 220 and 210. Trump. Still have questions after G7. Okay.
Noise.
Trump secretary is going to have a thing. And so there's on.
They're doing it live right now,
Of course, yeah. We're going to be heading over there relatively soon.
They're in Evian.
Are they? Where is that? In France. Okay.
Evian, the bottle water?
Yeah, the water,
I guess
right?
That's where that comes from? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Were you actually? Okay. Was he talking about it, or you talking about us? I see that you were. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, man. You're about that Fiji water then, eh, Sharif?
Fiji water? I don't think I've ever had one. I don't think so. I know that they're square bottles.
Yeah,
right?
square bottle, man. So yeah, we're going to take all the good water and bring it all on over here, Sharif. Volume, a lot of volume here at 210 on NVDA, guys. Go check this out. Options chain there available. So 210, 185 once again. A lot of volume coming through. And then as for the open interest, we're seeing a lot at, okay, that's incorrect anyways, on NVDA. So we'll hit a refresh on that bad boy because we hit hundreds of thousands of contracts at that specific zone. So I mean, watch out. Gaurav, And who else was looking for the potential short on SpaceX? We're not getting that right now. I believe this was just a little bit of a pullback, even though that was to the tune of $4. Now watch it breach VWAP and then wait for that curl over. That's exactly what my game plan is here. And we're going to use via SPCC, correct? Right, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
That's not the SpaceX.
It's okay. SSPC, Joey.
Oh, SSPC.
Yep.
SSPC.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. So there it is. Leverage 2x short. So we're going to be looking to go long at some point on this bad boy. We're going to have to be patient, wait for an additional rejection of VWAP, and then maybe we're going to get that green light to go. Look how hot of a mess the Qs and the SPY are. We haven't gone through our watch list here yet today. We're going to do that momentarily, but I want us to focus right now and put our attention onto the SPY and the Nasdaq, for we haven't done too much here today. Why? I wonder why, because we are going to be waiting for that 2 o'clock hour. Also, don't forget, guys, 1 o'clock, we're going to be rolling over the stream. So make sure you join Sharif, Adara, and I for a special FOMC meeting here today. Kevin Warsh's first appearance as Fed Chair. It's going to be really exciting because I want to see this guy's MO. You already know where I stand, data dependent or strategic, dovish, hawkish. What is he going to lay? And is he going to dance to the tune of Donald Trump's drum, Sharif, and cut rates? Because I wouldn't be surprised. As soon as this conflict is over in the Middle East, you know what Donald Trump's going to either be on about, Cuba or rates. It's either one or the other. So let's see what this guy's got going on.
All right, here we go. We're in ICCM here. We're back into this one, Tish. Looking for a big move into 9 here. I'm going to be patient. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up. There's a seller here in the low 70s. There it is in the 80s. Big move. 90s is taking out all my prints, Tish. Back into 70 we go. I'm looking for a nice move through 9. Look, continuing to watch here. A bunch of prints took a bunch of prints. I did get a bunch of prints, is what I'm trying to say, but still some liquidity testers there through 9 unprinted. I'm going to have to pack my patience into this. I can't insist on a tight stop. I've tried that before and without success. So if I try the same thing again, what would be the point in that? So I'm looking to defend here, taking small share size initially. Let's see if we can get through 9. There's 90 again. There it goes through 90. And there is now a $9 touch failing at 9. So I didn't get the print through that $9 area. So let's go ahead and wait at 9.15 above that. Continuing to watch here. There's 95 again. Aggressive selling, Tish, into that $9 area. Just have to load up my blotter here so I can get a gander of how many shares I have. Failing here, back down into 2/3. It's going to fail probably into the $0.50 here. Let's see if we get that continuity, though, through $9 as people take profits. Moving back into 80. Seller again locally here at 80 pennies, so we can't shake that seller. Just trying to take a look at the candle that's forming now. So this current candle, which is the 1245 candle, has a high of 898 and a low of 850. So we've got a 50 penny range currently on this candle. I'm assuming we're probably going to fail 50. If we do, I'm picking some up at the $0.25, right? That's where I see a lot of the topping tails, and I'll hold it into 8. So it'll have to hold 8 here for me to get for me to stay into the trade. Back into 60s here. We're putting in lower highs locally. Let's see if we can get back above 80. There's 80 again, 84, 89, 90. Here we go again, 95 again, selling at 95 yet again. So we haven't even got a 9 touch here. And I did mention that the current bar high is 98. So we're not really able to touch that whole dollar area. Continuing to watch, looking for a bigger move to see if I can get either an add or a break through 9. You're not getting either right now as we kind of dilly-dally around here. By the way, there's more that's going on. It's not just ICCM, PDYN into area highs, HYPD still hanging out just south of 4. So if you're not into this fast mover here with 120 million shares, there are slower mover small cap gappers that could be a little bit more predictable. 94, 98, there it goes through 9, boom. Big move up here into the $0.25. We got to whip the beak into the $0.33 Assassino. What a move up here for ICCM. We got 60s on. Let's go ahead now and wait at 45 to test that $0.50 area, right? That's what my thinking is here. $0.25 resistance. Into 30 we go. Trying to make that stupid trade that we had earlier. It's looking good right now. We got 60s on. The high of the day is 54, so it did breach the $0.50, but no continuations through said $0.50. In fact, we're below 9 again. But here we are trying to recover. Could it be an add here into 9? Something you need to consider here. There's a good buyer here at $9, guys. Whether it holds strictly or not, the fact of the matter is people are buying in and around this $9 area. So possible entry point there. Maybe you don't even give it to below 9, give it to 888s. You risk 20 pennies or so. There we go, back into 888s and right back above into 9. Again, I missed that entry. I should have been adding into that level. So a little zig, a little zag here. But you get into 954, and my bias automatically is we're at least going to make an initial move into 10, if not more. Now, when I say 10, and I've said this before, you know, sometimes you don't get a strict 10 touch, right? You get, you know, like a 970 or a 980, and then you call that 10. Again, buying into 9 here. I want to see if the buying into 9 is going to be sustained. No, it's failing. Down into 75 we go. So this one does look like maybe it won't be a straight line. I'm going to get out here. Perfect. Right at my break-even point. Let's see if this drops a little bit more. If it can clear 9.25, I'll get back into this one. But this was a good trade. We took a little bit more on that one. Comes back into 875. Not a bad look. Not a bad look. Shout out to Texas Jet Fan. RXT hit 762. Tisha says there's ICCM has room to 965, then 1148, and then a gap into 1360 to 1696. Oh my days. That would be nice, Tish. Watch out for prior bar low. Prior bar low is 952 on ICCM. Current bar low is 865. So you've got a buyer here at 65. He's being tested right now. Big buyer at 65 here, Joey. It feels like it might fail, though. 63's flash there momentarily. Here comes the $0.50. It's failing. So continuing to watch here. Let's see if the buyers step in at the half. Well, not strictly, but they're buying in the high 40s, low 50s, so a little zig and zag here. We've done 121 million shares, ample liquidity to go around, but we have now failed prior bar, and it's now bleeding down into the 840s. Watch out for the loss of 8, but a good move up here, man. Very, very happy with this trade. Shout out to my man, Gorev, Joe, Sharif.
Yo.
See you guys. Thanks for another great show. I'm off now to watch Ronaldo play. Enjoy watching them both probably for the last time. You're probably not wrong, brother. I don't foresee another World Cup for these guys. Man, guys, don't forget that Ronaldo played in the 2004 Euros, man. That's where I first got my glance of him, right? And then when I moved to England, obviously in 7, he was everywhere because he was playing for United at the time. But I remember Ronaldo from the 2004 Euros. It's 2026, man. So longevity is this guy's middle name. My days.
Bro, you guys in the best shape.
Fantastic shape.
Yeah, exactly.
Joey.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
You know what we're going to do now, though, right?
Not head over to that stream, the other stream just yet.
We're going to go to Xfinity. We're going to go and we're going to watch.
What's that? Oh, okay. I wouldn't know what's going on with that one. Who's Portugal playing here today? I can figure it out right now. I forget who it is. Portugal. Congo.
The Congo.
Yeah, Congo, the Republic of Congo. Yeah. All right.
Who you got in this one?
Congo.
You got Congo over Portugal?
No, man. Come on, man.
Damn, that's crazy.
Crazy. Assassino was like, man, why this boy's wilding right now.
Nah.
No, in all seriousness.
Can I say one thing, though?
Absolutely.
Senegal and France was a hell of a competitive game.
Was it?
In fact, Senegal played a lot better in the first half. Ended up being 3-1, but it was a very competitive game.
Man, Canada dominated, in my opinion, the game that you went to.
We have way better athletes than Bosnia.
We did, but dude,
way better.
It was domination, if you ask me.
Yes, it is domination in terms of scoring opportunities. Can't disagree with you on that. But what I didn't like was the easy giving away of the ball, the constant turnovers, the choosing of the low probability pass. You're choosing the wrong pass. It's ambitious. It's great. I like it. But you end up turning the ball over in key areas, especially in the midfield. It drives me crazy.
Fair enough, my
anyway,
boy.
we got it going on. Ronaldo coming out right now with the mascot.
Ronaldo. All right, guys. I want to talk about SSPC here. Well. Man, any form of a pullback, but he's Italian.
Vitinha?
Oh, I thought you said Katina.
No.
Oh,
Vitinha.
okay. All right. Yeah.
He's midfielder,
U.S. domination and hockey type domination. You know what? You might have to rewatch that game, my boy, because you have no idea about any form of hockey. I'll tell you that for sure. Wasn't even close. The game. 865, man. That's where we want to get involved with. I know he's just playing around and he's just trying to grind my gears, get under my skin, which he did a very good job at. And I know that I'm only joking, but let's be real, man. If you actually watch the game, it wasn't even close. They just happened to take advantage of their opportunities. Now we're gonna wait for this pull back here on SSPC, and then we're going to be able to take the long here and then the short essentially on SpaceX, which I do believe we're going to get some form of a curl over. The consolidation might be a little bit longer than what we're anticipating, which is good for me because then you get that nice turtle shell type price action and the curl over following it. So Nasdaq moving south here, leading into the meeting here, guys. Don't forget, we're going to be rolling over to the stream momentarily in approximately 6 minutes. So make sure you stick with us and get that prepared. I know you're only playing around. All love, brother. I know you're only joking anyways. SPCX, we're waiting for that. This might be the opportunity, 860. So at this point, we would have to give it 14 cents of risk right now. I just believe I can increase the risk to reward ratio, which is really important. But let's send things off to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware, guys. President Trump making some comments about bombing Iran once again, saying that when asked, what is the situation here with the deal? Why is the nuclear program not mentioned a lot? President Trump did say that if they say they won't have a nuclear program, they won't have a nuclear program. But if they, don't go with that, we will bomb them. So basically saying that, I guess Iran has to stop working on nuclear or the U.S. will bomb them, not making it super clear, I guess, some of the mechanisms of this deal, which is what the question was about. But regardless, just be aware, guys, President Trump is still talking oil and Iran right now. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, for the individual who was asking for my scanner settings in the chat, I'm so sorry to have made you wait so long. I promised you so many times in the chat that I'd get to it, but I always seem to get sidetracked and distracted, and for that I do apologize. So let me take this opportunity to tell you that I am using a gap scanner. Now, depending on what platform you're using, the scanners may be named differently. Top percentage movers, top percentage gainers, gappers. There's a lot of synonyms to this. But the one that I'm using is called just top percentage gainers. So right away, I'm just using that pre-made scanner. However, I have my own little adjustments that I make to it. So let's get right down to this. First adjustment is I filter by price. I want to know everything trading above 25 pennies. It wasn't always that way for me. I always used to filter everything below 85 pennies. I've since changed because I'm trading now these sub $1 stocks. So price filter of 25 pennies. And then I also have a volume filter. I'm asking for 1 million shares. Now, I wouldn't use that amount of volume if I was trading in the pre-market. But because I'm trading during, the midday, it's got to do at least close to 1 million shares. Maybe I should even drop that down to 500,000. We'll see. But for now, I've got it at 1 million shares. So I'm using two filters here. I'm using a price filter and a volume filter. And then beyond that, I've got my own little nuances here when it comes to the layout. So let's get to that. Obviously, there's going to be some stuff that you're just going to put automatically. The ticker name, you got to see the ticker, right? And then the price, obviously. And then the change percentage. We're like, what is this up or down on the day? But I want to make very clear that the percentage change can be a little bit nuanced here. So allow me to make this point even more clear. So change percentage can start from one of two times. It can start from the aftermarket yesterday, and I'm talking about 4:01 p.m. if it was doing volume then, or it can start at 4 a.m. this morning. So if it wasn't doing anything in the aftermarket, typically the percentage up or down will be from 4 a.m. on. If it broke out in the aftermarket after we closed already the day prior, it will show up as well as a percentage gapper. So it will actually populate from the day yesterday, not from this morning. But I want to make that point clear. So change percentage can be a little bit ambiguous here. In next to that change percentage category, I've got another column, and it's called change percentage since open. You may or may not have this on your own. And the reason I use that is this one tells me what the stock is up or down on the day since 9:30, since the market opened. So oftentimes I'm able to compare what something is up or down on the day versus what it opened up as. Case in point, let's go to this one over here. Let's just take NIVF, bottom of your screen. It's up 13% on the day, but when you look at the next column there, it's down 24 2/3% since open. So what does that mean? That means it gapped up at 4 a.m. or 4 p.m., and then when 9:30 came about, it's now down 24% from the price that it was at 9:30. That one I can immediately filter out. I don't want to trade that. That's below the opening print. That's not what I'm going for. I'm going for momentum movers that are long. We're going to pause for a second. I couldn't even hear Assassino. We got to go to Adara at the big desk with news.
Yeah, just be aware, guys. Keep an eye on Meta. META Axios reporting that Meta's Alexander Wang attended an AI-related meeting with Dario Amodei of Anthropic. We know that some of these AI leaders were supposed to have a 2-hour lunch meeting, was what I was hearing. Sounds like Meta's Alexander Wang was also in attendance, so be aware. President Trump also still talking, guys, about oil, Iran, etc. So stay here for any big headlines. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, let's continue on. So beside the change percentage since open column, I have the gap percentage. Gap percentage also is, so if it closed out, let's say at $4 yesterday, and then it opens up today at $6, that percentage change, that's going to be reflected in the gap, okay? And then beside that, you got prior close. I just want to see what it closed out at yesterday. That's a quick reference point for me. It's not, mandatory or anything. So just by example, SNBR, the one that we were trading, closed out at 17.66 yesterday. Pennies, not dollars. It's at 52.70 now. Beside that, I've got 3 different volume columns, all with their own kind of indication here. Total volume on the day, that's easy. That's just how many shares it's done since 4 a.m. this morning. For SMBR, 774 million. The average volume is right next to that as a second volume column. The average volume for SNBR in the last 365 days is 9.91 million. So right away, I can see we're doing huge outsized volume, RVol, relative volume, some people call it. Right away, I know this is a big day for SNBR because it's doing way more shares than it had prior. And then beside that is the third volume column. It's the 5-minute volume. How much volume has this SNBR stock done in the last 5 minutes? The reason I have that there is I want to know if the volume is coming in recently into this name, or was it doing, a lot of volume earlier? And I can kind of gauge whether I want to trade it or not. And then the last 3 columns here are sort of, dealer's choice. I put shortable shares as the column next, only to give me an idea whether this specific name is easy to short or not. So what do I mean by that? So to get shorts, you got to get locates. You got to locate somebody that's willing to loan you their shares so you can short it against the market. So sometimes you'll see the column empty. For example, ICCM, there's no available shorts on IBKR here to borrow. So that gives me an idea that this one likely not as easy to short. Compare that though to FTHM, which has on my platform 485,000 shares available for short. So I can make the educated guess there that this one might be a thicker trade because there may be people piling in short that don't necessarily need to find locates. They just have available shares for short there, like we do with Apple or Nvidia or all the other ones. So another point there I want to make. And then the second last column is the spread, just so I can see immediately whether this is a name I'm interested in or not, given how wide or tight the spread is. Case in point, look at this one over here, S-Dot, 26 penny spread, typically not for me. Compare that to ICCM, which has got a 2 or 3 penny spread. So right away, I can look at the scanner column and know whether this one fits my profile or not. And then guys, we are rolling over now on the new stream. We've got a special show today. We're doing an FOMC show. So just go on to the other stream.
It's right here.
We just did. So thank you. Pardon me? Just stay on the stream. Stay on the stream. Sorry, Assassino.
All right.
So just stay on the stream over here, and then you'll roll over automatically. So special FO.